In an important interview right before Metaphor ReFantazio's official release, composer Shoji Meguro described the soundtrack as follows, quote, "I feel that the diversity of the music is very extensive and broad in range. The theme was based on religious music, but it also needed to reflect the worldview of Metaphor. The world of Metaphor has many different tribes of people, so their faiths are just as varied as they are. I took it upon myself to dig deeper and find what music rooted in this idea would be like." I'd like to repeat that first sentence in particular. I feel that the diversity of the music is very extensive and broad in range. And absolutely, 100%. In fact, I'm of the firm belief that Metaphor ReFantazio's music is the key that reveals all of the wonderful themes and metaphors contained in this heartfelt work of art. But you see, I can't help but notice this critique that pops up every once in a while, that Metaphor's soundtrack, aside from a few select tracks, is very generic. So I ended up making this massive video in the hopes that anyone watching might gain a much deeper appreciation for the artistry put into Metaphor's OST. So we'll be looking at the various historical developments of Western music tradition, from the Baroque all the way to the Romantic era, since the usage of any given style richly adds to the world-building and lore of Euchronia. One of the most compelling real-life inspirations of these is Meguro's usage of key coloration theory, a widely held belief in Western music history. But before we proceed, here are some necessary disclaimers. Firstly, please listen to this video with headphones or earbuds. Certain details are just hard to catch otherwise. As for the second disclaimer, I am analyzing this from a Western music theory perspective, so aside from the awesome Buddhist priest, everything about Metaphor is inherently rooted in Western European instrumentation, scales, chords, and so on. Other cultures and regions of the world definitely have their own distinct musical fundamentals, their own instruments, rhythmic patterns, scales, or even lack thereof. So I just want to be clear that it's not my intention to impose the idea that the only music theory is Western music theory. Though that brings me to my final major disclaimer. I'm by no means an expert in any of this. I wasn't some music major or anything, but I did have the privilege of playing and performing in a large and competitive fine arts program for over 10 years. My personal experience mostly lies with trombone and the various genres requiring us, and later some choral groups. But point being, I'm no music educator, so I can't promise to explain the following musical concepts without needing to rely on heavy jargon at times. But I will do my absolute best to describe why each choice is so symbolically significant in a way that makes sense, regardless of your background or not in music. Not gonna lie, I do feel some strong imposter syndrome, but I also can't help but feel like I'm giving back in some way, and I'm encouraged by the reception to the mini music dissection I just had to include in my Persona 3 Reload video. The conversation was great, and I genuinely love to hear thoughts, feedback, and even corrections from all of you who actually did undergo further studies and training in music. Actually, sorry, it's been 12 months since I first started this project, so I still have a few more disclaimers to add. If there are small parts of this video that have been silenced and or weirdly jump ahead, it's 99% because the music was claimed and I had to trim that part. I'm making this ad-free and available for a one-time payment on my Patreon, as well as making it automatically available to Special Fusion tier. And finally, as always, links to all sources in the description. Okay, before we get into the specific breakdowns of each track, I need to spend time establishing some important concepts. Trust me, They, along with some interviews with Shoji Meguro, will lay the meaningful foundation that'll carry the rest of this video, including all the greater metaphors we'll be exploring, because like, why else do you think this game is called Metaphor, you know? So first off, Metaphor ReFantazio's in-game soundtrack doesn't even start playing until Gallica casts magic on us. Turns out Gallica will refer to music throughout the game as the first great magic, a beautifully appropriate label given how music is magical to human society. So something I find apt to share from my experiences working with seniors is how elderly adults, many who have some form of dementia or memory loss, have shown less agitation and more positive mood after having their favorite music played for them. Many become more cognizant and even remember more than they normally do after having this music therapy, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. So yes, music definitely casts a special effect on the human soul. But it goes even further if we zoom out to the wider development of human civilizations. Before the advent of writing systems, history was recorded and retold in the form of epic poetry and music. Indigenous and tribal peoples commonly have a rich musical and dance tradition that encapsulates this, something we encounter later in Virga Islands tracks. And when it comes to the overall world building of Metaphor, the stylistic choices in each location's OSTs distinctly characterize each from the rest, especially when it comes to the three major cities and whether they embody Enlightenment era virtues, those common during Baroque era times, more to come in the actual sections on the cities themselves. With that said, I want to remind you guys of the Shoji Meguro quote I started the video off with, and you can read the full thing on screen right now. The reason I bring it up is because I can't help but notice how the stylistic characteristics and nuance of traditional orchestration tends to go unnoticed, and therefore underappreciated in my view by modern audiences. And to be fair, I totally get why, like, classical music has a pretty deserved upper crust bougie feel nowadays, and I'll spare you the long-winded tangent on why. You see, from about the 1950s onwards, many of the classic orchestral instruments started falling by the wayside with the rise of electronic ones like electric guitar, bass, keyboard, and other staples of the modern genres like rock and pop, which just so happened to make up the current Atlas and particularly Persona library. So no, it does not surprise me that a number of current Atlas fans feel meh about Metaphor's music, since a big appeal of Shoji Meguro's prior works was their distinctly modern style. Overall, the point I'm trying to get at is that this huge lack of exposure can lead people to believe all classical music sounds the same, when the truth is, these tracks really don't. In fact, Metaphor's music is quite unique in the JRPG space actually, and no, it's not just because of the Buddhist chanting. JRPG soundtracks set in fictional worlds normally have this reputation of receiving the standard orchestra treatment, but that's technically not true. By that, I mean most have some kind of modern-day instrumentation like electric guitars, basses, keyboards, or even pure synthesized sounds somewhere. Bravely Default does, the Trails series, more Final Fantasy titles than not, and I personally haven't played Xenoblade myself, but I've had people send me OSTs from that series before, and there's definitely some symphonic rock kind of instrumentation at times. Meanwhile, Metaphor distinctly has none of that. One particular area that truly captures this difference is beneath the Dragon Temple, a setting that could have leaned into the sounds of the old world, aka electronic synth stuff, given how it's the ruins of our modern-day Shinjuku, and yet it still stuck to a beautiful symphony of strings and woodwinds only. And what makes it even more significant is when I gave the original track it's based on from Etrian Odyssey a listen and noticed some prominent electric bass, guitars, and modern drum kit. But metaphor? It's exactly this choice of completely traditional orchestration that further enhances its world building and lore in so many ways. For one, it builds on the lore of Gallica's magic, that the exact soundtrack that accompanies us throughout the game is actually playing in the protagonist's head. You see, none of the people living in Metaphor's current time period have heard electronic instruments, so in turn, Gallica and Protag have no frame of reference for what any of that would even sound like. Quick editing lady here. So combing through one of the old interviews, I found that Meguro himself said that they intentionally made the music diegetic and playing in the MC's head. Diegetic meaning the artistic element purposefully exists within the world of the narrative. Furthermore, later in that Japanese exclusive interview, he said, quote, "It has a rather ethnic or metaphorical worldview. What is an ethnic group? What kind of music would such people play?" So again, realistically, Gallica and Protag wouldn't think of music with any kind of electronic backing or equipment, which sets it apart from most other JRPGs. And seeing how Meguro himself mentioned the metaphorical worldview, this traditional orchestration symbolizes how the people already have all the magic they need to affect change in their world. This ties into the game's core theme centered around anxiety, which we'll dive further into in the next major section, but to round off this point, Metaphor ReFantazio is a very fitting evolution of the themes introduced in the latter Persona entries, especially Persona 5. Namely, the power of the collective via the arcana, and later that of collective action in Metaphor, like encouraging people to make change within their own communities. There's still a magic element to this game with the archetypes and Megla, yes, but ultimately these things are a manifestation of power that individuals already have within them. We can conquer our anxieties and work with other people to affect change. We shouldn't and can't wait around for perfection, for utopia. So the point I'm trying to make here is that the classical instrumentation significantly reflects Metaphor's themes and narrative, that the people of Euchronia don't need some insane leap in technology, in electricity, before attempting to make their communities and society better. One stark example is the culmination of Neurus's follower ranks, how they don't even entertain the idea of relying on unfathomably powerful technology from the old world. A plot point that could have easily played out differently in other fantasy stories. But this brings me to another metaphor pushed by this traditional instrumentation. It just further sells Metaphor's Euchronia as still being our very own real-life world, just sent back to some more primitive state after the Megla apocalypse. It brings to mind one of my favorite quotes, even though it's a little depressing nowadays. It has been said that history repeats itself. This is perhaps not quite correct, though. It merely rhymes. You see, a big theme of this game hinges on how civilizations develop, like what ties different human cultures together across various periods of time from a philosophical, psychological, and anthropological standpoint. Like, it's fascinating how cultures from all over the world will develop similar ideas and practices without actual influence from each other. Something true of religion. So let's return to that interview with Meguro again. What is an ethnic group? What kind of music would such people play? So I looked into a lot of different things. It's not just Buddhist scriptures. So interestingly enough, a particular form of Buddhist chanting known as Shomyo is pretty similar to the Gregorian chants of Europe. Shomyo is used in the Tendai and Shingon sects of Buddhism respectively, both having been established between the 700 and 800 CE. Shomyo employs the Japanese Yo scale, a type of pentatonic scale which could easily fit into the old church modes since Yo is similar to the Dorian mode in Western music theory. It just doesn't contain minor notes. By the way, I'll explain modes in more detail as they become relevant, but for the sake of this point, the pentatonic nature of the Yo scale could easily fit into the Western heptatonic scale equivalent. A fascinating similarity and a big reason why I think Keisuke Honryo slots in so seamlessly at the beginning of Metaphor's opening. The whole thing sounds very akin to a Gregorian chant in these first few seconds, regardless of the track's language. And I kid you not, a Gregorian choir in real life actually collaborated with a Japanese temple and released a song that combines their respective religious chanting. It legit turned out great, and I've included the link to the video in the description below. Now, I genuinely wonder if Meguro came across this playlist at all while working on this soundtrack. But speaking of major influences from our real-world history, much like how Shigenori Sojima referenced traditional Renaissance and other real-life art, Meguro seems to be inspired by what's called key coloration theory in music. Okay, so I'll do my best to explain as simply as possible. So all the way up to the late 1800s, there was this cultural connotation to key signatures held among most Western music composers, like which keys sounded sad, which ones were dark, which were cheerful, and so on. And because of these composers' works, these connotations also trickled down to the public and wider society, which in and of itself would feed back to the composers, and thus would create a cycle of influence. Okay, so now I'll address the main criticism or hold-up to this key coloration theory. So prior to what's called equal temperament tuning, the intervals or the distance between notes within any particular scale was not all the same standard apart. The overall result was that each key would have a slightly different intonation from each other, inevitably meaning each key signature genuinely sounded distinct. But then equal temperament swooped in and eventually standardized the intervals, and long story short, the key signatures no longer sound as distinct from each other. This method of tuning became the norm by the late 1700s, meaning key coloration technically didn't have a reason to exist anymore. And yet, the connotations of certain keys remained largely upheld by composers of the time, including the greats like Beethoven, Schubert, Mahler, and many others. So basically, because key coloration has been used for so long to influence the compositions of the most popular pieces, the pop of their era, so to speak, the associations would remain in the public consciousness for a good while. Now, to bring this all back to Shoji Meguro, it's clear to me that he and the sound team paid very careful attention to the historical influence of these keys' connotation to just further add to the genius that is Metaphor ReFantazio, since the music just further emphasizes the general concept of how human civilizations and cultures develop, especially the idea of the archetype, and it being an age-old concept. This leads me to the important metaphorical meaning of the archetype. And yes, the way the archetypes illustrate the collective differs from how the Persona series utilizes Carl Jung's collective unconscious. In fact, I argue the entire archetype system, including combat, leans more into the concept of solidarity than any other Atlas game before. And in its simplest definition, solidarity is basically the feeling of unity and agreement between people who share the same interests, goals, and vision. And so, is ultimately a concept that's vital to real-life activism. Now, as per director Katsura Hashino and the rest of Metaphor's dev team, the actual intended themes are centered around anxiety, fears, and what humanity can do to come together and change their futures on their own. And allow me to repeat that last part. Come together and change their futures on their own. Sure, the party's main goal in the beginning arcs of Metaphor is to restore the prince to health and rightful rule, but along the way, they really start embodying the desire to make the world a better place, to create a future for all people. And facing our collective anxieties together instead of alone is a more important message now than ever before. In fact, Metaphor's opening narration captures today's growing wealth inequality and all the problems it brings perfectly.
Anxiety breeds dissent among the tribes. Disparities tear them apart.
Those who will use and abuse power for their own benefit will always seek to convince the destitute that it's certain other groups of people that are the cause of all the problems. It's the age-old scapegoating tactic of singling out marginalized communities, the divide and conquer strategy that keeps the masses fighting each other instead of recognizing their strength in numbers. I will further elaborate on these kinds of topics as they become relevant throughout this video. But now let's actually get into how Metaphor's game mechanics amplify this concept of solidarity. So each party member must overcome their personal anxieties to awaken their archetype, and these represent the general variety of human personalities, ideals, and/or professions. Point being, everybody is born with innate qualities that are heroic in their own ways. Kindness, conscientiousness, courage, ambition, different kinds of intelligence, and so many other traits that it's impossible to name them all. Director Hashino himself explains in another interview that all people are born with these kinds of embodiments, but they're typically never awakened. But when they are, it's not like it was some kind of grand predetermined destiny, but because of the interactions with other people and finding inspiration in the actions of others. And then there's the ability to just switch to one another's archetypes in the Akademeia. To me, this symbolically paints this idea of I have things to learn from other people's life experiences and stories, but I also have things of value that I can teach to others too. Sure, each person has their own inherent traits, an archetype that ultimately favors certain stats while not favoring others. However, it doesn't mean you can't learn anything from trying a different archetype. A useful new skill or perspective that you can add on to your existing, more instinctive skill set. Like how in gameplay you can carry over a skill or two from an entirely different archetype to one you have more affinity towards. Magic Link and Dynast Formation based, by the way. Essentially, think about it as trying out something brand new, such as a singer who has never played a sport taking on that experience for the first time. Yes, you can get feasibly good at anything if you really work at it. However, you are unlikely to truly excel at everything. So let's take that blatant athlete versus singer dichotomy again. It would be like Juna trying to pick up skills and techniques from Hulkenberg or Basilio, but ultimately only able to apply so much of it. Also, I like that we're limited to carrying over a couple skills at most to any given archetype to further exemplify how we realistically can't become literal god tier at everything. And further emphasizes the importance of collaborating with people who have skills or knowledge we do not. And to bring even more real-life metaphor into the mix, new and helpful ways to do things oftentimes come from those who are bringing in outside ideas from unrelated experiences, so i.e. interdisciplinary approaches. And not only that, a number of studies linked down in the description, by the way, find that despite the tendency to place individuals only at the forefront of the biggest and most noteworthy innovations in any given industry, the reality is that these creative changes are often a result of collective efforts. The synthesis spells just further depict the power of the collective and the concept of solidarity via combining the strengths of numerous different archetypes into one move. So yeah, the archetype system symbolizes the importance of broadening one's own experiences as well as the power of collective diversity, and it's why I love it so much. But with all this said, how does this archetype and solidarity thing tie back to Metaphor ReFantazio's music and vice versa? Well, you see, the kinds of large-scale performances requiring orchestral instrumentation, especially when it's accompanied by full choir, is only possible when many individuals work together. These groups range anywhere from 40 to over 150 people, depending on how many parts for each instrument is needed, especially when choral parts are included. Mahler's Symphony No. 8 has the reputation as the massive one. It premiered in the early 1900s with over 1,000 people combined in the orchestra and choir. So my point here is that every musician needs to know their role, set aside their ego, and adopt a team player mentality in order to realize this singular musical vision. Much like it requires hundreds, thousands, and more coming together in Euchronia to support the protagonist's candidacy, coming together to realize active change in their communities and broader society. Again, I want to remind you guys just how significant Metaphor's soundtrack is when it comes to Shoji Meguro's library. His past works are in the modern genres of rock, metal, pop, and jazz, so in other words, much smaller ensembles or groups of people, rarely needing more than around 10, maybe 20 people tops if we take into account big band jazz. But other than that, stylistically, these groups are all smaller in size, a huge contrast from the sheer scale of these full orchestral pieces in Metaphor. For example, all the daytime city themes in Metaphor make use of the full symphony in some fashion. And on this note, Meguro said this in another interview. It is not often that we have done such large-scale live recordings of the music at Atlas, so I feel that the sound is very elaborate in that regard. We are taking a much different approach than we have with Persona. And when we look at the game's full credits, we can see just how many live performers, well, namely the string section and choir, it took to create this soundtrack's vision. Now, it does appear that not every instrument was recorded live. Again, looking at the full credits, it looks like the woodwinds and most of the brass section, aside from a single trumpet soloist, were all VST plugins of some kind. Actual live recording or not, this orchestration is truly large-scale in a way that none of Meguro's previous works are, bringing me to another thing about orchestral music. By nature, it's more focused on group expression rather than solo expression. Blending is vital in making sure no individual part or person completely overpowers the ensemble, unless you're obviously the soloist of your section or have the important musical phrase at the time. I have been in both women's only choirs and mixed choirs, and the thing that was important in all of them was not to stand out, or at least not to the extent that the unique characteristics of our vocal timbre or tone takes away from the overall group's sound. Now, in contrast, think of how the persona tracks in particular have vocalists you can immediately point to: Lin, Lotus Juice, Azumi Takahashi, and so on. The whole point of being the soloist in these kinds of small groups is to stand out, to show off your unique ability as a vocalist. So given that the team behind Metaphor ReFantazio is the same that brought us Persona 3, 4, and 5, I feel it's apt for me to briefly discuss how the archetype differs from the power of Persona. It might seem similar at first glance, but it's definitely different. Something I've talked about at length in my Metaphor First Impressions video way back when. You see, personas are more an individual's own willpower manifest. Each party member has their own corresponding persona that no one else on the team shares. And in general, all are named/based on a single figure from fantasy, mythology, or even real-life history sometimes. Metaphor's archetypes, though, these are based more on a general ideal. So in other words, they're less about any particular individual's power and instead draw more on this kind of pre-existing collective power. So to go back to the collective and solidarity thematic of Metaphor ReFantazio in particular, as well as the democratic values upheld via its election tournament, the full choral blending captures this greater metaphorical feeling of equality among all the performers compared to the other modern genres in Meguro's library. And heads up, this is really important. Metaphor even goes as far to establish an anthem of the people with these full choir parts. Many of these melodies have all the elements of a perfect anthem. And what I mean by that is this definition: an uplifting and rousing song identified with a particular group or a cause. And with that, let's finally get into our first real track analysis, starting with the Akademia's theme. So the capstone of this track, starting at the 104 timestamp, is a great example of an anthem. But what exactly makes this so? Well, the range is not too low, nor is it too high, nor does it contain any difficult jumps, runs, or rhythms, so in layman terms, it's easy enough to pick up and sing by the average person regardless of training. And here in the Akademia, the full choir is in unison, meaning they're all singing the same notes. Yes, in different octaves, but our ears perceive these as essentially the same note because all notes, so say every C that's out there, contains the same frequencies regardless of the pitch. Pitch referring to how high or low the note actually is. Point being, this chorus is not in layered harmonic parts. There are plenty of other times in this soundtrack where the full choir is present, but not necessarily meant to convey solidarity. As far as I can see, it's only the unison choir parts that really emphasize this concept symbolically. Just one example is Flight from the Mind's full choir harmonies versus the Akademia's deliberate unison. Anthems like these eulogize the histories, traditions, and struggles of the people, and this melody is used to great effect in the triumphant climactic part of the final Luis boss track. As for the relevant key signature, Ode to Heroes is scored in B-flat major, which, according to Key Coloration, was once described as cheerful love, clear conscience, hope, and aspiration for a better world. As I mentioned in my initial video, the character More is a reference to Sir Thomas More, the author of Utopia, the real-world work which actually coined the modern terminology we use today to describe a place where everything seems perfect. I'll put a bookmark on that for now until we get to the Utopia, Anxiety, and Fantasy section. So let's get back to the actual analysis of the Akademeia track, starting with the child soloist at the beginning. His young age is a symbol for one of the overarching themes of this place. You see, most of our conversations with More center around what I can only describe as don't lose your childlike wonder. Maintain a sense of curiosity, excitement, and awe about the world around you, just like a young child does, even as you grow older. The Seeker archetype encourages us to seek out new experiences with a fresh perspective while also reminding us not to get bogged down by the inevitable struggles of life. So, to tie this back to B-flat major and the concept of utopia, this track captures the idea that we're doing this to create a better world for everyone, especially the next generation, with Maria being a symbolic stand-in for that throughout the main story of the game, particularly with her inclusion in the final post-credits scene. Look, it doesn't mean we'll always succeed, and there's no such thing as true perfection or actual utopia. However, that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to leave things better than they were. Do not let perfection become the enemy of the good. And since I started this video script over 4 months ago, I know that all of us, especially in the United States, need to focus on this idea now more than ever. I will return with actual examples from the game in just a moment, but let's get back to the track breakdown. Bear with me, I'm going to be doing some compare and contrast between the Persona series' Velvet Room theme, since this approach will actually reveal more about the Akademeia than if I just analyzed it in a vacuum, since both tracks share an overall structure yet diverge in a significant way. And again, because the main creators behind Metaphor are the ones behind Persona 3 through 5, and Metaphor's like the natural evolution of those. So take how they both start with the solo piano lead and other instrumental accompaniment, crescendoing or getting louder before settling back down with a solo vocalist and accompanying piano and pizzicato or plucking string section. The result sets this impression of some grandiose ethereal power while still establishing a calm and tranquil setting. Now, the easiest overarching contrast I can draw between Persona versus Metaphor is that the former's Velvet Room places more emphasis on the individual psyche, while the latter's Akademeia focuses on the collective and wider society. Take the lone female vocalist throughout Poem of Everyone's Souls compared to the full unison choir in Ode to Heroes. Like, just look at this kind of key art Metaphor ReFantazio features versus the Persona series, you know? The masses versus the individual smaller party. Another thing about the Velvet Room's individual psyche focus is its varied musical exploration with some darker, more melancholic sounding harmonics combined with some brighter parts of the track, something that Metaphor doesn't really do. So let me bring us back to the intro of these two tracks again. Both sound ethereal, but Poem of Everyone's Souls in a much more cryptic way. It has this slight underlying darkness in the first 20 seconds, captured in the tonal center or home note of B, and the chords typical of B minor key, before finally settling in on D major. Speaking of tonal center, think of this as the home or safe sounding note, and narrowing this down in any given musical passage is one of the easiest ways to tell if there's what we call modulation between scales or for more musical savvy among you, the modes. It's not quite time for me to try to explain the latter yet, so regarding this Velvet Room track, just know that the tonal center changes multiple times between B, the tonic of B minor, and D, the tonic of D major. These dips throughout the track symbolize the duality of a person, perfect for the Persona series' focus on the Jungian concepts of the persona and the shadow. Long story short, we all have a face or personas, plural, we show publicly, depending on who we are around, yet we also have a subconscious part to ourselves we don't like until it's brought to the surface, as particularly emphasized in Persona 4. Now let's return to the Akademeia theme, which has none of these more somber or mysterious-sounding interludes. Why? Because this tune's purpose is to be uplifting throughout, a reminder to believe in fantasy, in magic, even when it seems all hope is lost. And so, it stays quite firmly with B-flat as the tonal center, aligning with the B-flat major key signature. The overall song structure of these two tracks reflects the general sentiment of each respective series, too. The full Velvet Room loop is much longer, standing at 2 minutes and 42 seconds total compared to the Akademia's 1 minute and 40 seconds. The former strikes me as a much more personal piece, the length and amount of variation between sections reflecting the more meandering nature of any given person's life journey. Because again, the Persona series emphasizes the individual psyche. The first 20 seconds is like an intro, the next 30 seconds is experimenting with different verses like in modern day songs, and then we crescendo into this sort of bridge at the 110 mark, or in other words, a contrasting section in a popular song, before we get into this long exploratory final journey section from the 135 timestamp all the way to the conclusion. Now, Metaphor's Ode to Heroes is pretty different. Its purpose is more a kind of collective national anthem. Sure, we still recognize the importance of the individual, given the quiet, introspective solo sung by Tomoya Hangai, but then we get to the focal point, the rousing and encouraging chorus of many human voices. You see, Metaphor's protag differs greatly from the modern Persona protag's wildcard status, where gameplay-wise you can quite easily make them into a one-man army, whereas Metaphor's MC has less that sets him above and beyond the other party members. An example is how a modern Persona protag can still fuse and summon personas from any arcana, though they will miss out on fusion bonuses if they don't find/meet the corresponding social link. Meanwhile, Metaphor's protag can't gain access to other archetypes at all unless he actually meets the corresponding person. Plus, it's not like he can switch between a dozen different archetypes right in the middle of a single battle, so in other words, he has to rely on his team much more than a modern Persona MC would have to. On this note, something a full choir can do that's not possible for an individual soloist is sustain entire musical phrases without taking an audible breath. You see, choirs can do what's called staggered breathing, where everyone takes breaths at different times so there's no audible interruptions. A cool metaphor for the power of collective action and resistance. When you're tired, go ahead and take a breath. The rest of us will keep up the fight and keep singing. This brings me to the final segment of the Velvet Room theme. Long story short, I hear more harmonic complexity, some actual dissonance even, because Firstly, the tonal center increasingly shifts back and forth between D and B to the point that we can argue its tonal ambiguity by the final handful of measures. And secondly, on a related note, there's a use of chromatic notes like B flat in the melody, which isn't part of B minor nor D major key. I'll go into much more detail on chromatics in the dedicated Luis and Altabury sections, but the takeaway here is that it results in some real instability and tension. So again, this balance of darker and brighter, while the Akademia's track never dips into any notable dissonance like this. In fact, nearly every phrase in the chorus is ascending in chord progression, especially with the final one moving up in scale degrees from the 4th, 5th, and finally resolving back to the 1st, the tonic or the home chord. Long story short, this chord progression in particular is one of, if not the most, culturally consonant in Western music history. It gives an all is right in the end, happy resolution feeling. Again, a reminder to remain hopeful and optimistic, especially considering how we're automatically returned to the Akademia after the whole Protag's death scene. Like, technically we shouldn't be able to come back from that, but we're able to make use of this place one last time prior to facing Luis's final forms. And I have much more to say about the unironic main character syndrome significance in the dedicated section on the final victory lap boss music. There have been so many crazy updates since I first started working on this video, and I truly can't help but think about all the followers who side with the Protag even as the world is going to utter shit. As Luis gains supporters out of fear, we learn about how the nobles and those in power all obey in advance and side with him. In a time where political dissidents are being targeted by fascists, I can't help but feel even more inspired by all of these characters who aren't even necessarily followers, like Edeni, Batlin, and a number of other NPCs. They know exactly what they risk if we fail to win the election/throne, given what Luis is willing to do to his own staunchest supporters. I get that the situation is a bit different from our own in the US as of 2025 and that Luis had only risen to de facto power in-game, but the point still stands. When fighting fascists, you can't obey in advance. Hi, editing lady from months later! Believe me, I completely get how dark everything seems right now because so many institutions and people have capitulated already. I've had my fair share of very angry hopelessness this year, and yet I'm saving some important inspiration for the section on collective anxiety, Megla, and Utopia, so please wait for that. But before that, we need to discuss the Seeker archetype and how it's the vital antithesis to Forden and Luis in similar but unique ways. So this section of the video will be the least robust when it comes to actual music analysis, though it will cover one of the most important ideas that ties this overall video together. There's this particular motif that's central to the two optimistic fantasy tracks, Call to Magic and Ode to Heroes, that also happens to be repurposed in the two main adversarial factions' themes, the Forden-associated Sanctism and the Luis-associated Those in Power. You see, all of these tracks have this brief intro section that share this overall movement of moving up to an unstable interval, so the 6th and 7th, back down to a stable interval, then up, then down again. It's not always the exact same note-for-note melody, or rhythm, or structure to the harmony, but please just try and listen to the general shape as I play everything back to back. Do you hear it? It's this overall da 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 movement, right? So apologies for this jargon-heavy explanation, but the movement up is to some kind of sixth interval, the major/raised sixth for sanctism, while the other three have a minor sixth. Then the phrase moves back down, then up again to this seventh interval in particular, before returning to a stable interval like the perfect fifth or the root note. Now, I'm hesitant to label this a leitmotif exactly, a term you're probably familiar with if you've been in the JRPG space for a good amount of time, but long story short, a leitmotif is defined as a short recurring musical phrase that's associated with a particular person, place, or idea. The phrase I'm identifying here might fit more into the broader theme and variation category of musical concepts, something I'll bookmark here and will return to in the dedicated Protag versus Luis section. Ultimately, I have nowhere near the expertise to make the call here, but I'm interested in hearing from any of you who've already studied music theory extensively what you think about this. Anyway, I can't help but identify all four of these examples as part of this fantasy leitmotif, since fantasy represents more than just the banned book, or more, or the Akademeia alone, but also Forden and Luis, two different flavors of authoritarianism and the antithesis of fantasy, where any pluralistic narrative about the world is destroyed through revision, suppression, and even erasure of certain histories, especially those pertaining to marginalized and oppressed groups. These demagogues impose limits on thoughts and speech, all while prescribing a single monoculture, where only a certain kind of people are allowed to live freely, even though society has always been made up of a diverse range of folks, even within the supposed in-group, since no group of people is a monolith. And it's exactly all these tactics combined that makes the Akademeia and Seeker archetype such a powerful juxtaposing force to authoritarianism. The more you know, the less bad faith actors like Forden or Luis can craft or co-opt a narrative to manipulate you. You can better resist all their scapegoating and fear-mongering. See, access to knowledge takes the power from those in power, the literal name of the Luis track, and restores it back to you. The Mage Academy was open to anyone, regardless of race, and we know that those who attended it are much more open-minded and skeptical of claims without evidence. Our own party member Juna, for one, plus a number of NPCs like this old man in Brilehaven who sees through Forden's bigotry and is open to us as a candidate from the very start. Even Rella, a paragon of sanctism, was a clearly knowledgeable scholar who protected the students and teachers of the Academy against Forden's incursion. Not to mention, she treated all tribes and races the same. Interestingly enough, the real-life Thomas More from the 1500s, again, who More was based on, was an advocate for women's education at a time where it was widely denounced and ridiculed. He made sure his daughters received the same quality of education that his son did. And with that said, let's draw some parallels of the opposite in real-world happenings, like the 1980s when the Reagan administration and their Christian nationalist allies, like the NAR movement, aggressively pushed against free college in the US. This antagonism was a deliberate move by Roger A. Freeman, one of Reagan's advisors, because he believed education would create a dangerous and educated proletariat. Again, it's much easier to control an uneducated public who won't have the tools to question why things are the way they are. to question the injustices done to them by those in power. Couple that with centralized religious dogma, and that's the strongest priming any person can receive to never question the existing hierarchy ever. And sorry, but I have to interject again. To anyone who might be thinking right now, no, you can't make these connections, this is a Japanese game. Dude, look, we're not set in Japan anymore like all these other Atlas games. Metaphor ReFantazio is clearly Western culture / world influenced. So yes, it's absolutely important for us to look back at that history. Furthermore, Forden and Luis are cautionary reminders and metaphors for the rising authoritarian movements we see happening across the globe, in both developing and developed nations alike. Again, please think about why this game has metaphor as its title. I mean, Katsura Hashino himself said in the first pre-release interview that Atlas has always strived to comment on current times by setting their games in the real world, a trend they sought to continue despite Metaphor ReFantazio being pure fantasy in its setting. So regarding this musical leitmotif of fantasy, I like that it always teeters on these unstable 6th and 7th intervals, because it shows how easily and dangerously narrative, vision, and ideals can be co-opted. These unstable intervals really want to be resolved, but even more so in the case of these tracks, where the 6th has been lowered or raised by an additional half step. Sure, authoritarian strongmen like Forden and Luis appeal to fantasy. They'll cite the glory days and use catchy slogans that are basically, "Make Euchronia great again!"
Let us restore our kingdom's glory together!
But in reality, all these claims are an illusion. They obscure the truth about this supposed glorious past, because it certainly wasn't for everyone, with current society built at the expense of the Mustari, Parapus, and Ugifs, who have faced long-standing discrimination. And even on a wider societal scale, it was never truly glorious even for those within the tribal and/or religious in-group. Megla led to the end of the old civilization and is the same substance that can be found in melancholia crystals all over Euchronia. It can warp anyone who comes into contact with it via melancholization. A relevant analogy in our own recent history is how childhood mortality was 40% at best across the globe prior to the modern medicine of the 20th century. So yeah, sure was glorious back then! Luis made a name for himself in the military by transforming people into humans, then slaying them himself. Point being, both Forden and Luis distorted the truth, created a problem, then sold the solution. They preyed upon the public's fears in these uncertain times, scapegoated and fear-mongered, then championed this big, "follow me and I'll protect you" rhetoric.
How long before we're overrun? You can only blame your king's weakness. And thus, who deserves his crown? A man of proven strength!
Time after time in history, the slow erosion of people's liberties is always masked under the guise of national security. The culminating example being Luis's underhanded ploy after we defeat him in Grand Trad. He conveniently leaves out the entire truth about humans, how all the tribes share this background, and instead singles out the Elda, creating the enemy within narrative that stokes even more fear and paranoia, the resulting mass hysteria being exactly what he wanted, since huge amounts of collective anxiety, i.e. all the Magla, was necessary for his ultimate solution for society. So again, demagogues don't want you to know real history. something the seeker's disposition notably combats. It holds on to this curiosity and willingness to walk in the shoes of many different kinds of people and life circumstances, despite their anxieties, despite the fear they'll embarrass themselves or get hurt, or coming to the humbling realization that everything you knew about a certain subject was wrong. But it's only by stepping outside our comfort zone that we are confronted with the opportunity to turn anxiety into strength. Yes, easier said than done, I know, but this is the magic born of anxiety. So the label, the seeker, is more than just book learning, but learning by going out into the real world as well. In other words, actually touching grass, since more clearly encourages the journey and travel aspect of this mission. All of these things combat authoritarian aims to kill empathy and create an atomized populace that fails to realize they have more in common with their neighbors than they do with those at the very top. That they actually have the power if they all band together. But returning specifically to Forden's envisioned fantasy, look, I'm all for people having their own personal religion or spirituality, just as long as they are not imposing those particular beliefs or practices onto those who don't adhere to that religion. In other words, Metaphor ReFantazio is specifically calling out the dangers of institutionalized religion, especially as it melds itself with state governance. See, most countries that officially support a religion have discriminatory laws or policies that typically target religious minorities, non-religious persons, women, LGBTQ+ community, and even dissenters within the majority faith. That's 57 out of 78 countries from this report, linked in the description below as always. Countries that fail to protect an individual's right to freedom of religion or belief also generally fail to protect the individual's right to express political views. So like looking at the voting record of Christian nationalist lawmakers in the US, they are the most likely to trample on the civil liberties of other groups, all while seeking favored treatment for themselves. It's not just in the US though. Many other modern authoritarian movements are inspired by ultra-centralized religions, like religious Zionism or Modi's Hindu nationalist movement in India. Japan's own imperialist past made use of state Shinto to influence the public support of the emperor without question. This is so dangerous because Forden exercises his authority to inflict the same kinds of atrocities as the Catholic Church has in the past. One such example is from the 1560s with the burning of all records of Mayan culture aside from a single surviving tablet. Similarly, the Sanctus Church was completely fine with stealing the relics of other religions and claiming it as their own, like the Mustaris, all while completely hiding the truth of the Elda and their world. A deception that Batlin slowly comes to terms with over the course of the game. Believe me, I'm intimately familiar with these evangelical Christian spaces in the US. The fundamentalist denominations completely discourage critical thinking. It's beaten out of children from the very start. Never question God's goodness, never question the biblical word. Verses that perpetuate how we're not of this world, and therefore should not be curious about or listen to anything outside what the Bible and the church tells us. It's easy to pass your anxieties and cognitive load to the comfort of religion. Trust me, I know this all too well. Rella's final actions highlight how this becomes a crutch if you let it. She takes on the entire Sanctus flock's burdens, just as they are more than willing to relinquish their ability to think for themselves. Regardless of Rella's good intentions, this isn't healthy, and neither is Forden's self-serving manipulation of these believers. Much more on this in the Grand Trad and Martira sections, by the way. But unlike Forden, who adopts a more benevolent public-facing persona, Luis deliberately makes sure he is feared. You see, his private army, his militant cult, emphasis on militant, is a defining characteristic of fascism. They believe in power, that's it. The minute you can't keep up, you're tossed aside like trash. Sergeant Xanth was literally thrown overboard after he lost to us on the Charadrius, and in the Skybound Avatar section, timestamped on screen right now, I dissect how the track's composition reflects the inevitable end of this ideology. Because fascism is, by its very nature, exclusionary, it doesn't account for, in fact, it hates anyone who is not a part of the in-group. This is particularly important when it comes to disabled people, the only minority anyone can become a part of at any time, yet has only been looked down on by society. Disability is often acquired for reasons completely outside a person's control. All it takes is one bad accident or one bad medical emergency. This happened all the time on the job during the Industrial Revolution, something that's actually very important in the context of Brilehaven. Additionally, a huge misconception about disability is this assumption that every single case of it is completely permanent and unchanging, when the reality is, disability often fluctuates. Many illnesses have stages of remission in between flare-ups. Even the most able-bodied people will be temporarily disabled at some point in their life, if they haven't been already. For example, needing a couple months to recover from a surgery. And then there's just natural biological aging of the body, of course. So yes, disability as a lens is a particularly important antithetical to another major component of what makes authoritarian ideologies more than just that, but fascist, eugenics. And gee, what do you know? It's not like the protagonist's background is a foil/antithesis itself, given he was ill and disabled for a significant portion of his life. And on that note, if you'd forgive this kinda awkward transition, I'd like to have this meta discussion of what fantasy means to people like the prince and more. So, quick reminder that the followers that make up the Protag's coalition are from various different backgrounds, right? Regarding race, class, age, and so on. There's lots of intersectionality here, and I love how all are using their own experiences to create change in their own ways. And Moore himself even advances this idea for a pretty unconventional reason. You see, I was stricken with this honestly horrifying neurological condition called transverse myelitis nearly 10 years ago now. I was completely paralyzed, could not do daily living things, could not walk for months, but thankfully I've recovered enough that I'm now somewhat able to get around with mobility aids. However, the reality is I'm most often stuck inside due to lasting disabilities and chronic pain/fatigue when I used to be a very engaged member of my surrounding community. I joined and tried a wide variety of things, including being a political activist. So with that said, I can't help but identify with Moore, someone who says he once went on a journey and encourages the protag that a better world is possible. Like, I get he's not chronically ill per se, but I can't help but view him from that lens, that everyone can still play their part even when he's stuck inside all the time. Not that I'm trying to make things all about productivity and how you're not valuable if you're not doing something, because that's the furthest message I'm trying to push. But what I am trying to get at is he's still able to contribute in his own way, even if that doesn't mean being outside doing all the able-bodied, boots-on-the-ground kind of work. So while I can't volunteer in physical tasks anymore like I used to, I still call and write to my elected officials remotely, and I've never brought this up before in my other videos, but my entire adult life I've done recurring financial donations every month to causes that are sustaining communities where policy falls short, and/or are fighting to change the current system for the better. Things that build up the community war chest like the local food bank. Small dollar donations does add up, guys. By the way, I only bring this up in a video like this one because I'm so blatantly talking about these kinds of grand, utopian solidarity, mutual aid, and the power of activism ideals. In other words, things that can sound real rich coming from people who you know have never actually figuratively and literally put their money where their mouth is when it comes to topics like this one. Also, just want to be clear here, I'm not trying to alienate anyone for how much they do or don't contribute, but given everything covered in this section, even things like actually educating yourself with the actual facts and truth, thinking critically, and making informed decisions at the ballot box all play their part. Like, I'm a believer of each according to their ability, and that everyone starts somewhere. But I also hope the themes of metaphor and this video serve as a kind of encouragement to look up the activities or causes you care about in your local community and join, volunteer, get involved, and if they don't exist yet, start one. At least a branch of an existing organization or movement, you know? Like, I've included some general resources on how to get organized or join existing things in the United States down in the description box. Anyway, back to what about the people who can't always be out there physically on the front lines for things like protests, strikes, and the fight for change? What metaphor portrays as actual warfare. Well, that's why I view Moore as such a powerful representation, albeit indirectly, of chronically ill and/or disabled people, that he's still a valued part of the protag's follower crew, contributing in his own way to change society. Speaking of the protag, the prince aspect of this narrative is a powerful example of what fantasy can mean for people like us. The in-game fantasy novel is a source of adventure and inspiration for him, just as this game is for me. I've mentioned in some of my other videos, including the Metaphor First Impressions one, that I reconnected specifically with the medium of video games after I got sick. I could live vicariously via these journeys and these characters. Like, trust me, it's pure mental anguish not being able to participate and do the things you love in perpetuity because of health circumstances. I am not being hyperbolic when I say that my life pre-TM and post-TM is entire universes apart. And if you're at all interested about hearing more about my journey of complete paralysis to recovery, as well as how TM has affected me as the years went on, please check out this video up in the cards and/or down in the description. But Persona and these mostly Katsura Hashino directed games have been magic to me during this time. The themes and the social sim aspect let me do what I used to love. It's been healing and my lifeline when so many other things have been taken away from me because of my chronic pain and disabilities. And not only that, but the fact that I can give back and just educate and or hear that people learned something new because of my videos is seriously everything to me. Occasionally hearing from people who gained an interest and eventually pursued social work because of my content is truly life-giving and life-sustaining. But with all that said, I appreciate that metaphor acknowledges this population that often goes unaddressed in fantasy RPG stories, the sick and disabled. How should we treat and view them in an ideal and just society? For example, Yufa's follower rank has a moment where she mentions that the Mustari believe in fighting alongside their god with their own strength, but she's challenged on that tenet. Where does that leave those who can't do that through no fault of their own? The elderly, children, and or the sick? And props to Yufa for reevaluating, since from then on she becomes more engaged in this demographic's plight. The main party is also concerned with what Luis's vision for the future would mean for these people. It might not be always outright stated, but just think about it. This would go for both physical and mental disabilities. How about anyone who struggles with more invisible disabilities like generalized anxiety disorders, depression, or just any kind of temperament that's not more naturally optimistic? They'd be more prone to the anxiety that creates humans in the first place, right? You see what I'm getting at, yeah? I'll further elaborate on this idea in one of my favorite sections of this video, the comparison of warriors in Valour, warriors in arms, and the Skybound avatar dungeon theme. But before that, I'd finally like to dissect the track Hero's Awakening and its relationship with anxiety, Magla, utopia, and everyday heroism. This theme is Meguro's version of a fanfare, and straight up one of the tracks that stood out to me the most in Metaphor's trailers, because normally this type of music is written for and played by brass, because we easily project out in the open the best. So, color me intrigued that strings were the prominent voice here. The 58-second mark gives a more typical, solely brass version of the same melody, and I have more to say about the significance of this instrumentation soon. But first, the most basic definition of a fanfare is that it's a brief, energetic line that's attention-grabbing. It signals the arrival of someone or something significant. So, like, it was mostly reserved for military or royalty or state officials in the past. As for what exactly makes it sound energetic, aside from the forte or loud dynamic, well, the quicker tempo for sure when contrasted with the slower track that precedes it in-game. Fanfares are celebratory in nature, and it's perfectly used to announce the moment each one of the party members awakens their archetype, especially given how much Moore loves describing the archetype as a heroic power. The key signature was perfectly selected as well, being scored in D major, or well, the most relevant part for my analysis and focal point of this piece is, and this key was thought of as the key of triumph, hallelujahs and war cries of victory rejoicing. Many final triumphant movements in real-life symphonies are scored in D major, such as Beethoven's 9th and Mendelssohn's 5th. And this brings me back to one of the dev interviews I quoted way earlier in this video. Remember what Hashino said about the game's central theme of anxiety? How whenever a person awakens to the archetype, it's not like it was some kind of grand, predetermined destiny, but because of the interactions with other people and finding inspiration in the actions of others. Solidarity breeds courage. We take inspiration from each other when we stand together, side by side. There will always be those rare few who are courageous and overcome their anxieties by their own accord. People like the Protag or Stroll, and they travel around the country meeting up with others who also overcome their own fears and unlock their own archetypes. When those who have that natural disposition band together, it inspires more and more people to be courageous, and the movement grows. Eventually, there's enough collective belief to power the MC, the people's #1 choice, up and over Luis for good. Fun fact, if you check the popularity rank in the Akademeia after the Moor fight, the Protag is already at #1. But on that note, let's talk about anxiety and catastrophizing. Those who are unable to overcome their anxiety turn into these grotesque monsters called humans. All in Euchronia are capable of becoming one when they don't take responsibility for their own fears and end up taking it out on others, especially via unfairly scapegoating. Now, to turn to the first form of Luis we fight, I argue that this is his own archetype, the symbolic power of him having overcome whatever fears he might have. And speaking of, you might think Luis doesn't have any, but even a headstrong person like him does. He finally succumbs to the fear that he can't meet his own ideology of individual responsibility once he sees that not only has the Protag essentially come back from the dead, but that all the party survived insurmountable odds. Perhaps he alone isn't enough to defeat them, and that's when he becomes a human. Sure, he might have more sentience than other humans, but he becomes one nevertheless. So yes, true solidarity, like the main parties, helps combat the hold of existential dread, one of the most important points of metaphor. Yes, we as individuals need to take responsibility for our own personal fears, but it doesn't mean we have to do it alone. It's the emotional support and mutual aid of people around us that mitigates the harms of anxiety. So let's take the followers. Don't think for a moment that they were not gripped by their own dread. We clearly see that as all their ranks progress, and most of them have been burned in the past by other people and or by terrible circumstances. And so it obviously becomes scary to place faith in others or even have hope that things could get better. But eventually, they choose to try and trust again. And given the threat of Forden and Luis, one of the main goals of a totalitarian state is to drain the people of hope and keep them from ever banding together and fighting back. It preys on ultra-nihilism and a distrust of others, which is why even people like Alonso and Brigida choosing hope of a better future is an act of resistance under brutal conditions. It's everyday people like Brigida, Maria, and Barden who are the kind of heroic tales that the opening acts of this game say the people have forgotten about. Largely because history isn't taught and even tampered with by self-serving elites. All of Forden's schemes, anyone? This is all the more relevant over the past couple real-life years as religious nationalists and now the current regime attack universities and institutions of learning. And I will return to this topic later, but I also want to shout out my video on Rella and the dangers of Christian nationalism. You can find up in the cards or the description. But yeah, the followers are all deserving of this fanfare track as well, even if it doesn't actually play for them. Take Katerina. She finds that much of her bounty work paid off in a way she never expected before. Now she has all these connections to people who are creating jobs for Parapus, with these workers themselves going off to recruit others like them. And I get that ideally it'll go even farther to having collective ownership of the company, but even if not perfect, I just really appreciate Metaphor for being such a blatant breath of fresh air from the hyper-individualism that's gripped the US in particular for decades now. Maria and Barden are another showcase of mutual aid and civic engagement. First, in regards to Barden, yes, the initial reactionary surveillance is a huge misstep and is pretty scary given what we're dealing with now with databases like the one Palantir is building, but I like the final message here. How the townspeople recognize they also bear responsibility for their town, that it was unfair of them to place the entire well-being of Martira purely on Barden's or whoever would lead them next shoulders. It all further supports one of the core messages of Metaphor ReFantazio, that we should not heap all our collective anxieties onto singular people. As for Maria's final rank, the first reason it's so goated is it shows how easy it is for anyone to fall on hard times and become homeless under this current system. One horrible myth perpetuated is that this population is lazy, so they deserve it, that they don't want to work, even though the majority do just to survive. They just don't earn a wage that can put a roof over their head. With that said, it's this former small business owner who encapsulates how a person who was once successful can become impoverished in this exploitative system. Like, it's so blatantly obvious given the real-life tariffs right now that so many small businesses are getting crushed through no fault of their own. Anyway, I personally believe there's always something you can do to look out for your fellow neighbors, and the Honeybee Inn had the means to establish a soup kitchen-like program, one that's universal and is not means-tested. In other words, doesn't force someone to prove they need help or deserve it. Until the day arrives when policy provides for the hungry and destitute, we can look out for each other in our own ways instead of just letting suffering go by unaddressed. It takes all of us to make societies function well, so returning to the fanfare analysis, this is why the strings and brass together are so significant. It takes more than just the brass, and also makes the overall sound so much more grand because the texture of all the different kinds of instrumental sounds makes everything literally fuller. On this note, I think the average person, at least in the US, is sadly unaware of our own history and just how much the rights we take for granted now took the hard-fought efforts of grassroots-led movements of the past. Again, it's these kinds of people who became volunteers, activists, and organizers who are the real heroes because those in power never give the oppressed rights and freedoms willingly. It takes the people to fight for them. Freedom of and from religion, the abolishment of slavery, the women's right to vote, working class rights. Like, yeah, I get the 5-day work week sucks now, and a lot of people sadly work way more hours than 8 a day, but it used to be way more dangerous where people were getting permanently maimed and dying all the time before striking workers fought for better working conditions. There's a reason for the saying, regulations are written in blood. Either people died or were severely injured on the job, and in the fight for securing rights as well. So many old school strikes and marches became horrifically violent via police brutality. People died. But many of these human rights movements ultimately wouldn't have gotten anywhere without solidarity among various identities. Some that you might not know about are, for one, the successful Oxnard beach strike in 1903, which took a coalition of Japanese and Mexican American farmers. And the Black Panthers were a huge factor in the successful sit-in for disability rights and eventual ADA law, the American Disability Act of 1990. They consistently cooked and brought food to the protesters so they wouldn't have to leave the building and could continue the sit-in, which ultimately lasted 26 days straight, something that simply couldn't have sustained itself as long as it did if it wasn't for mutual aid and solidarity. We embellish and take inspiration from heroes of the past, none who were perfect, by the way. Meanwhile, the everyday heroes of today will become the heroes of future tales. Euchronia being our world in the far future means legit us, the player, as acknowledged in the credits, is an example of this greater metaphor. Moore and the protagonist took inspiration from us, someone who existed all those years ago, and now future Euchronian people will take inspiration from the cast in this tale. Metaphor isn't only romanticizing the history of Euchronia, it quite clearly critiques and shows how horrible things were and still are, but it also acknowledges the everyday heroes that chose to do something about it. Many of the scenic spots along the journey show us that while we can be inspired by these tales and our past history, we must also never turn our eyes away nor forget about the atrocities that were perpetuated in these locations. It's easy to view all these old historical events as fantasy since we're so far removed from those events. Much like how all of us today can hardly fathom what it was like living a millennia ago where there were no modern amenities like a working toilet. This brings me to how romanticizing things does have a negative connotation. One major facet of it is distorting the truth in some way, but if you kind of boil this romanticization down to its very core or basic component, it's basically just idealizing things in the past. It's a tool that can look really different depending on how it's used. Much like how Luis and the protag read the same fantasy book, but one chooses to plunge the world into chaos while the other refuses to give up on a better future for all people. So remember I bookmarked this topic last section? So interestingly enough, the cat in the Akademeia is named Plateau, which is perhaps a cheeky way to refer to Plato, because alongside More's Utopia, Plato's penned work, The Republic, would fit in very well here. The latter in particular having had a great influence on Western political philosophy. More himself would have been very familiar with this work given his training in the classics. Or in other words, he was trained in this kind of pedagogy and used many rhetorical arguments that played off Plato's time. In fact, More is emulating the Republic's writing style given how both are written as an open dialogue between characters in order to advance their points. And overall, both the Republic and Utopia have to do with what constitutes an equitable and just society. And this ties to the wider metaphor of utopia as a concept. True perfection is impossible, and similarly, these books have great ideas when juxtaposed to the norms of their time, but they definitely wouldn't be considered great or perfect by today's standards. This is related to what's called the Overton window, or the window of discourse, as in the range of subjects deemed politically acceptable to the mainstream public at any given time. So protests that don't seem like they gain much de facto wins can still be ultimately successful in that they've shifted the Overton window. You see, the final chapter of the fantasy book is the revolution eventually devolving. Gallica and the protag talk about how even those people failed in the end. They were never able to achieve a truly perfect society, a utopia. So Gallica and protag could have easily thought, well, who's to say we'll be any better? In fact, even if we do win the throne, we're not gonna be perfect, so we might as well not even try and just give up now. The doomer mentality is tempting, an easy way to put your head down, stop trying, and not think anymore. This brings me to the track that always plays before the archetype awakening fanfare. Determination's denouement is scored in G minor, which was generally characterized as discontent, uneasiness, and I kid you not, worry over a failed scheme. Sound doomer much? So from the 118 timestamp, especially from 122 onwards to the end of the loop at 147, it gets pretty dark. Starts emphasizing only minor chords and introduces the lowest of the low brass. The tuba enters and continuously holds the root note, and then later the bass trombones join it in echoing the melody at moments like 134. This is how the loop ends, so basically a literally low mood. Mozart himself composed a lot in G minor and considered it the best to express sadness and tragedy, so this basically ends asking, well, should we just let it end this way? With that said, I appreciate that Metaphor ReFantazio acknowledges that the good guys don't always win, you know? In the case of the game's direct narrative, we did, but take some of the vistas along the journey where atrocities occurred. We can even look at the contrast of the protag versus his own father, the former king, the latter who had great ideals himself but was unable to execute them. Yet as long as the good guys keep trying, then those who tried before didn't die in vain. The king and the Elden Queen's magic, even Grius, none of their actions were futile, because others with the same cause took up the mantle and continued the fight for them. And so, the Hero's Awakening fanfare sounds all the more heroic because it's coming off the previous track's grim ending. The violin's higher register and the string sound in general are a nice textural contrast to all the heavy low brass leading up to it. Okay, actually I do recognize that the game itself sold the relationship between these two tracks short. I wish the full pre-awakening music was allowed to play all the way out, because oftentimes we don't even get to the very important darker part of the loop. But if you listen to these two tracks back to back as was probably intended, they present the perfect question of either accept fantasy is dead or continue to believe it's real. We overcome our dread and gain the power to resist. You see, resistance and change often begins in art, and very often in the art of words. Think of all the pamphlets and booklets that inspired people to think something else was possible. We already mentioned Thomas More and Plato, but there's also those like Locke, Voltaire, Spinoza, and too many others to name. So going up against the current existing power easily seems impossible. But so did the divine right of kings or the oppression of state religion way back when. And let's just say there's a whole lot more of us who are more or less in the peasant class nowadays compared to the billionaires. In-game Moore himself, author of the fantasy novel, says early on just how important the collective is when he says, "A hero standing alone is no hero at all, but a simple dissenter. Without the support of others, their ideals are soon buried." And so on that note, I can finally dig into what Warriors in Valor, Warriors in Arms, and the Skybound avatar theme have to add to this concept. The two normal encounter themes are pure genius when it comes to instrumentation, and just further proves, to me at least, why Metaphor ReFantazio truly is the metaphor of all metaphors. And in this case, it's because of what instruments were associated with which parts of historical military forces. So first off, I need to point out that Warriors in Arms is specifically for any non-preemptive battle. Meanwhile, Warriors in Valor only plays when we start off with the advantage. This is reflected with the trumpet as the clear featured soloist in the intro, since historically this instrument was used by the military as a signal to charge forward. These strings set the stage and tempo with this very quick, speedy urgency too, but it's not to the point that it feels frantic. Warriors in Arms, the track where we are the ones ambushed, sounds frantic in comparison, and I'll dissect why soon. But to continue with Valour, the Buddhist chanting here is confident and bold, daring even. His entrance is clear and his phrasing remains steady in higher pitch and loudness throughout. The exact opposite feel in Warriors in Arms. In fact, everything, both vocals and instrumental-wise, stay at a loud dynamic range throughout this track, projecting massive confidence. Valour is scored in C minor, and interestingly enough, according to key coloration, this was considered one of the brighter minor keys. The declaration of love, and at the same time, the lament of unhappy love. Take note of this compared to descriptions like, quote, deep depression and longing for the grave for F minor, and dressed in the garment of night, mocking God and the world for B flat minor. So with that said, let's take a look at the actual chorus part, where we modulate to this G Phrygian mode. But okay, first off, what the heck does Phrygian mean? So bear with me, I'm gonna try to explain this as simply as I can. In Western music theory, there are a series of 7 types of scales that make up one of the essential building blocks to modulating or changing any given song. Each of these 7 modes, Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, and Locrian, has its own general characteristic sound quality or vibe. So let's take Phrygian. In video games, this is often used for boss fights because it feels pretty dark/intimidating as one of the 3 minor modes. You see, we can shift any existing major or minor scale into one of the other modes by following a specific rule. So for Phrygian, we can shift any natural minor scale into this mode by lowering the second interval by half a step. And the cool thing is that since all scales are interrelated, this means a Phrygian scale can still share the same notes as other keys. So take Warriors in Valour. G Phrygian shares the same notes as C minor, but it takes on the tonal center of G instead of C. So the point to take away here is that the relationship between the different modes is a great way to compare and contrast vibes within a specific track, or between related tracks. So to return to the use of Phrygian and how it's normally used for boss fights because of its darker sounding nature, it actually sounds heroic in Warriors in Valour because of the choice of instrumentation. all the melodic emphasis is on the higher register vocalists and brass instruments, and/or is in the higher register of their range, so even the tenor trombone and male vocalists. This further adds to why this piece feels commanding and inspiring despite being in a literal battle. This is why instrumentation is so important and can change the feel of a darker minor key to something lighter. Plus, this usage of higher register voices is in stark contrast to the ambush theme's heavy use of lower register. But to finish up the analysis for Warriors and Valour, it gives the perfect overwhelm your opponent swiftly feel. Like, at this point, we're winning so hard that, you know what? Add in an additional counter melody, why not? We have so many additional press turns, we're just steamrolling. So the vocal chorale and tenor trombones have one melody, while the trumpets have their own. Now we are double winning. So it's actually like this track is in G Phrygian from the enemy's perspective, because they basically don't even get a turn. The fact these snares are played using brushes is significant too, since this type of style would definitely not be typical or practical on an actual battlefield because brushes don't project out in the open well. However, the point of brushes is to give this swish sound the whole time, which further adds to the light, airy, basically fast as the wind kind of feel throughout this track. The marimba also gives this sort of horse clopping kind of sound, so all in all, Warriors and Valour fantastically portrays this image of cavalry and the advantage they have with speed and how quickly they can sweep through unprepared forces. Like, basically, this entire track is just this part from Lord of the Rings. And that's an image I want you to keep in mind as we now move on to its tonal juxtaposition with Warriors in Arms. So the beginning of this track has the trumpet drowned out by everything else, really. A stark contrast to the heroic charge forward signal in Valour. Arms has this massive choir blaring at you. The low brass and percussion are doing the same thing. And the Buddhist chanting also enters during this chaos. So overall, all these sections having their own different moving parts compared to Valour's clear emphasis on the trumpet makes things way more hectic and overwhelming. Like you're not quite sure what to prioritize listening to at first in Arms. And this is deliberate. Now let's move into the Buddhist chanting. It's lower in pitch and quieter here when compared to the accompanying instrumental parts, making him sound much more unsure and distressed. The backing harmonies are very dissonant as well. Well, before we get into that, let's talk about the B-flat minor this is scored in. This key was described as heart squeezed until it suffocates. Everything struggling with difficulty, and I kid you not, preparation for offing yourself sounds in this key. The trumpets deliberately emulate this siren type of sound that goes back and forth between notes F and C flat, the latter which doesn't appear naturally in B flat minor key. The brief overlap of these two notes are an example of the infamous tritone in music. A tritone is when there are 3 whole tones in between 2 notes, like in this instance between the B natural and F. The tritone was literally called the devil's interval in Baroque times because of the dissonance and instability of this sound. Way too unsettling for the church fathers. Then there's the drum line with rapid and loudly accented notes. Remember, Warriors in Arms is the ambush track, or well, at the very least, this plays whenever you don't have a clear advantage. So, this entire intro section combined creates this incredibly tense atmosphere and perfectly portrays Metaphor's core theme of anxiety. However, as the Buddhist chanting reaches its final bars, it starts getting progressively louder. This is accompanied by the gradual ascension up in the chord progression, up to this F major chord, which feels like it's leading you somewhere, right? Like you're regaining your confidence. And that's when the full choir kicks in all in unison and we modulate to D flat major, the relative major to B flat minor. We know this because the tonal center is now on D flat. Speaking of, back then, this was one of the odder major keys, with Christian Schubart specifically describing it as, "It cannot laugh, but it can smile. It cannot howl, but it can at least grimace its crying." Sounds a bit extra, but funny enough, it totally makes sense for this song. We found our strength, sure, but we're still in a tough situation. More on this soon, especially pertaining to the part that comes after this major choral anthem part. So the D-flat major scale has all the same notes as B-flat minor, yeah? But it's this shift from minor to major that gives the uneasy intro to this courageous chorus such a huge swing in feeling. Meanwhile, Warriors in Valour remains largely the same tonally. The switch from C minor to G Phrygian doesn't feel as notable because it's not. Phrygian as a mode is considered a step darker than the traditional minor or Aeolian scale, which is what C minor is, C Aeolian. But this kind of relationship is perfect for the advantage track anyway. All it needs to accomplish is paint the picture of already starting off strong and just ending even stronger. But Warriors in Arms? There's supposed to be a huge shift from fear and panic to finally gaining our bearings against the enemy onslaught, the ambush. And remember what I said about anthems way back in the Akademeia section? This is another example of one. Something you'd hear sung by hundreds, even thousands of people at one time. It's in a range that's not too high nor too low, so anybody could learn and pick this up. Each register of voices is given equal emphasis in this track too, a contrast to Warriors in Valour where the female vocalists drown out any of the dudes. This unison symbolizes the solidarity between race, age, gender, and so on, and upholds the main party's ideology of sharing the burden of each other's anxieties instead of leaving it up to each one of them to tackle solely on their own, or heaping all of it unjustly onto others like in the case of early Virga Island. There is strength in numbers. Even the trumpet is playing the same notes as the choir. Point being, everyone with the melody is performing the exact same thing. There's no real counter melody like Valour has. Like, For example, this tuba bass line is just a punchy, energetic addition to the harmonics, not really a melodic line of its own. So overall, this vocal chorale is of major importance when juxtaposed to the vocals in Skybound Avatar's theme. But before I get into that, I really got to talk about this criminally underrated part with piccolo and flute following the chorus. Well, at least judging by the most listened to parts of this track in various YouTube videos. So the instrumentation here is genius, because the fife, essentially the predecessor to the piccolo, is the only instrument aside from brass and drums that you would find on a legitimate battlefield. Except, unlike trumpet, it doesn't have the cultural reputation of heroic in quality, yet it was used in pretty much all European militaries from the 15th to 19th centuries. It was also a great signaling instrument given its high-pitched register that could cut through and above all the other chaotic sounds that go on during actual warfare, and was convenient on the go because of its small, portable size. But perhaps the most fascinating thing about this is apparently from the 17th century onwards, the fife was relegated to infantry units only, or in other words, the foot soldiers. Meanwhile, the trumpet was reserved for cavalry and/or artillery units. Important note here is that piccolo or flute is hardly heard in the Advantage track, while they're a main feature in this one. Basically, what I'm getting at is this part of Warriors in Arms is symbolically echoing that it's not over yet. We have to stay vigilant because we quite literally do not have the big guns to overwhelm our opponents and take ground, because from my very limited understanding, infantry are the best out of the three options I mentioned for defending territory. And given how the song proceeds to loop right back to the chaotic beginning after this, it captures this image of just hold ground until another opportunity to strike back. This ties into everything from the previous section on how all the movements for a better, more equitable world in real life took decades in the making, that there was no instant gratification or quick, easy victories, that the people don't always win the battle, but they can win the war if they keep working together. This is also true about resistance against authoritarian regimes, like I also covered earlier. Another big difference of this track that plays into that resistance picture is the increased emphasis on lower strings and brass, as well as giving them an actual moving line at times. This adds stability and support to the harmonics/chords. And speaking of chord progression, the segment from 58 seconds to about 1 minute 5 in particular shifts quickly. To me, it captures this slight frantic feeling like in the beginning, though this time it feels a little bit more steady because we found our footing with the flutes echoing the same uplifting melody as the previous anthem. The percussion also works perfectly in conjunction with the bass line here in a manner that's normal of military and marching bands. First off is the instrumentation alone. Lots of snare and bass drums in this style. Warriors in Valour stylistically does not emulate this type of marching percussion. Okay, to clarify, what I'm specifically referring to is Valour's emphasis on the timpani, a set of drums that is not a part of fife and drum corps, which is what modern-day military and marching band drumline is modeled after. Remember what I said about trumpet being the designated signal instrument for cavalry, not infantry? So historically, it's the same for the timpani, relegated only to cavalry. In other words, the only way you're seeing timpani out on the battlefield back then was on a mounted horseback, not with the foot soldiers. This capstone trumpet and timpani part in Valour has a pretty audacious charge forward purpose. Meanwhile, Arms has a very different tone in its contrasting fife and drum corps part. Here, the entire drum line is playing at a much louder dynamic. Lots of accented notes completely in unison that can be heard over the other instruments. All in all, the rhythm is super precise and a clear cadence, deliberately keeping time and tempo well, and therefore keeping everyone together. Historically important for troop morale, and one of the reasons we colloquially refer to drumline as battery. Their cadence in this track is a steady symbol to latch onto during this uphill situation where it's easy to lose hope and succumb to anxiety. Also, something I didn't point out earlier is the difference articulation can make in the lower register. Remember how legato and smooth they sounded? In other words, there's no pauses/space between notes. Well, let's go back to the power chorus part and look at the punchy accents of the bass trombone and tuba. First of all, brass frontal accent capability is needed to cut through the entire orchestra and choir performing at fortissimo like this. The strong accents also perfectly adds to the energy of this anthem part. But then we move on to the next part. The bass line along with the drum line provides this hold steady vibe. The switch to legato is perfect because there's no stoppage to the anchoring sound, to the support. Like, to me, it gives off a truly we got your back feel. All in all, giving warriors in arms this boost in morale to remain disciplined against the enemy's ambush. Like, I can't help but picture people getting shelled and bombed, which is what it can feel like most of the time when you're going up against the powerful status quo in society. Entities that have so much more power and resources than you. It's a huge contrast tonally to the steamrolling cavalry image created by Warriors in Valour. Also, remember earlier I pointed out how Warriors in Arms loops right back to its chaotic beginning? Valour's loop doesn't go right back to its initial intro, or in other words, the first 12 seconds only plays once the whole track. Pretty strong implication here that you're not supposed to hear this track on loop again. You should have steamrolled the entire mob within a single Warriors in Valour loop. So if I could sum up both themes in just one word each, Warriors in Valour is confidence, but Warriors in Arms is courage. And what is courage? A resistance to fear, not the absence of it. But now let's get to the second main analysis I want to do for this Warriors in Arms track, centered on how the first half builds this picture of anxiety. The Buddhist chanting here is a stand-in for our racing thoughts when in dread, panicked, or caught off guard. Again, this part is in B-flat minor, which happens to be the parallel minor to the uplifting Akademeia theme in B-flat major. Relationships like these are so important to the motifs and symbols in this game, and on that note, the Skybound Avatar dungeon theme, Face of the Palace, is in G Phrygian, the same as Warriors in Valour's exhilarating chorus. though Skybound Avatar's use of this is a great foil and example of how the same mode can sound vastly different depending on what you decide to do with it. Well, I choose to see this track in this mode even if there's no real harmony in the beginning, and that's because the men start on and keep repeating the note G, then occasionally transitioning to what makes G minor scale Phrygian in the first place, which is the A flat, i.e. lowering or flattening the second interval. By the way, I'd like to point out that these solely deep bass vocals are only ever used in tracks associated with Luis and his men/forces, mostly when we're in pursuit of them or when we are being pursued by them, so it makes perfect appearance here again. But back to the real important part, the Buddhist priest chanting. Did you notice that it's the exact same lyrics and melody as the priest chanting in Warriors in Arms? That's the cue that this is the same, for lack of a better descriptor, testing or proving ground of anxiety that our party faces. Face of the Palace builds anxiety in its own fascinating way, though, starting with the tempo. The beats per minute is significantly faster and overall has this restless feeling via the drum line, especially the snare part. Now, it's true that this quicker pace is masked a bit in this intro part, first 27 seconds, mostly thanks to the time signature being in 2/2 instead of 4/4, the latter being one of the most common time signatures. This can get kind of technical trying to explain everything from scratch, so the importance here is that one measure of 2/2 time is equivalent to 2 measures of 4/4 at double the speed, meaning 2/2 naturally implies a faster pace. 2/2 time is also rare in Metaphor ReFantazio, so it's used very deliberately here, alongside the even-paced Buddhist chanting to mask the uneasiness and project a sense of bravado. Though you can only mask the anxiety for so long, right? We eventually reach a turning point in this track where it really descends into panic. The arpeggios of the strings emulate the sound of sirens, and the descending chromatic scale of the entire horn section paints this encroaching, ominous, sinister feeling. The drum line emphasizes this tick-tock sound of old-school clocks, so like a countdown that makes you feel like you're running out of time. Everything works together to embody this creeping existential dread, perfect for the fact that there are tons of transformed humans in this dungeon. This brings us to the actual events happening here in the palace. We steadily learn that everything here has been consumed by terrible amounts of magla. Magla being the manifestation of anxiety and fear that's released from people's hearts. All the enemies we fight in the palace are some kind of warped form of the animals that used to live here, and as for the humans, well, we have no other explanation than Luis either deliberately turned all his men into them, or he left them to rot in all the magla, and it's that second option that makes most sense to me. I mean, we need to break a number of these large melancholia crystals to even reach Luis in the first place. So, let's recall how the Buddhist chanting here is the same as in the normal, non-preemptive, or better yet, ambush battle track, so representing anxiety. Luis's soldiers probably weren't expecting this at the palace, but Luis's men follow the ideal of individual responsibility, of individual merit. They admire Luis for being a self-made man, so to speak, and are proud when they are selected to be part of his private army. And even though they don't know it, we, the player, do learn of Luis's true plan. He wants to place the burden of anxiety back on the individual alone. His might makes right mentality after witnessing the destruction of the Elda village by Forden as a young boy. So here in the palace, that translates to, if you can't resist the Megla and overcome your anxieties on your own, then you deserve whatever happens to you. And that's why we got all these humans running around here. Even the supposed best of the best, as selected by Luis, couldn't overcome and transformed into these monstrous beings, captured perfectly in the music with this haunting singular vocalist at the finale of that slow descending line of the instrumentals. Meanwhile, the equivalent section in Warriors in Arms is the complete opposite, with the ascension and triumphant modulation to the major key. So ultimately, I can't help but think of the anxiety art piece here, the Scream by Van Gogh, especially given how much the backgrounds in the final month of the game look exactly like this. And as a bonus, the strings end on a very shrill C right alongside the vocalist. And I love it! It's like the music is depicting an actual scream! These two tracks highlight the difference in ideology between the party's solidarity versus Luis's followers' lack of true camaraderie. In fact, I really only get this sense of competition between them, whether that be the main ones like Bladel, Zorba, the pair of Fidelio and Basilio, or those singular bosses we fought when we infiltrated the Charadrius back in Brilehaven. Anyway, to sum it up, there is no unison here. All of Luis's men succumbed to the Megla, their own anxieties and fears, and were unable to unlock their own archetype, like the party or Luis's first form on Tyrant Star. I can only imagine how rapidly the transformations picked up in the palace and chaos ensued as soldiers panicked over seeing each other twisting into humans, especially given how this truth has been hidden from most modern-day Euchronians. Speaking of solidarity and collective support, I'd like to thank all of my patrons and channel members for supporting me. I really put my entire being into this analysis and research, so if you like what I do and have the means to throw some extra dollars my way despite these crazy economic times, I'd truly appreciate it. There has been a major update to the perks, including a brand new private Discord server where monthly reading club and/or watch parties happen depending on tier. Anyway, ultimately, just thank you for watching, liking, and/or sharing my videos. It goes such a long way, and I'm so grateful to all of you viewing. Now back to the video. It only took 2 hours, but we're finally here at the first of the overworld location section! Yay! Each day and night theme pair shares distinct musical elements that indicate what period in real-life history the respective city draws inspiration from. In Grand Trad's case, it's the Baroque period, so late 1500s to mid 1700s Europe. One of the biggest indicators of this in Grand Trad's music is the basso continuo, or just continuo for short. Basso continuo literally means continuous bass and refers to the foundational harmonic structure that made up all Baroque music. It consists of two main parts, one for a chord-playing instrument like a harpsichord, and then a bass part for a lower register instrument like double bass, bassoon, or even cello. Grand Trad's compositions are mostly the bass part of the continuo, and I'll play examples very soon, but overall the basso continuo was generally not written for any specific instrument lineup, leaving it to be covered by whatever appropriate instruments were currently present of the available musicians. I do want to point out this prominent bassoon in Desecrated Cathedral though, and also in the Night theme. A common instrument for basso continuo, and also one not featured much in Metaphor's soundtrack outside of Grand Trad's tracks. So it seems like a pretty deliberate choice to me. Now, rhythmically, hear how both bass lines in Grand Trad never stray from this consistent, simple pulse on the on-beats. The day theme stays in 4/4 meter the entire track, no changes ever. And the night theme is very much the same, just in 2/2 time instead of 4/4. Other locations tracks are definitely not characterized by this kind of steadiness, which I'll get into in their respective sections. I still have a few more Baroque stylistic techniques to dissect later in this section, such as counterpoint, but it's also about time I get into what exactly the style of music is trying to tell us about Grand Trad, and wider Euchronia's lore and world building. So all three major tracks, the day theme, night theme, and Regolith Cathedral's dungeon, are scored in B minor, an interesting minor key that was described as expressing a quiet acceptance of fate, very gentle complaint, and submission to divine dispensation. Did you get that, guys? Quiet acceptance of fate, as in, whatever God wills it to be, will be. Sounds super religious, right? Christian in particular. So, Baroque music was largely commissioned by the Catholic Church, and one of the most well-known and beloved pieces ever composed in church history is Bach's Mass in, you guessed it, B minor. All of which is super fitting considering Grand Trad is one of, if not the Sanctus stronghold at this point in Euchronia's culture. Yes, I would argue even more so than in Altabury. However, sentiments about B minor started to shift once the Romantic era rolled around, which is when many composers, including Beethoven, started viewing B minor as a black key. Brilehaven is super influenced by Beethoven, by the way, and the port city couldn't be any more different from Grand Trad in character. And I'm one to think that Altabury's day theme emphasizes more Romantic era flair. But to bring this Bach to the Baroque era, get it? Because Bach is Baroque? Okay, Sorry, but for real, he's widely considered to have written the most church chorales, legit around 400 of them. This is huge because Grand Trad is the only one of the 3 major cities that features vocals. Remember that lore-wise, the regolith cathedral was only built recently, after the prince's supposed assassination, and yet it already dwarfs any other institution around it. So again, fitting that Grand Trad and not Altabury is the major city to have religious music like this. This brings me to the wider metaphor of sanctism, state sanctism that is, and how it's used in the narrative to explore the dangers of encroaching theocratic rule, where strict obedience to certain authorities and unquestioning belief is enforced. Grand Trad definitely captures this oppressive kind of atmosphere right from the start in its animated intro scene, where a Parapus is publicly executed for a minor offense, the possession of an igniter. Let me reiterate, this is how we are introduced to this city. This act is certainly meant to strike fear, to get the public to obey in advance. Everyone better toe the line, but especially the tribes deemed lesser than. And I feel this stay in your lane vibe is captured in the music with the consistent meter of the basso continuo's steady, never deviating pulse in these tracks. Given how there are multiple layers of metaphor in this game, as it's literally in the name, let's first take a closer look at the 16th and 17th century Baroque inspirations. This was a time of rampant witch hunts, both religious and politically motivated. Thousands of people were falsely accused, then burned or hanged all throughout Europe and its colonies, the bulk of deaths taking place from around 1580 to 1650. People were accused of being witches, werewolves, cannibals, all sorts of things. You see, these witch hunts were in large part born out of a desire to find scapegoats for the harsh conditions of life during the late medieval period. Back then, people commonly believed crop failures, severe weather events, and plagues, in other words, physical realities, had spiritual causes. The devil may have played a role, and the work of the devil has to be done by a willing actor. And voila! That's how you get witch accusations. Many of the accused were beggars, or aka the ultra-poor, or recent immigrants. Now, gee, that sure sounds familiar right about now in 2025, doesn't it? Remember how we brought up earlier, history unfortunately rhymes. As for Grand Trad at the time of Metaphor ReFantazio's narrative, it has also been seeing an influx of immigrants seeking protection because of a growing number of human sightings on the outskirts. Look no further than Martira and or Barden's follower story, the journey to Virga Island. With that said, there are a number of NPCs like this woman on Sunlumio Street who are ardent believers of Forden's dogma, that the Elda are bad luck and are to blame for every new horrifying thing that's happening in Euchronia. This brings me to one of the most infamous examples of these medieval witch trials, at least in US history, and that's the Salem witch trials of 1692. This particular case was marked by extreme paranoia and fear-mongering. After all, there had been a recent influx of refugees from King William's war against French colonists, which started a few years prior. Sheer vindictiveness even was a huge factor in this. You see, normally perjury was a crime in Salem, and those convicted were prosecuted in public forums. However, During the course of these witch trials, anyone convicted of perjury could save themselves by accusing their neighbors. I don't think I need to spell out how easily someone could use that for their own corrupt self-interest. Years after the trials, many girls came forward and admitted to fabricating charges. So to go back to the Parapus in the beginning, do we even know that he truly did what he's accused of? Was there even a trial? And if there was it a fair trial? I mean, Heisme himself is a victim of guilty until proven innocent, and the bulk of Hulkenberg's follower story shows Rodanthe executing anyone who criticizes the Royal Knights, i.e., anyone he doesn't like. This is so important given the growing authoritarian sentiment across the world, not just the US, though it definitely feels the most pronounced here as of now. I hope it goes without saying that all the hysteria of the medieval witch hunt period was due to everyday people allowing fear and superstition to rule over them. Brilehaven's music is the complete opposite in every way. Its classical music inspirations capture Enlightenment era values like reason and clarity, encompassing more of the innocent until proven guilty mentality of due process. But while we're still on this topic of witch hunts, I'd like to return to the women's only choir in these grand trad pieces. So historically, the majority of the accused and executed were women. Estimates that they made up 75 to 80% of all deaths. I mean, they were called witch hunts for a reason. And Rella's role in this narrative sort of ties into this. Her tragic fate also highlighting the dangers of religious nationalism. And yes, I already made a long extended case for this in my dedicated Rella video you can find in the cards or the description. But long story short, many verses in the Bible prescribe women submit to men and even outline them as property. Such verses then inform how fundamentalist Christians treat their daughters. So I can't help but view the women's only chorale vocals as an additional metaphor. How the church makes women stay in their place. You see, classical choir training is much different from the more improv-sounding vocals of Virga Island. Grand Trad's tracks are all about precise articulation, timing, and harmonies. They're likely led by a conductor or some clear leader who is cueing all the important parts. A real necessity to keeping such a huge group so perfectly together. In contrast, Virga Island's vocalists don't attack notes at the exact same time. It sounds much more casual, like a conversation between villagers. My point here being that Grand Trad's vocals symbolize perfect obedience and conformity. Not a single woman is out of line. Rella is so capable and so competent, but always ends up deferring to the sanctist authorities in the end, all of whom are men. The female party members have loads of personal agency in this game. Meanwhile, Rella is unable to make her life her own, like Juna or Yufa, and dies as this martyr figure. Now, to be fair, aside from the dogmatic claims that the Elda possess evil magic that undermines the Sanctus faith, nothing else about current Sanctus doctrine is ever confirmed in-game. but honestly, I feel that actually plays into Metaphor's favor. Like, I'm honestly glad it never confirms whether a god or the gods in Sanctism actually exist or not. Instead, the focus is on how religion is used as a tool of societal control by people like Forden. We learn via Rella's backstory, as well as from certain flashbacks in Skybound Avatar, that Forden slowly but surely mobilized his authority over the Sanctus flock to achieve his political ambitions, removing access to education, taking out potential challengers like Luis, and finally overshadowing the king's authority. He used Sanctism as an institution, including those in its sphere like Rella and her family. So yeah, Metaphor's commentary on mixing state religion with governance couldn't have come at a better time, seeing how the Christian nationalists' decades-long plan in the US is finally achieving its endgame. Similarly, because the seat of political power has always been in Grand Trad, it makes sense that it's this city, not Altabury, that gets the most overtly religious-sounding music. It's basically like Forden has moved the de facto seat of Sanctism to the capital. On that note, let's finish off Grand Trad's analysis and return to its day theme. The 12 to 30 second mark features another defining technique of the Baroque era, counterpoint, which, by the way, was also another major feature of Bach's work. Counterpoint literally means point against point, and is when there are multiple independent melodic lines going on at the same time. All of them are interesting on their own, yet ultimately they're meant as a complement to each other. The result is this feeling that the full melody is carried back and forth between parts. Do you see how there are these little independent melodies going on at the same time? I'm not trying to imply that the later cities don't have elements of counterpoint, just that this is something particularly emphasized in Grand Trad, because Brilehaven and Altabury, in contrast, give any individual section a longer and fuller melody before moving on to the next instrument. Less like Grand Trad's basically chopped up puzzle where short parts of the overall melodic tapestry are handed out to different sections like puzzle pieces. Speaking of very important distinctions from Brilehaven, the final Baroque thing I'd like to comment on are these ornaments added to the melody. Ornaments are embellishments that aren't necessary, but add some flair or style. For example, these grace notes leading into the main note by the strings. The classical era that came after emphasized clarity. Listen to how straight playing Brilehaven's melody is in contrast. And with that, you'd think I'd transition into Brilehaven as a section, but before that, I'd feel really remiss not to briefly talk about the genius of Martira's music. The Martira arc is a deeper dive into these themes of mass paranoia, superstition, and fear of the other set up by Grand Trad, just now in a smaller, though still highly religious, setting. Given the whole child kidnapping situation going on, the Altabury night track perfectly captures this dire urgency. First of all, it's scored in B-flat minor. Remember, the traditionally dark key, described as the garment of night, blasphemous, and mocking God and the world. Super fitting since Martira is a sanctus town, and devilish things have certainly been happening here. Also, perhaps you remember that the anxiety-inducing Warriors in Arms is also scored in B-flat minor? Well, that's not the only thing these two tracks share. Both also utilize the tritone. Remember that back in Baroque times, this was thought of as the devil's interval due to such intense harmonic instability. It's when two notes are 3 whole tones or 6 semitones apart. So in this case, it's the C and G flat played by the trumpet and trombone at the 20-second mark. I'm saving the rest of my analysis for this track and its Romantic era elements for the dedicated Altabury section. In fact, I'm saving the analysis of Baroque era harmony for then as well. But to get back to Martira, 2 new tracks are revealed once the kidnapping situation is finally resolved. Ones that further characterize the actual town itself. Let's start with the appropriately rustic instrumentation, with the string section being the primary, if not sole focus of both the day and night Martira themes, crafting a very gentle setting. You see, Martira is the most agrarian location of metaphor. Look at all the stables for cattle and everything. So the string section makes sense from a historical perspective, since strings back then were made from catgut, a natural fiber created from animal intestines, mostly of sheep and goat, but also could be from cattle. Meanwhile, other instrumental sections in Martira's tracks take a big back seat, if present at all, usually only doubling or playing the exact same parts that the strings are already playing. On that note, there's a complete absence of drums or percussion that's otherwise found in all the other locations, as well as the battle tracks, something I'll return to in more detail when we get to the Luis-associated themes. In Martira, the occasional pizzicato or plucking of the strings sometimes are a stand-in for the percussion's role. Though in general, it's just another gentler element for the setting. Like, Martira, a town out in the countryside, should be the least militant-sounding location in metaphor. Yes, even more so than a remote area like Virga Island, given that their dragon god belief system calls warriors like their divine priestess to fight for their futures with their own 2 hands. With that said, the brass instruments most associated with the military are also absent. No trumpet, no trombone, no tubas. The horn section is the sole brass that sees use, but its particularly mellow timbre has always naturally blended with the string section much easier than any of the other brass. The others, largely due to their shape, have a more piercing quality to their sound, so it's easy to overpower strings playing in a piano, or in layman terms, quiet dynamic like in these 2 tracks. And it's also a great contrast to the Altabury theme that played prior, which used low brass to capture the heaviness and gravity of the then urgent mission. Similar to the grim ending of the track that precedes the archetype awakening fanfare we dissected way back in this video. Speaking of that heroic fanfare, Martira's day track is also scored in the key of D major, the key of glory and triumph. which it truly does feel like coming off that B-flat minor, arguably the darkest minor key back then. So all in all, this new day track is trying to drive home the small rural reality of Martira. Like, just let these villagers enjoy their peace and tranquility. Though hold on, hold your horses. This brings me to Martira's night track. We definitely can't sweep the horrible things that happened under the rug. People need to take accountability for their role in these atrocities. And so, this theme's key of F-sharp minor reflects the darker underbelly of what happened here. F-sharp minor, according to key coloration, was described as a gloomy key, and that resentment and discontent are its language. Editing lady here, I'll vastly expand on this resentment and discontent aspect of F-sharp minor when we get to all the different Luis themes and analysis, especially the Charadrius segment. This highlights how quick the townspeople were in condemning Haizme, believing and making up all sorts of horrible lies about him so that he was guilty until proven innocent, all simply because he's a Ujif. Now, where have we seen something like that happen before? It's those scary Ujifs that are eating the cats and dogs, am I right? And it's not even like this community hasn't done this before. Johanna's own lover was chased away and her infant child murdered in their own crib, both simply because of their race. Haizme's son experienced a similar fate, left to die by onlookers. The dehumanization of Ujifs priming such societal indifference to his suffering. And what happens when this apathy is applied on a wider scale? Perhaps something like allowing a genocide? Now, I'm not defending Joanna's actions, but you can understand where her retribution mindset comes from. Of course, we should empathize and sympathize with her as a victim, but collective punishment for the actions of individuals is not a healthy society. It shouldn't be one we want to live in. And ultimately, it was young children indiscriminately paying for the racism of their parents, of the previous generations. I can understand why people who live in very rural places like this may have a greater fear of the unknown and the other. This is a sanctist community, so likely all of Martira's residents were indoctrinated with religious dogma from birth. Yet even this darker night track ends on a lighter and uplifting note. And this reflects how Johanna does show up in Brilehaven to take responsibility for her actions, and how the townspeople in Barden's story eventually realize that they too have a personal responsibility to care for each other as fellow residents of Martira, and begin taking actionable steps towards this. Like it's a metaphor for how there are so many people who are lonely and struggling to get by nowadays. They want help from the village without having ever been part of the village. You can't expect the village to show up when you yourself have made no effort to. And please don't take me the wrong way, I'm definitely not advocating for transactional relationships. What I'm trying to point out is that I've noticed many people feel entitled to mutual aid from the community without having contributed at all. But lastly, Martira's residents do demonstrate that they've learned from their past mistakes of mass hysteria in the final month. Even when the sky turns blood red and collective anxiety engulfs the entire kingdom, most of the residents here remain calm and continue to support our candidacy, filtering out the disinformation and misinformation campaign that must be making the rounds about us and what went down in Grand Trad. Looking beyond face value and rhetoric alone and judging us based on the actions we've demonstrated in helping their town already. But okay, the one major key and one minor key of Martira's themes is super significant in the context of Brilehaven, which we can finally transition into. The Brilehaven arc, as well as the city itself, is a huge change of pace within Metaphor's narrative. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of Grand Trad and the horrifying things that happened in Martira, Brilehaven is wide open and free. The physical location itself reflects that with the vastness of the ocean. Brilehaven's tracks are scored in D major, which makes it the only location in the whole game to have both the day and night tracks stay in major key the entire time. No modulation into a minor mode or key. Every other place, including the smaller areas of Martira and Virga Island, have at least one theme that is in a minor key, i.e. for them their night tracks. This distinction is fitting for Brilehaven since music of the classical era was much more likely to be written in a major key than the minor keys prevalent in Baroque and Romantic era music. Now, we've talked about D major's key coloration before, so let's say it together. It was the key of glory and triumph. What's probably the most well-known coronation piece, Zadok the Priest, is scored in this key, as well as many of the final triumphant movements of various symphonies, including Beethoven's Ninth. So, you know how Bach was a major inspiration for Grand Trad's themes? I'd like for us to think of Beethoven as the Brilehaven arc equivalent, as I'll make the case for throughout the rest of this section. Furthermore, D major is also the relative major of B minor, the latter of which, if you remember, is the key of Grand Trad's tracks. Relative keys are an important relationship within Western music theory, and the contrast here feels very symbolically intentional. Speaking of contrast, the overall character of both Brilehaven themes is simplified. The melody is always clear and played more straight compared to the very ornamented tracks of both Grand Trad and Altabury. It's Brilehaven's Night piece in particular that captures the classical period's gallant style, which was a deliberate moving away from the dignified seriousness and grandeur of the Baroque period to light elegance. Some might find this boring, but I think there's plenty of beauty in Brilehaven's simplicity, especially given how it reflects how this city is more commoner and average Joe friendly. Okay, well, to be clear, was this actually the case for all people during the classical era? No. Like, regarding music, it was still mostly written and performed for the wealthy, but compared to the Baroque era prior, where it was essentially reserved only for royalty, the super wealthy nobility, or the church, music did genuinely become more accessible to a wider audience than before. This is largely due to the Industrial Revolution picking up steam, get it? In the later 1700s, resulting in an expansion of economic opportunity. And with that, we had the rise of a middle class, a group of people who would otherwise not have had time or resources to devote to the arts previously. So this is another reason why I find Brilehaven's less virtuoso-like playing perfectly less frou-frou and snobby sounding like the day themes of the noble and or sanctus strongholds. Though don't get me wrong though, I like the other cities' music too. But with this in mind, Grand Trad and Brilehaven's music are fantastic foils to each other. For one, both daytime tracks start in forte right on the downbeat. In other words, with this really loud, powerful announcement-like entrance, which conveys a certain level of intimidation from stepping foot into these huge major cities, tons of hustle and bustle and chaos going on, something the protag is definitely not used to, coming from a tiny, secluded village and all. However, daytime Brilehaven's intimidation quickly gives way to more cheery, spirited sentiment. One way it does this is with the quicker tempo, though the thing that stands out to me are these energetic runs by the flutes. This also likely references how the classical era marked the point when woodwinds, so flutes, clarinets, oboes, and bassoons combined, became their own self-contained section in symphonic works. And Brilehaven's day theme is the first location in Metaphor to have a distinct part/section dedicated solely to the woodwinds, instead of them only serving as embellishments or a double on another instrument's already existing part. But probably the biggest distinction to Brilehaven's melody is the articulation, or the way the notes are played. See, both Grand Trad and Altabury are mostly played in legato, meaning the notes are connected from one to the next. The overall melodic phrase sounds like one smooth line. But Brilehaven? Oftentimes, the melody here is played in staccato and or portato, overall meaning there's a separation between notes. This gives the track more energy, liveliness, and spirit, the same kind of articulation featured in the Awakening fanfare, therefore marking Brilehaven with a similar courageous character. This energy plays heavily into the biggest attraction of this city, the Varmerino Coliseum, which I think is represented by this featured double bass part. You see, no other location has a dedicated low-register bass melody like this, not even Grand Trad's cello with its tenor range. The lower double bass timbre gives Brilehaven a notably grounded feeling, like a literal down-to-earth kind of mentality reflective of the burgeoning middle class. By the way, I think this also stylistically references Beethoven, who was known for separating out the cello and bass parts. For example, his Symphony No. 5's double bass passages are apparently often used as audition material for said instrument. But returning to the Varmerino Coliseum, it conveys this idea that, unlike these other places that do judge you on first glance, the Colosseum gives anyone a shot, regardless of race or tribe. It's this impression of meritocracy, that as long as you can prove yourself, you can make it here. Now, don't get me wrong, in reality, Brilehaven is still far from perfect, much like anywhere else in the world. For one, there's still a ton of dead people in the alleyways, and yet, there's way more opportunity here compared to Grand Trad, where a number of the NPC Parapists are always talking about how much society excludes them. Conversations like, no one is willing to train us or give us work. Think about Fidelio, Basilio, and Virga, and how the only real opportunity for people like them in that area was signing on as literal human test subjects a la the Igniter experiments. This brings us to the wider world building of Euchronia. Many marginalized communities are willing to risk this incredibly dangerous journey to Brilehaven in search of a better life. I mean, we come across this whole convoy of Parapists who are migrating for work while on the way to the port city ourselves, Katerina noting how risky this is for them. So just think about the sheer relief these people must feel when they finally lay eyes on the open ocean, knowing they at least made the journey. This relief and optimism is even captured on the party's faces in the animated cinematic intro to Brilehaven. There's this coexistence of people from various different tribes and a number of Parapists who are actually thriving in this cutscene, a clear night and day difference to Grand Trad's public execution intro. This also marks the first time in Metaphor's overall narrative where people are openly unafraid to support us and Elda. Point being, Brilehaven is portrayed as the most inclusive and opportunistic city, which makes sense from a historical perspective. Major port cities have always been the most diverse in demographic and thinking relative to the rest of whatever nation state and/or culture they're a part of. And this is largely thanks to the variety of ideas and people one comes across due to travelers coming from all over. And speaking of diverse ideas, let's finally get into the explicitly Enlightenment era stuff. Brilehaven is the first city to have a sizable portion of people who are not only willing to defy organized sanctus/religious thought, but also entertain all sorts of fringe ideas, for better or for worse. Luis is the most prominent example to point to. I mean, his Skyrunner is the main dungeon of this arc. But the other candidates also highlight these ideas. You see, early Brilehaven is the only time their individual platforms and speeches are presented within the main story.
When I'm queen, all the land's corrupt upper classes will be wanted men!
From Loveless to Katerina to Milo, there is at least someone willing to listen in this city. This references the general Enlightenment era belief in progress through dialogue. The 18th century in particular is referred to as the Age of Reason, with its most influential point widely considered the mid to late 1700s. Ideas on politics and government which circulated via treatises and pamphlets ultimately led to two major upheavals in Western society, the French and American Revolutions. The former of these has a particularly fitting tie to sanctism, given it drained the Catholic Church of its coffers and authority. To reiterate what I've covered earlier in this video, it wasn't the personal belief in God that was attacked, but the centralized power of religion. And even though the results were far from perfect, this marked the first time Europe moved to some form of constitutional government, i.e. one that generally outlines both the source and limits of governmental power. Point being, it pushed the power of the people versus that of a concentrated few. The American Revolution was similarly far from perfect, but did expand power to more than just a single tyrannical ruler. Remember, we don't let perfection become the enemy of the good in this story. So Brilehaven's overall vibe reflects rationality and skepticism to the existing authorities, a willingness to question and re-evaluate given new evidence, notably the narrative that's pushed by the Sanctus Church. Which brings me to this wider Brilehaven NPC storyline that takes place over the course of a few months. Many people begin questioning Forden's slaying of Metaphor's Kraken equivalent, given how there's still major accidents at sea going on. And eventually, the populace unearths and accepts the truth that it was us, the party, that defeated the real one all along. Also, something else that really stood out to me was, while walking around the docks, this sailor NPC actually calls out to the party from a nearby ship, saying he's rooting for us, a godless Elda. So another way Brilehaven's day theme symbolizes this diversity is with its sheer number of time signature changes, something that distinguishes it from any of the other in-game locations, but especially the Sanctus areas. You see, the entire intro starts in 4/4 time, something we're used to a la Grand Trad's and Martira's day tracks. But then the feel shifts significantly at the 18-second mark with the 3/4 time and entrance of the regular snare drum roll. By the way, this kind of drum roll is especially reminiscent of military marches, something emblematic of Brilehaven's navy, a force that's distinct and separate from the rest of Euchronia's state army. Though even more than that, this militaristic element is also very representative of Luis's faction and the Charadrius, a topic we'll discuss in its own dedicated next section. But back to Brilehaven's time signatures and meters. So I've included on screen the more technical definitions of these concepts if you want to pause and read, since I don't want to spend too much time, no pun intended, trying to explain them. Like most of this video, my focus will be on why this is all significant. I'll count alongside the relevant parts in the music in just a moment, but first I'd like to establish the full outline of this track's time signatures. So we return to 4/4 at 32 seconds in, then there's this unexpected 2 measures of 2/4 time, which then transitions into this serene 6/8 section at the 41-second mark. Afterwards, the character of this track shifts again with the entrance of the double bass melody, though interestingly enough, the meter itself hasn't changed. It just feels so different, mostly thanks to the heavily accented percussion making a return. Then to finally finish up this theme's loop, the rhythm shifts and switches back to 3/4 time at the 122 timestamp, revisiting Brilehaven's main motif. Now, okay, so some of you may be wondering, isn't 3/4 and 6/8 technically the same? And yes, mathematically they add up to the same thing, but more often than not, music is about how something feels. So generally, I think of 6/8 time as this swaying back and forth pendulum feel. This is due to how a measure of 6/8 is usually grouped into 2 triplets, with emphasis on the first and fourth beats, which ultimately feels like 2 long notes, or a duple meter. Meanwhile, 3/4 time is a triple meter. You can distinctly feel a 3-beat pulse. And now I'll include a segment of me counting alongside these various sections, especially their transitions, and hopefully it helps you gauge how these meters differ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The Sanctus Cities themes never dip into triple or odd meters. Meanwhile, Brilehaven's like literally emphasizing different steps and walks of life coexisting in one theme. The triple meter is also fitting for this era since the classical period is when waltzes and the minuet, so in other words, dances in 3, became very popular. Something I'll return to one last time when we get to Brilehaven's Night Tune. Returning to the topic of diversity and inclusivity, so later on in Altabury, there's this pair of Ujifs who comment on how inconvenient that city is for them, how the vast majority of stairs aren't made with their body proportions in mind. This conversation really resonated with me as someone with physical mobility problems, as well as having been a caregiver to someone who was bedridden and could only get around via wheelchair. So yeah, this got me to take a closer look at all the major cities in Metaphor, and now I can say, without a doubt, that Brilehaven is the most accessible by far. Nearly all the walkways are just slopes instead of straight-up staircases. Sure, Brilehaven likely has all these slopes in the first place due to the nature of their industry, you know, ramps for transporting all the heavy cargo from the ships. But what I'm getting at is, regardless of how or why these paved slopes were initially constructed, if there does happen to be stairs, there's always a ramp right next to it. When that's not always the case in Grand Trad and Martira, and certainly not in Virga Island with all the ladders. Now, there is one difficult thing transportation-wise in Brilehaven, and that's the gondola between some areas. But it's much easier to help a dude onto a boat once for onboarding and once more for offboarding versus carrying them up and down entire flights of stairs, or God forbid, a ladder, every single time they have to get anywhere. As you know, disability is something I've discussed more than once in this video because, again, it's an incredibly salient counter to the fascistic elements of Luis's faction. This brings me to this very uncomfortable truth, especially to the average person who's never really had to think about it before. And that's how disability is the one minority group that anyone can become a part of at any time. All it takes is one bad accident or stroke to become physically and or mentally paralyzed. One infection that requires amputating. Like, think about it. Brilehaven basically embodies industry, factories, and the Colosseum. There's gonna be a lot of people unfortunately disabled overnight, if not over a long period of time, due to wear and tear. There's another huge societal misconception about disability, and that's how it's often fluctuating and even temporary sometimes. Like, a person might be injured or just coming out of surgery and needs to be off their feet for only a couple months before they are fully recovered. Point being, if a city just inherently caters to the people with the most accessibility needs first and foremost, then it'll just naturally include everyone else who doesn't need those things either. So yeah, even though there are plenty of Luis supporters in Brilehaven, the city itself is quite separate from him and his ideology when looking beyond face value. Furthermore, Brilehaven quite arguably has the least feeling of dread and or chaos engulfing it in the final month. The royal capital conversely sees this huge influx of rioters from other parts of the country. Meanwhile, Altabury has a literal eat-the-rich plotline going on, with the nobles having to hole up in the opera house and despairing citizens legit jumping off the cliffs to their deaths, as this NPC implies. So overall, Brilehaven embodies the Enlightenment era's optimism by remaining this idealistic and hopeful place. Remember, this is the only location all game that has both its tracks scored in a major key. It's this relative calm compared to the rest of Euchronia that brings us to the nighttime tune. The articulation here is in direct contrast to the staccato, or separation between notes, of the regular daytime Brilehaven motif. And it's this legato that conveys this picture of smooth ocean waves going back and forth. It trades the energy and liveliness of the day for the evening's peaceful reprieve. The percussion is a nice contrast as well, and it's this much softer, gentler drumline cadence that's actually very nostalgic to me. So in marching band, this is definitely the kind of sound that marked going home, for lack of a better descriptor. The regular cadence is too loud and hype, and therefore definitely not appropriate for the march back once the show and game are done and it's like past 11 p.m. Basically, this quiet cadence is enough to keep time, but also not too energetic and loud that it wakes the whole neighborhood up. Speaking of time, this night theme is almost entirely in 4/4, versus the day's strong 3-beat pulse during its march segments. Though, interestingly enough, the final phrase before the track loops revisits the same motif that's always in 3/4 in the day track. In other words, the night tune also includes some kind of triple meter, a hallmark of many classical period works, mostly due to the popularity of dances in 3, as we already discussed. All in all, Brilehaven's night track feels very soothing and akin to a lullaby, a peaceful respite after a long, hard day of work trying to better your prospects. Now, before we move on to Luis and the Charadrius section, I'd like to return specifically to Beethoven and this really neat connection I saved for last. So, Beethoven's one and only opera was titled Fidelio, and was said to be his most vexing composition, one that was the cause of much frustration, distress, and disappointment. So much so he vowed never to compose an opera ever again. Similarly, those kinds of emotions very much describe Fidelio's inner turmoil spanning the Brilehaven, Virga Island, and Altabury arcs. Fidelio means fidelity in German, meaning loyalty and fealty, and the ultimate conflict for his character is whether he will stay loyal to Luis or to his own core values. See, he and Basilio clearly want to protect innocent people. They both do so much to evacuate Virga Island's villagers, particularly notable in Fidelio's case given he was still recovering from his injury. And then we reach the events in Altabury. Fidelio makes the ultimate personal sacrifice, but having stayed true to his own core beliefs in the end. And this is such a cool similarity to Beethoven's opera itself, since even though it caused the composer a huge amount of frustration and grief, and also wasn't well received in its initial runs, which then prompted a number of revisions, ultimately, the final product was praised as the story of personal sacrifice, heroism, and eventual triumph. Additional fun fact, the main premise of this opera features Leonore, a prison guard disguised as Fidelio, who saves her husband from death in a political prison. And, what exactly do Basilio and Fidelio do for us at the start of the Virga Island arc? Save us from political prison. Also, another cool IRL Beethoven parallel is that in the same way his career spans this transition from the classical to romantic periods, Fidelio's entire arc also spans the metaphor ReFantazio equivalent as presented in Brilehaven through Altabury. And speaking of transitions, Fidelio is a great segue into why Luis and his followers are featured so deliberately in this Brilehaven arc. So Brilehaven is the city of meritocracy, right? Or well, the impression of it, since true meritocracy is ultimately just a myth, sadly. People do not start on equal footing at birth, and this belief that success is solely due to individual merit is commonly used to justify and perpetuate systemic discrimination. In fact, I only learned recently that the author and book credited with coining the term meritocracy as it's used today is a similar story to what went down with Thomas More and Utopia. The Rise of the Meritocracy by Michael Dunlop Young was written as a dystopian satire, but of course there will always be a group of people that won't understand it and or willingly co-opt it. Nevertheless, there's a reason why the first real leg of the Royal Tournament is held here, right in the Varmarino Coliseum itself, a place that accepts anyone, regardless of tribe or socioeconomic status. And it's the Coliseum's proving ground via combat that mirrors the military and the way enlistment has been used as a tool for social mobility. I mean, the first mission of Metaphor's prologue sees a ton of disenfranchised men joining the military as their only feasible paycheck. Now, let it be known that I'm a pacifist at heart, but I also completely understand the importance of the military from a social mobility perspective in our current economic system. My own family has benefited from programs offered to veterans post-World War II. Though, don't get me wrong, the war was just as bad for us since everyone was sent to the Japanese concentration camps. Most Japanese Americans lost all their property and businesses. It didn't matter if they were citizens or not. But long story short, many among my extended family benefited from the GI Bill, for example. Similarly, Luis is someone who made his name via his accomplishments in the military. This merit goes for Fidelio and Basilio, Zorba, and the rest of his private army. Like, yes, it's true that Luis is much more willing to accept those of minority backgrounds, but only to the extent that they are genuinely strong. He would never have accepted Zorba if the latter wasn't actually gifted. And the same goes for the Magnus brothers. In other words, it's only natural that Luis's faction is a focus of this arc. With all that said, we can now get into the Skyrunner Charadrius track. It starts off very similarly to Brilehaven's day theme, this attention-grabbing grandiosity, emphasized with some punchy brass accents. Though Luis's ship quickly establishes itself as blatantly militaristic. Its instrumentation focuses on heavy brass and fife/piccolo. Remember all the fife, bugle, and drum corps stuff from way back in the Warriors and Arms dissection? So on the Charadrius, the part that starts 27 seconds in and continues to the 58-second mark has brass leading the parade, with the piccolo following right after. This military parade type music captures the standard formation, which puts brass in front, piccolo and other woodwinds in the back, with drumline in the middle between both sections. Earlier, we covered how military bands are meant to instill morale within their own forces, while at the same time intimidating those who oppose them. And so, the main reason the standard military parade formation, at least in the United States, puts brass in front is to tap into that intimidation factor. Brass are just naturally louder than woodwinds to any spectators who hear them approaching. By the way, this is contrary to brass in the back in a traditional concert symphony setup. Anyway, this emphasis on actual military march composition is truly unique in the JRPG music space, and is something that I find really sets Metaphor's soundtrack apart, with Skyrunner Charadrius itself having a pretty unique sound within this game's OST. And what's more, this theme's first 10-ish seconds start off with this particular pointed, piercing kind of accent, only capable of brass right on the downbeat of each measure. To try and explain, it's this stark contrast between the entrance of the note and the immediate taper of the sound afterwards. It's like a gunshot in music form and is intended as a threatening projection of power when compared to Brilehaven, the city's optimistic themes. Which brings me to another big contrast. Skyrunner Charadrius is scored in F-sharp minor, and according to key coloration, this was thought of as a gloomy key. Resentment and discontent are its language. F-sharp minor is a very important mark of Luis within all of Metaphor's soundtrack, and I'll have more to say about keys and leitmotifs associated with him later, especially in the Altabury opera section, so stay tuned. But first, let's finish this thought on the renewed popularity of minor keys in the Romantic era, as well as increased chromatism. Chromatic refers to any notes outside the given heptatonic or 7-note scale/key signature, meaning the chromatic scale includes all 12 tones, or each and every half step. And the Charadrius opens with a strong example of chromatism via the strings going down half step by half step, and/or employing notes like D sharp and C, which are outside the natural F sharp minor scale. Chroma means color, and it's this color that adds emotive quality to the music. You see, the Romantic period saw a renewed interest in the individualistic expression and personal narrative, as a response to the rationality and empiricism of the Classical period. And this increased value on what gives the person their unique characteristics were pretty much extended to the entire nation state. This kind of philosophy fostered an increased sense of national identity, so as the 19th century continued, composers tried to capture the distinct sound of their home country and culture's traditions. Many patriotic military marches were composed at this time, and I'd like to note that prior to the 1800s, march instrumentation normally consisted of just fife and drum. But the 19th century changed that with the considerable addition of brass instruments. This is due to the extensive improvements to their construction during the Industrial Revolution, including actual valves for trumpets, horn, and tuba. John Philip Sousa is a huge example of this expansion of march repertoire. He became known as the American March King and wrote over 130 of these. If you've heard of Semper Fi or Stars and Stripes Forever, that's him. Speaking of brass instruments and valves, this brings me to one of the most influential Romantic era composers, if not of all of Western music, Richard Wagner. Wagner commissioned the Wagner tuba, which is basically a textural mix between horn, trombone, and tuba. And here's a quick little preview of what I think is a reference via the opera house tragedy theme. So remember how Bach and Beethoven were the figures I focused on for Grand Trad and Brilehaven respectively? Well, think of Wagner as the main inspiration for the Charadrius themes and Altabury. I really can't understate how much Wagner has influenced music, even up to this present day. You see, he's largely credited for coining the Leitmotif, a concept we've covered earlier in the fantasy section, but brief recap, it's a short, recurring musical phrase that's associated with a particular person, place, or idea. Video game music, not to mention our favorite film, TV series, and all sorts of other programmatic music have been forever changed by the Romantic period sensibilities. Point being, the leitmotif, as it's largely utilized today in JRPGs, originated in the 1800s with Wagner's works. With this came the implementation of longer, more fully explored and defined melodies. The classical period beforehand tended to use shorter, even fragmented material, which is a great description of Brilehaven's day theme, honestly. Each phrase is definable, sure, but ultimately quite short and feels like it flits about between ideas and instrumental sections. While in contrast, the Charadrius melody starting at the 58-second mark exemplifies the elongated melodies of the Romantic era. This theme becomes increasingly more grand with this ever-building crescendo, reaching a soaring conclusion at 108. It's reflective of the symphony orchestra's sheer expansion in size during this period. What used to be 1 to 2 wind instruments per section are now 3 or more. Like I mentioned earlier, the improvements to their construction, like now being made with steel or cast iron, made much louder dynamics possible, meaning that epic grandeur captured via the extensive brass alongside strings and woodwinds was par the course for 19th century works. One I really love is the epic finale of Saint-Saëns Bacchanal from Samson and Delilah, though if we were looking at an example from Wagner, Ride of the Valkyries would definitely count. Speaking of that piece, an additional similarity is how the Charadrius echoes the same melody numerous times back to back to back. Now, Wagner himself called this the unending melody, and this unending melody is perfectly emphasized in Seeking the Curse, the track for Louise's personal quarters. The same phrase is repeated over and over for the first 40-ish seconds, keeping things interesting via switching between the reed instruments to the lower register viola/violins, then adding in the higher register, and point being, all of it is still the same melodic phrase. The 19th century also saw more avant-garde expression via the percussion section, something captured in the main Charadrius track. Now, I'm not exactly sure what this technique might be. I looked up a number of things and I think it's either rim clicking or stick clicking. Any drummers out there, please feel free to chime in. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is regardless of what this technique is called, all these click-type sounds are much lighter when compared to these accented, piercing drum rolls. And these lighter sounds serve as a reminder that despite the heavy grandeur of the main instrumental melody, there's still this weightlessness, a breezy sort of feeling that distinctly represents Louise's ship as a sky runner, the only one in the whole game until we get our own thanks to Nereus. Though to round out both Charadrius tracks, both contain the distinguishing mark of Louise musically, the very deep bass register instruments and phrases. Some variation always appears in his major boss tracks, like so. Bass-only vocals are a marker as well. So all the way back in the Skybound Avatar section, I mentioned how these only appear in tracks having to do with Luis and his followers in some shape or form. The Nord Mines revealed Captain Klinger to be a Luis sycophant. The Opera House theme accompanies our second major attempt at killing Luis, and then the events of Skybound Avatar, which I don't need to rehash at this point. So all of this deep bass register is a perfect representation of the hyper-masculine ideology that permeates Luis's faction, this projection of strength at all times. And I'll flesh out this argument in just a moment, but first I'd like to return to the topic of military bands. They can and absolutely have been used as a show of force that goes beyond just sound, since they also contain a strong visual component. Regarding parades and field shows, I can definitely say, having done many of them with anywhere from 150 to over 200 people, it's very obvious when anyone is out of line, either musically, visually, or both. So it's this combination of musical excellence and precise physical movement, emphasis on physical, that can really mesmerize the audience, and is also a huge reason why real-life authoritarian and especially totalitarian regimes like hosting these huge military parades. They're meant to intimidate all adversaries while also reminding their own people of the state's and/or the demagogues' overwhelming power. So remember I mentioned the growing sense of national identity in Europe in the late 1800s/early 1900s? Well, that eventually led to this concept called Romantic nationalism. Now don't get me wrong, pride in one's heritage can be a great thing, and many people used it as inspiration for their art or to connect more closely with their community. However, the danger grew when a growing number saw this in a jingoistic and supremacist way. In other words, singling out their own identity, their own nation above all others. An extreme in-group, out-group mentality that's very similar to what drove the witch hunts mentioned back in the Grand Trad and Martira section. Combining the very romanticized view of war and fighting for one's homeland, and romantic nationalism paved the way for one of history's most destructive movements, of which occurred in the 1920s and 30s. Now, Luis isn't a perfect one-to-one here. Again, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but rhymes. So point being, one of the major hallmarks he does share with fascism is the utter supremacy of the military, this projection of physical strength and brutal violence towards any dissent. Furthermore, the despots of Italy and Germany push the image of strong young men who are ready to fight and go to war, and it's this hyper-masculine vision that often goes hand in hand with a pull yourself up by your own bootstraps mentality. If something bad happens to you, you simply weren't strong enough. This very hyper-individualistic mindset that usually leads to a further atomized society. This view must have developed way back in his formative childhood years, partly as a response to try and make sense of Fortin's massacre of the Elda village. I mean, Luis is clear about how much he despises the king's failures to protect the village, let alone how spineless he became in the aftermath, giving up on all his ideals and steadily ceding all power to Fortin. So it's not surprising that Luis adopts this strength above all else ideology. But now let's think about all the people who died in Luis's schemes as he built up his military reputation. Stroll's parents and the entire town of Halia, even the new recruits at the border fort in the game's very first mission. And this goes all the way to his eugenicist final solution. Only the strong will survive the culling, and anyone who turns into a human or dies in the ensuing rampage, well, too bad, I guess. On this terribly dark note, there is a part of me that certainly identifies with that undercurrent of anger within Luis, that feeling of having been slighted by his circumstances. He never says so explicitly, but I get that read from him via how highly he values and rewards talent and hard work, as well as a general attempt to level the playing field for his opponents. You see, Luis himself is genuinely strong and skilled, but has been sabotaged by the likes of Forden and the Sanctist authorities his entire life, like having the supposed assassination of the prince pinned on him. So, in other words, things completely outside of his control. Similarly, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't at least a little bit tempting to see such an unfair universe burn. Hi, editing lady here. Just wanted to share this particular insight from Robert Paxton's excellent Anatomy of Fascism. So one of the main things that distinguishes it from other isms of authoritarianism and totalitarianism is this very feeling of resentment. Remember, the descriptor that F-sharp minor and G minor share. Fascism is deeply obsessed with victimhood and is ultimately a politic of grievance, getting back at all these perceived enemy groups. For Luis, it's just as much the Sanctists as an entire group as it is Forden and the church leadership, but it goes even further than that. His ultimate solution reveals his misanthropy. He actually abhors humanity as it currently is, and only respects the few who would survive the culling. Sure, he tries to sell it as this brave new world and future, but the reality would be the complete opposite. The complete collapse of absolutely everything, just like the collapse of the entire old world after the discovery of Magla. Innocent people, through no fault of their own, will suffer and die. It's much easier to tear down and destroy than it is to build something better, yet that's what the Protegs Coalition is trying to do and fighting for. I'll save further dissection of the foil nature of the two in more detail once we get to the final boss themes, but this section was meant to analyze the two primary extensions of Luis, the Charadrius and his followers. I just can't help but find them an interesting parallel and foil to Brilehaven's navy and Colosseum aesthetic. How power and strength in and of themselves are not a bad thing. How masculinity can be an important source of pride and patriotism without dipping into the hallmark hyper-masculinity of fascism. I can't help but feel relieved that given the strong militaristic presence of this port city, not everyone, like this NPC for example, sides with Luis, even though it's easy to assume they all would. Virga Island's two themes are unlike anything else on mainland Euchronia, and that's for very good world building and lore reasons. Actually, it's this part of the soundtrack that especially reminds me of when Shoji Meguro said, quote, "I looked into a lot of different things. It's not just Buddhist scriptures." Instead of Western influence, the musical characteristics here, such as polyrhythms, mostly draw on non-European cultures. Or while these attributes weren't traditionally used in Western classical music until the more experimental late Romantic period. But okay, so polyrhythms. At its most basic definition, a polyrhythm is when two or more conflicting rhythms are layered on top of each other. The result is two different amounts of beats spaced out equally in the same amount of time, or within the same measure. Emphasis on the same amount of time so as not to be confused with what's called polymeter, where there's two separate time signatures going on. Now, polyrhythms are found in many global ancient cultures, and Virga Island's day track contains a 4/3 polyrhythm. The instrumental melodies are 4 beats a measure, while the vocals and drums contain 3, which generally sounds something like this. Apparently, a common saying that helps internalize this 4/3 pulse is "pass the golden butter," or some variation of it. And as you can hopefully hear, this 4/3 rhythmic groove in the day track becomes more apparent once we get to the 30-second mark. Pass the golden butter, 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 pass the golden butter. The tempo is also much more flexible, or rubato. Basically, there's the slowing and speeding up as the performers deem necessary, making it more emotive overall, something that ties it to elements found in jazz, which we'll get to soon. But speaking of rhythms, the vocals are probably the main thing the average listener notices at first. Like, they don't sound like anything else in the soundtrack, right? Which brings me to the traditional South Indian style of music called konakal. Konakal teachers describe it as speaking the rhythm with the voice, and it counts 16th notes with takadimi instead of what we learn in Western classical music, wani anda.
Dim dim takit tak dim tak dim tak 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 dim dim tak dim tak.
All the other syllables in Virga Island's tracks sound a lot like konakals too, and ultimately establishes the vocals as the main rhythmic driving force of these two tracks. Meanwhile, notice how there's no traditional Western percussion or drumline section in Virga Island like we have in the other area themes, and distinctly no snare drum, a particularly Western-sounding percussion instrument. And yet the simpler pulse of the tribal-esque drum that is present emulates what's called the tala in konakal music. It's this tapping or clapping that keeps the beat. And see how the members in the audience are clapping along in these examples of Indian Carnatic music? Now, I have more to add about this communal aspect of music in just a bit, but as for other cultures that incorporate polyrhythms, many tribes of sub-Saharan Africa play separate but interlocking rhythms on the drums. And so, as this pertains to Virga Island's story and lore, hopefully it's clear that this entire arc takes inspiration from historically colonized peoples. I mean, our initial mission is going there to plunder their relic, i.e. their resources. Though thankfully things take a much different turn and Yufa and her people get a say in the new government under the protag. And now that we're on this topic, from now on I'll be calling this island what the Mustari chose for themselves, Etria. It's especially important to remember that Metaphor's sanctism symbolizes the Catholic Church, the latter which arrived on native lands and replaced many existing cultural practices with Christian ones. That, as well as co-opting folk symbols and stories to make their religion more palatable to the native peoples over time, or basically, Godot and Forden's plan with the relics are a metaphor. The leadership other the Mustari calls them savages while telling the Sanctus lay people not to associate with them. As we discussed way back in the Authoritarianism, Fascism, and Fantasy section, it's to an organized religion's benefit to keep their believers away from anything that may challenge their worldview, to maintain the narrative and their control over them. And all of this historical inspiration is aptly captured in the island's music. You see, Et Ria strikes me as this mashup of the two most colonized regions of the world under Germany and Britain during the 19th and 20th centuries, Africa and India, which fits Metaphor's chronological inspiration timeline of Baroque Grand Trad into classical Brilehaven and now into the later 1800s Romantic period. Now, I want to be entirely clear that, yes, I recognize and agree that it's sadly still far too common to have composers musically just mash together ideas from a ton of different underrepresented cultures and call it a day, often conflating what are actually unique characteristics of the many different global south and other formerly colonized cultures. Though with that said, I'd like to make the argument that Shoji Meguro is not doing that here with Virga Island. These tracks are specifically focusing on inspirations from India and Africa. Also, I don't mean to imply that European folk/pagan music doesn't have some similarities with these other ancient cultures' traditions, because it does in some ways, and I'll bring up some of this later. However, polyrhythms are not typically one of these things. Though overall, please feel free to disagree or critique my points in the comments. Alright, so we've only covered rhythm so far. Now, is there anything to be said about key coloration theory? And well, it's kinda complicated. You see, Et Ria's day track strikes me as being in G Mixolydian mode, not C major, even if both share all the same notes, and let me explain. So, hopefully you remember Phrygian mode from way back when in the Warriors and Valour section. But it's been a while, so as a brief refresher, there are 7 modes that each add unique color to the otherwise natural major, or Ionian mode, and minor, aka Aeolian mode, keys, with Mixolydian being one of the major modes. The way we transform any natural major key, or Ionian mode, to Mixolydian is to lower the 7th interval by a half step. So now let's cover how the tonal center of this track is actually G. We know this because of, firstly, the vocalist constantly repeating G, and secondly, the instrumental melodies often resolve on G. So think of G as the overall anchor. Now, as for what makes it Mixolydian, it's the use of the flat 7. So instead of F sharp like it would be in normal G major key, the F is always natural here. Mixolydian mode generally conveys this bright mood like a traditional major scale, but with a tad more seriousness and/or a tinge of sadness. Everyone was okay with this innocent young girl's death in large part because it's what we've always done for centuries. Like, don't get me wrong, cultural traditions can be a beautiful thing and an important part of identity, but that shouldn't mean we should just blindly follow them unquestioningly. Perhaps we should stop and consider that human sacrifice just so you might live to see another day is, oh, I don't know, a pretty selfish thing. Not to mention the fact that there's no evidence the stuff happening is due to supernatural reasons, but that's its own topic. Anyway, something terrible almost happened here, and it's what makes the slightly tense Mixolydian mode more fitting and satisfying than just G or C major. Though I still think it's relevant to share what key coloration theorists thought about G major. This key was described as evoking feelings of ease, warmth, and peace, and the close-knit community of the Mustari tribe, when not ruled by their collective anxiety, does give off this cozy vibe. The island especially feels this way whenever you revisit after the Dragon Temple arc. They remain this united bastion of support for Yufa as well as the rest of the party. Et Ria is also the only game location composed in Mixolydian mode, or just a mode in general, an important distinguishing factor since modes are commonly used in jazz. A good grasp of these is invaluable for any musician that improvises on the spot, with improv being particularly associated with jazz, a genre that arose and developed throughout the Romantic period and, as a whole, originated from formerly enslaved African American communities and their music traditions. Many traditional blues charts evolved from folk tunes, and by the way, a song is generally classified as a folk song by its long-standing acceptance within a community. Oftentimes, the original composer is no longer known, and most of these are largely preserved and/or handed down orally. And to tie this back to Konakol of Indian Carnatic tradition, much of that was also taught orally for centuries, as in not notated down like what became commonly done in Western tradition. On that note, I'd like to return to Etria's vocals. In both the day and night tracks, they're not precisely together, like they don't arrive on the beat or note at the exact same time. Yet there's a definitive emphasis on unison singing, like it's an overtly communal aspect of music making within the tribe done orally or by ear, versus the impression of Grand Trad's women's chorale reading off notated sheet music and following a conductor. And this brings us to the more casual, communal-oriented image endemic to jazz improv. Basically, you listen to your fellow musicians while it's their turn to solo, then once it's your turn, you use your solo time to respond. It's a conversation in music form. Like, a nice rule of thumb is to try and repeat or incorporate a tiny phrase, also called a lick, from the previous person's solo into your own groove. Also, speaking of the terms lick or riff, these refer to a repeating pattern or idea that's carried throughout a work. Think of these riffs as the main topic of discussion in a group conversation. Some notated jazz charts will even have this written at the beginning of an improv section, and these short musical ideas are a fundamental part of both Etria's day and night tracks. The vocal and instrumental parts contain licks in spades, such as these. And to tie this all back to folk tunes, the Mustari resemble a real-life oral tradition. Look at how Yufa explains the stories depicted in their ancient murals carved into the walls. They contain no words, just images, and most pagan cultures have some kind of song and/or dance ritual meant for spiritual purposes, often meant to recount heroic tales, mythologies, and other stories important to the tribe's identity. Now, to single out the night theme, its melody is based on the pentatonic scale, which are also common in, you guessed it, jazz. Pentatonic uses 5 notes per octave instead of the 7 notes of the typical Western heptatonic scale. Though this isn't to say pentatonic melodies aren't used in some Western symphonic music, it's just a lot of the deliberate composition of them came about way later in the 20th century. Now, the minor pentatonic is especially common in blues, hence nighttime Etria's riffs often using F-sharp minor pentatonic, like this one that goes. Most ancient civilizations featured more pentatonic scales than heptatonic in general, from traditional Somali music to many Indian ragas to Japan's Yo scale that we briefly talked about 2.5 hours ago in the Buddhist chanting section. It's believed that cultures often begin with pentatonic scales because of the physical limitations of primitive instruments. For example, as the construction of aerophone instruments improved, it paved the way for a wider variety of playable notes. And speaking of aerophone instruments, this leads us to Etria's genius instrumentation too. Flute is essentially the most important instrument in Etria. It gets major solos or is often the lead melodic voice in both the day and night tracks. This is because flutes are a truly ancient and global instrument, with the oldest ones dating back to over 40,000 years ago. Yes, you heard that right. 40,000! Often constructed from animal bone, clay, or some type of wood like bamboo, these instruments were thought to have spiritual properties by these primitive peoples who were deeply tied to the land and nature. So naturally, they made flutes central to many spiritual ceremonies and rituals. For example, these prominent flute parts in both the Dragon Temple and Lost Shinjuku Dungeon themes. Most cultures have their own version of flute. Just to name a few examples, there's the shakuhachi from Japan, the venu from India, tambin from Western Africa, the willow flute from Scandinavia and Eastern Europe, and dozens more from all over the world. These flutes are all classified as aerophone instruments, which are defined as producing sound without causing strings to vibrate. And so, okay, the oldest aerophone instruments are flutes, but reed instruments are also quite ancient. The oldest discovery of these dating back to China 4,000 years ago. Then there are the Scottish or Swedish bagpipes that I think most of us have heard before. Point being, Etria's day theme further references the ancient nature of their cultural heritage via the prominent clarinets and oboe, as well as the closing riff before the track loops again. And just like the flute, the main story dungeons also boast a lot of reeds. But on this note, I'd like to point out the complete absence of trumpet, or in other words, the main brass soloist everywhere else in Euchronia. Yes, there are other brass instruments in Virga Island's day track, but again, a conspicuous lack of trumpets. You see, normally the strings or the trumpet serves as the primary driver of melody in the mainland cities. I mean, Atlas did invest in a live trumpet soloist, Kenichi Sugimoto, when that's not necessarily the case for the other wind instruments. So, in contrast, Etria's deliberate emphasis on the woodwind section, so flutes and reed instruments, instead is what sets the island apart from the other locations in-game. Okay, so while there are cultural differences, hopefully I've drawn enough attention to the global nature of music making. Because you see, one of the fundamental concepts of Metaphor ReFantazio, and something we spent a lot of time on way back in the first 30 minutes of this video, is music being the first magic known to this world. Music points to our common shared humanity. something to encourage solidarity in a time where divisive xenophobic sentiments are steadily increasing all over the world. This arc features two new types of humans that, for a good while in metaphor, appear like they're only native to the Etrian archipelago: the Homo Flamo in the ancient Shinjuku dungeon, and the Homo Pento in the Land of Ceremony. However, once we get to Skybound Avatar, we see that Luis's own followers have turned into variants of them, or in other words, we're not so different after all. Every single tribe is capable of becoming humans in the end. So let's advocate for better universal living conditions for everyone, without throwing any already downtrodden group under the bus, whether that be immigrants, trans folks, the disabled. On this note, Batlin was once a mouthpiece of the Sanctus Church and said these kinds of things about the Mustari before he visited Virga Island. But exposure to another culture, to other ideas, and he ends up playing a huge role in the resistance against Luis, a prime example that some people are still open to and able to change. Because you see, fascists endlessly exploit fear, division, and despair. They want us to give up. And that's why I think it's so important for us to practice radical optimism in these crazy times. Look, I'm definitely not naive enough to think we'll reach everyone. Some people truly are too far gone, hateful, incurious, or any mixture of these three things. But I'll welcome anyone who shows that they're ready to take responsibility and join the resistance against totalitarian rule, even if we don't agree on everything. People ranging from Godard to Roger at the end of the game. But to finalize the important themes of this arc, let's return to the Night track one more time and its key of F-sharp minor. Earlier, I mentioned how this is a mark of Luis, and the Magnus brothers are not only a major presence in this arc, but they fit the contemplative, somber, and arguably even sorrowful mood of this track. Remember, minor pentatonic is a major, part of the blues? Well, at this point in the narrative, Basilio and Fidelio are faced with increasingly difficult introspection, questioning Juna and the party's motivations, as well as their own. Is Lord Luis really the one who aligns with their values? And what exactly were their values in the first place? It's this Etria arc that plants these seeds of doubt. This track's minor key in general builds on the day's tense Mixolydian mode, highlighting how Etria is a microcosm of Metaphor's themes. There is this underlying darkness due to the tribe's unwillingness to critically examine their own faith and traditions. They've unfairly heaped all their anxieties onto the priestess, placed all the burden onto a single sacrificial lamb when all of us as individuals should consider how we can contribute to our surrounding community. We all have a certain level of individual responsibility and agency ourselves. Democracy is not a spectator sport. Remember, power to the people. We have the numbers. It's raining in the opening animated scene. The monolith is indeed beautiful and magnificent, but there's no doubt that we've reached a part of the story that's much more dangerous and unforgiving than the bright, sunlit opportunity of the last mainland city, Port Brilehaven. In fact, the opening cutscenes to Grand Trad and Virga Island are also during the heightened liveliness of the day. We even arrive in Martira while there's still some sun left in the sky, meaning Altabury is the only location first presented to us in the darkness of night. And Stratagem, the new track that starts playing once we're given control of the party, sets up this atmosphere and tone magnificently. You see, the Romantic movement possessed a certain melancholic flair, and death became one of its favorite themes to depict. Our main goal at this point is killing Luis with a Dracodios, and Stratagem perfectly builds on that idea via being a funeral march, a somber song expressing mourning or grief, usually performed at military or state funerals from the 17th century onwards throughout Europe. Though get this, it was the 19th century's Romantic period that saw a particular interest and fixation on these funeral marches. Chopin and Liszt composed a number of these for piano, and as for symphonies, Gustav Mahler's Symphony No. 1, Movement 3 repurposes a well-known folk tune, Frère Jacques, into a minor key. Now, if you remember from the Luis and Charadrius section, the Romantic era saw this resurgence in national identity. Composers included and/or repurposed folk tunes from their heritage within their works. So, considering how Metaphor's music is diegetic, and the fact this melody accompanied us on other legs of the journey, i.e. in both Martira and Brilehaven, perhaps we can think of this as being a familiar folk tune to Euchronians? Just a thought that hit me while doing more research into this period's music. Anyway, regardless of intentionality or not, eagle-eared listeners probably perked up at this novel arrangement of an already familiar theme. Honestly, I was so surprised when the main melody kicked in at the 30-second mark that I had to set my controller down and just listen to the music for a moment. See, at this point in Metaphor, we've already grown used to hearing this melody for the main mission of various arcs, and back in the Martira section, I briefly analyzed what made the Altabury night tune already dark, like the tritone. But this version is even more somber and, I'd argue, compositionally one of the darkest tracks in the game. For one, it perfectly conveys Altabury's frigid setting with its instrumentation. Lots of metallic instruments that give off this icy feeling because hard surfaces reflect sound like ice does in winter. For example, the muted brass part before the main melody kicks in. The mutes are used at the start or the attack of the note to take the edge off, which would be typical of a more reserved, formal setting like a funeral. But as you lift the mute off the bell of the instrument, it gets louder, and vice versa when you mute the bell again. Overall, the result is a noticeably harsher piercing shape of sound than if this technique wasn't used. Very dramatic and communicates the sense of encroaching danger, like a siren almost. Then we get to the melody, played by the glockenspiel, piccolo, and oboe. Of the reed family of instruments, the oboe has a brighter sound and timbre that pierces through the orchestra better than a clarinet or bassoon. So in other words, all three of these instruments capture a daintier but still icy, piercing sound. This track's choice of instrumentation and use of it is more obscure than the traditional orchestra lineup, which happens to reflect the experimental nature of the Romantic period. Back in the Luis section, we covered how the 19th century employed more avant-garde features in its transition to wide-scale program music. Program referring to instrumental music intended to depict a narrative or scenery of some kind of the outside world. The opposite of this is absolute music, of which has no intended extra musical narrative to render for the listener. You see, Romanticism as a movement was big on individual expression, a concept I'll elaborate more on soon, but to return to avant-garde sensibilities, the clarinets take over the 44-second mark, and most notably, the lower and higher notes do not come in at the exact same time. The higher register notes attack first, with the lower harmony coming in ever so slightly after. This perfectly emulates the slow, as if you're plodding or trudging your feet along kind of sound effect. A literally heavy, weighed down feeling that sells the somber character of this funeral march. Stratagem in general is scored in B-flat minor, the same key as the ambush/non-preemptive theme Warriors in Arms, and considered one of the darkest sounding minor keys back then. Dressed in the garment of night, and preparation for suicide sounds in this key. The Altabury night track we've grown so familiar with is also scored in B-flat minor, though it starts off with only higher register instruments. It's not until the final climactic phrase that it dips into the deep bass register. Meanwhile, this new arrangement starts right off the bat with this heavy bass drone continuously echoing this B-flat, kinda ominous sounding. This brings us to the main and most tellingly darker variation of this familiar melody. The full strings come in at the 115 mark, but get this, starting 2 intervals lower. Stratagem starts this motif on the root note of B-flat minor, or the first interval of B-flat, instead of on the third, or D-flat. This is called a sequence, or a restatement of a motif or melodic phrase at a higher or lower pitch. Pretty common throughout all eras of classical music, but in Stratagem's case, starting on an actually lower pitch helps convey its within the garment of night imagery. The slower tempo just further builds this dark, frigid picture. You know how you move slower when your body can't warm up in chilly temperatures? The melody we've grown used to feels more lively because of its quicker pace. This funeral march arrangement fits both the actual physical makeup of Altabury as well as the point we've reached in the game's narrative. Have you noticed how this entire place is deliberately set up as a one-way path to the very top of the opera house and/or the monolith? Essentially, we are enacting an actual funeral procession in preparation for incoming character death everywhere. I mean, I love Del. I even got his tsundere little flute. But let's be so for real. The guy has been a walking death flag ever since the fight with the human sea monster. Romantic literature and opera often ended in tragedy, so ultimately this new track is saying, whatever happens, be prepared for a lot of darkness, sorrow, and death. I mean, no matter how things actually go down, someone's favorite of the top 2 candidates was poised to die thanks to the Dracodios. And that's exactly what we got, and more. Like, I was definitely suspecting something would happen with Forden, because I couldn't believe we would successfully kill Luis after only one legitimate fight. I'm really glad Metaphor stuck to its guns and wasn't afraid to kill such major characters all in rapid succession. The public reveal of the entire Crown theocracy's corruption right in the midst of it all was the cherry on top. Everything combined really sold the theme of collective anxiety and existential dread continuing to build as we approach the true endgame. By the way, I'll likely do a shorter video at some point on Metaphor's late game pacing, but yeah, so about this very linear Opera House segment, I was pleasantly surprised stratagem was only used as a unique introduction to this part of the game. It didn't overstay its welcome and adhered simply to where it fits in the program. Remember guys? Program music? It's true music has always tried to mimic other sounds or scenes to a certain extent, like nature sounds in the popular Baroque era example, Vivaldi's Four Seasons. But it's the 19th century that truly popularized programmatic music, in large part because composers drew increasing inspiration from folklore, mythologies, and other literature. Look no further than Altabury's Myth of the Monolith. This ties into the Romantics' disillusionment with the Industrial Revolution. They embraced this reverence for nature and the natural world, less of a purely empirical scientific lens and more as a way to experience the mystical and/or the divine. This was an overall response to the previous century's emphasis on objective truths and rationality. But while there was this revival of the spiritual, religious matters continued to move away from centralized authority. Romantics rooted religion in the inner world of the human spirit, the individual's experience and emotions. And on that note, the deaths of Forden and Rella, plus the reveal of the entire Sanctus institution's corruption, laid the groundwork for this Romanticist philosophy in-game, which is the need to find one's own reason to believe. Take Godot and how his faith was shaken for a while after everything went down, though ultimately he finds his own reasons to continue with the Sanctus faith later in Grand Trad. Then there are the pockets of Mustari in Altabury that are hardly connected to Etria anymore, the home of their belief system, yet they still consider themselves part of the faith, just having developed their own customs like no longer donning the traditional masks worn by the villagers of the island. So my overall point here is that the Altabury arc emphasizes the intrinsic, personal reason for faith, or none at all like Batlin, instead of blindly relying on some external authority, whether that be the Sanctifex or a tribal elder, to tell you exactly how to proceed in the world. Again, let's take some degree of personal responsibility instead of relinquishing all our agency and thinking to some external force like religion. But okay, since we're on this topic, I really feel the need to chime in here given the state of the US right now. Personal meaning is very important and all, but please don't let it be at the cost of any semblance of reality. It's honestly a serious threat to all of society's medical advancements. Like, I refuse to let grifters and pseudo-intellectuals with no medical expertise make up whatever shit they want and push us back to a time where measles and polio mass kills and disables people, speaking as someone who has an acquired disability. Okay, awkward transition. So, regarding the subjectivity inherent to the Romantic movement, it also birthed a fair amount of what's called national mysticism. This is when any given nation-state is elevated to divine status, usually drawing upon pseudo-historical claims about the origins of any given ethnicity. Pseudo-history tends to reject verifiable evidence and denies that there's such a thing as actual truth or fact. The Third Reich's occultic beliefs of the German state is just one example of this kind of mystical narrative building used to justify nationalist and supremacist movements all across the globe. So, remember the fantasy and romanticization leitmotif from way back in this analysis at this point? How people like Luis or Forden will obscure or even flat out lie about the actual details of Euchronian history for the sake of their own agenda, rewriting the past to control the future. I mean, all those redactions, blotched out text, and even burnings in the opening have to mean something. Which brings us right back to Altabury's myth of the monolith. Again, metaphor be metaphoring so hard. No group of people is a monolith. Altaburians are not a monolith. Hulkenberg shares in this chapter's opening that Sanctism proclaims the monolith was shaped by God's own hand. Though the very next day, a historian says the pagans used the area right outside the opera house to store materials while they constructed many sites in the city, and yet the Sanctists claim they were the ones who restored all these structures. And not only that, the church refuses to let any scholars near the site of the monolith, apparently, so the actual geology has never been studied. All in all, to say, maybe let's not deny proper research or facts simply because they might not fit the narrative we want to be true. But to get back to Romanticism's emphasis on individuality, let's get back to the musical characteristics of Altabury. For one, there's the increased chromatism we discussed back in the Charadrius section. Now, brief reminder, chroma means color, and experimenting with notes not innate to the heptatonic, or i.e. the 7-note scale, became more and more common starting in the 19th century. Notes that are part of any given heptatonic scale are referred to as diatonic, while anything outside is chromatic, and Altabury's melodies include much more of the latter compared to the other two mainland locations. Some examples are this D-flat in the day track, which is not diatonic to the starting C minor key, as well as the night theme's dip into the B natural, not diatonic to the beginning B-flat minor key. In fact, the Romantic period revolutionized centuries-long Western music conventions, notably when it comes to harmony and tonality. Tonality, in its simplest definition, is the principle of organizing compositions around a central note, or the tonic. Or in other words, the entire main thesis of my video hinges on this concept. Like when I claim something is in D major, or B-flat minor, or G Phrygian, it's the very existence of tonality and a tonal center that allows for that. You see, this is one of the fundamental principles that drove all of European music from the early 1600s to the early 1900s. However, even though I just got done saying all of that, it's the Romantic period that truly pushed the boundaries of tonality, and by extension, harmony. One way it did this was making the central or primary tone ambiguous. For example, in the Altabury night track, the tonal center introduced is pretty soundly B-flat, but once the new melody kicks in at the 25-second mark, you can reasonably argue that tonally it's either D-flat or B-flat for the entire remainder of the track. All the previous locations in Metaphor contained a pretty solid tonal center for either the entire track, such as Brilehaven's D major or Grand Trad's B minor, or at the very least for most extended sections, like how there's one significant key modulation in Martira's night track, But Altabury's 2 tracks definitely muddies things up. Take the part in the night theme that has the horn continuously hovering around this F natural, back to a G flat, back to F, and so forth with the chromatism. This chromatic movement back and forth adds harmonic tension, like when the main melody slightly lingers on that A flat, the 7th interval via a dotted quarter note while the horn holds onto the G flat, the 6th, and these 2 intervals played side by side results in the slightly clashing sound that relates to this increased use of 7th chords in Altabury, especially the minor 7 flat 5. But before I launch into this major blurb on their significance and how they play into the big Luis tracks, I want to point out a handful of other romantic tells. One is the day track's first 30 seconds employing the moving by thirds technique. It starts with C minor key, then 13 seconds in, it modulates up a third to the tonal center of E flat, and then another 10 seconds after that, it shifts upwards another third to A flat. Stratagem does this too, actually. So if you recall the sequencing segment, that's an example of moving down a third. Then there's the entire 30-second segment starting at the 1-minute timestamp. The melody just keeps going and going and going. Maybe you've noticed that all of these traits have to do with holding or drawing out things, and that's because art at this time was very much driven by intense emotional longing. A longing for nature, a longing for home, a longing for ideal love, amongst other things. So just think of the term romanticizing. It's this idealization. And so, remember back in the Charadrius section, the whole unending melody popularized by Richard Wagner? There's a reason why the Opera House is so thematically and aesthetically relevant to this game's romantic equivalent arc. Two 19th century composers revolutionized the opera, Richard Wagner and Giuseppe Verdi, each via their own distinct styles. Now, I'm still very much an amateur in this subject, but from my understanding, Verdi's Italian opera doesn't quite fit into this video's analysis. Rather, it's primarily Wagner's style that's referenced within Metaphor's soundtrack. Let's start with the approach to vocals. For Verdi, this was the most important aspect of opera, but Wagner took a different perspective. For him, the orchestra was just as important as any of the vocal parts. Wagner came from the tradition of German instrumental music, having been particularly influenced by Beethoven's symphonies, and so he sought to incorporate the orchestra to its fullest capabilities within the context of the opera. This meant the vocal passages in his works required a ton more power than traditionally called for because they needed to project over the full orchestra sound. See, Verdi's vocals included many agile, intricate runs. Descriptors like elegance and beauty come to mind. But Wagner's style went for drama, heroics, and grandeur, so lots of extended, held-out notes. And look no further than the drawn-out intro of the Opera House tragedy track. It's heavy and dramatic right from the get-go, but perhaps what's even more notable after these first 10 or so seconds is that the entire rest of this track loop only employs the orchestra. It's not like the soundtrack doesn't know how to feature vocals throughout an entire track, so I can't help but notice the very conspicuous lack of them. So again, the instrumental sections were just as important in Wagnerian opera. And speaking of instruments, I don't think it's mere coincidence that the Altabury tracks not only use horns a lot, but in the lowest range they tend to get in the entirety of Metaphor ReFantazio's soundtrack. I'm really inclined to think this is in reference to the Wagner tuba, essentially a mix between horn, trombone, and tuba. See, Wagner liked the sound of the tuba, but thought its timbre was too heavy to play the main melody. So he really just went, I'm gonna commission a brand new instrument that's tailored exactly to my specifications, and who is going to stop me? And I'll be so for real, guys. Beyond his raging anti-Semitism, Wagner was also just an all-around asshole. But it's impossible to have an accurate discussion about the evolution of Western music and all the stuff we love about video game music nowadays without talking about this guy. On this note, let's finally return to those 7th chords, Romantic era harmony, and what that means for Altabury, Luis, and the rest of the game. To start, a 7th chord refers to whenever some type of 7th interval is added to a triad being the fundamental definition of a chord, or 3 notes played at the same time. 7th chords all generally have this strong pull towards resolution due to this concept called voice leading, which refers to how individual melodic lines move from one note to the next. Okay, before we proceed, I want to clarify it's not like prior Baroque and classical music didn't make use of 7th chords, because they did. However, the way and degree to which they used them was different. So, there are 5 main types of 7th chords. The technicalities of all of them are not exactly in my wheelhouse, nor is it the scope of this video. Rather, the 2 types I find really important to talk about in context of this arc are the dominant and half-diminished chords. You see, these 2 contain an inherent tritone in their formula, or 6 half steps between 2 of the intervals. For the dominant 7th chord, it's between the 3rd and minor 7th, and for the half diminished, it's between the root and the diminished 5th. And say it with me, everyone, the tritone was thought of as the devil's interval by the church. With that said, the dominant 7th was still an important cornerstone of Baroque music because of that perceived dissonance by people at that time. This tension gave this chord its strong voice-leading quality that really wanted to resolve to the tonic. So, if used, it was nearly always as this build-up to the end of long passages, especially in the final climactic phrases of a piece. Actually, a great example of this is Grand Trad's Day track. It uses 7th chords less than a handful of times and essentially reserved them for the final phrase of the track loop. There's a G major 7th, followed by the F sharp dominant 7th, to finally the concluding tonic, the B minor triad. This represents a 4-5-1 chordal progression, long story short, a very typical structure of that time. The extra bit of tension added via the 7th chords of these 4th and 5th scale degrees, especially that dominant 7th, gives this phrase a satisfying finality. Similarly, in the following arc, if we look at Martira's day track, it also makes use of its dominant 7th in this light. Now, the classical period sort of transitioned us into the 19th century, which is why it makes sense Brilehaven's day and night track both contain some more unconventional use of 7th chords, though still not to the extent of Altabury, especially notable since Brilehaven's tonal center is never really put into question, and remember, Romantic period and tonal ambiguity. The Romantic period saw this general expansion of all sorts of 7th chords, oftentimes following each other all in a row when previously they were used more sparingly. Remember, all 7th chords have some inherent tension to them, and Altabury's long passages avoid established harmonic resolution, another reflection of how this artistic movement wasn't afraid to linger on intense emotion. Perhaps the most standout example of this is called the omnibus progression. This refers to chromatic lines moving in opposite directions, emphasis on the word opposite. Or in other words, a bass line moving up chromatically while the upper voices move simultaneously downwards, or vice versa. And look no further than 7 seconds into Altabury's day track. I'm probably reading way too much into this, but it's kinda sad/funny to me that our enemies in this arc's Opera House dungeon are all the militant State Sanctus army. So it's like we truly are putting all Baroque period church stuff to rest, including their music conventions. So regarding the dominant 7th, what used to be a chord that was really only used in a particular way just slowly became this more and more common thing over time, especially by the Romantic period. And this changed perception of the dominant 7th is reflected in most modern music of the 20th century and beyond, certainly in the genres like blues, jazz, rock, and pop. And now it's time to discuss Luis and the dramatic track of this arc, You Face Luis Guiabern, as well as the specific type of 7th chord that came to define the flavor of this era. So the 19th century's emphasis on individuality also drove composers to seek the very pinnacle of achievement, to craft a masterpiece worthy of being remembered for its unique qualities. And so we had the rise of the virtuoso composer who wrote pieces with the intent that they themselves would showcase the height of skill as the soloist. And, well, this resulted in many composers' public persona receiving just as much of the spotlight as their works did. Think of this phenomena as the prototype to the rock star and genius artist stan culture we have nowadays. Some examples from back then are the violinist Niccolò Paganini and the pianist Franz Liszt. With all that said, interestingly enough, there's apparently very few symphonies that have ever been written in F-sharp minor, and certainly none by any of the well-known Romantic composers like Mendelssohn, Wagner, or Tchaikovsky, amongst many others. And I bring this up because the notes F, F-sharp, and G are all heavily associated with Luis, like this little triad of notes. So knowing that so many composers at this time intended to play their own works, I can't help but think this gives off such immaculate Luis flair. Like a step aside, I'll write and play it myself. Speaking of, what a sheer force of will, right? This brings me back to the Wagnerian opera inspirations, which compared to other contemporaries, took great leaps forward with the brass section. not just when it comes to the trumpet and horns, but notably the low brass as well. Wagner stylistically has a very overwhelming and dominating sound, in large part thanks to this extensive use of brass instruments. Now, earlier we also talked about his heightened focus on program music, a view of opera as a canvas for music drama. This is kind of underselling the full concept of it, but long story short, Wagner continued the storytelling without the need for words or lyrics, but via the instrumental music alone. And so, with all this set up, I now present to you my interpretation of You Face Luis Guiabern, featuring Luis, a fittingly romantic character in his own right, and the protagonist, the underdog hero nipping at his heels all game. You see, a defining characteristic of a romantic hero or lead is their ostracization from the rest of society and its preconceived norms. Now, let's begin with a general overview of the relevant key relationships here. We tonally start with D minor, a reference to Those in Power, the track that plays when we first meet Luis in person, and continues to represent him until we're officially accepted into his ranks. Scenes in his presence afterwards are replaced with other tracks from that point onwards, until this dramatic opera house scene. We've now shown where our true allegiances lie, so I see this boss track's opener as Luis officially going back to viewing us as adversaries. It's not long before we modulate up to G minor though. This is the relative key to B flat major. Every minor key has an equivalent major key that contains all the same notes and vice versa, so it's a really cool detail that this first ever boss fight against Luis is scored in the relative key of Ode to Heroes, the Akademeia theme that's so associated with the protag's coalition. I will elaborate on the foil relationship and all the similarly derived leitmotifs in the next major section, but right now I'm focusing on how this track is the quintessential height of Altabury's romantic theming. Take the sheer emotional intensity of the choir. The late Romantic composer Gustav Mahler was greatly influenced by Wagner and further expanded on his innovations by adding massive choirs to the already full orchestra. Such an example is Mahler's Symphony No. 2. And in regards to You Face Luis Guiabern, the vocals here sound much more expressive compared to Grand Trads or Sanctism's rather reserved choral parts. Now, interestingly enough, this entire boss theme actually shares a similar form and character to the Gauntlet Runner track, Journey's Legs. The bass line and percussion sets this purposeful pace, followed by this rousing, forceful melodic line that's a transformed version of this travel motif we've been hearing all game. It's like it's announcing the time has come. We are finally engaging in battle against military prodigy Luis, and what better way to symbolize this monumental hurdle than paying homage to the Gauntlet Runner that's been our legs in the battle that is this long election campaign. The music continues portraying this mountainous climb via a constant upwards movement being passed around the orchestra, first in the lower brass, then to the soprano woodwinds, then to the choir, then to the trumpets, and so on. I'll elaborate on the chromatism and harmony found in places like the 35-second mark in just a moment, but first I'd like to finish covering all the main leitmotifs found in this track. Now, 48 seconds in, the vocals share a similar contour to the protag's Gauntlet Runner motif. There's this brief but noteworthy parallel movement, as in the soprano voices descend while the lower voices ascend, before moving in unison again. Except, this boss track cuts off before completing the full phrase. And what's more, it's followed up by Requiem for a Hero motif, aka what I call the Fantasy is Dead theme. And I mean, it makes sense here. Luis is a daunting foe. He's already taken the Dracodios to the side just moments ago, and even starts this battle at half HP. He's not to be underestimated. In other words, there will still be plenty of moments where we feel like the ones cornered. So, do we believe in our vision enough? Will we allow our fantasy to die here? And the same can be asked of Luis. Will he fail to stop us from ending his? Or will he stop us in our tracks? And with that, the lower brass firmly set up the culminating section, transitioning us briefly to a B-flat major tonal center. This is really cool storytelling because for all intents and purposes, B-flat major is our key. And yet, Luis's themes largely take command here via the trumpets. They echo that of the main Charadrius melody and Seeking the Curse. Though perhaps most notable to me is this upwards chromatic line of F, F sharp, and G via the bass line. This trio of notes that's been representative of Luis all game drives home how he's seizing control of the battle even now. The upwards melody at 110 is, again, the Charadrius melody. Then finally, Luis's bass motifs round out the epic finale before the track loops again. Guys, did you really think I was done there? Strap in, because now it's time to talk about all the chromatic notes and how they let us jump around a ton to different major and minor tonalities. For example, the F sharp and C sharp that are not diatonic to G minor, yet they are scattered throughout the segment from 27 to 35 seconds, like the low brass F sharp, then the woodwinds pick up with C sharps, which brings us to a certain chord that defined so much of the 19th century, the half-diminished chord. This consists of a minor third, diminished fifth, and minor seventh, and has a lot of expressive potential because while there is this melancholic tint to it, it's not to the extent of the fully diminished seventh chord. Now, I'm focusing my compare and contrast analysis between these two chords in particular because the fully diminished, which is formed with a minor third, diminished fifth, and diminished seventh, was common in Baroque music. Think of it as the stereotypical dark or scary chord. Here's a great arpeggiated example from a well-known work you've likely heard before, Toccata and Fugue in D minor. But much like all the other older conventions I've spent the past 40 minutes now on, the use of the fully diminished seventh became predictable and tiresome by the height of the Romantic era. half-diminished chords, though, were intriguing. For one, they contained only one instead of two tritones, which apparently necessitates less of a pull to a certain kind of resolution, or i.e. the tonic chord. Okay, from my very amateur understanding, the half-diminished chord has a more versatile voice-leading quality that can satisfyingly transition to either a major or minor chord, which actually makes it easier to seamlessly pivot to a wider variety of keys. This type of harmony/chord is notably absent from Grand Trad's tracks. Meanwhile, it happens in two pivotal moments in You Face Louis Guiabern. The first time is to help us shift up to the E-flat tonality via the C half-diminished to a F-dominant 7 to the B-flat minor 7th. Long story short, this is a 2-5-1 chord progression that became common in minor keys. Basically, if you added a 7th onto this second scale degree, you'd get a half-diminished chord. Now, interestingly enough, jazz harmony likes to end this chord progression with the major tonic, keep this in mind. Though in the case of this C half-diminished chord, it takes us to B-flat minor key. You see, this brief B-flat minor instead of B-flat major is a bit more compelling since the diatonic notes shift and what used to sound like accidentals aren't anymore, and vice versa. Now it's the A-flats that are considered chromatic. Take the trumpets 48 seconds in. The A creates this D major harmony before transitioning us back to G minor, a Louis key. Now, it's this D major chord leading to it that sounds kinda intense, largely because the dominant chord leading back to G minor would, in traditional theory terms, normally be D minor. So all in all, it accomplishes this rather unpredictable harmony and tonal ambiguity that's further built upon in the epic finale to this track. These last 30-ish seconds have so much movement that you could argue for G, B-flat, or even D tonally at any given moment. Now, remember how the half-diminished can be used to pivot back to a major triad? Well, there's this A half-diminished at 1/16 that sets up another 2-5-1 progression, going to D major and this time resolving on G major. Then the soprano vocalists and strings accidentals of the E-flat and B naturals continue this back and forth tonality between G and C. Like, there's this literal fighting or vying for dominance before everything finally resolves on a C minor chord. This push and pull back and forth tension is actually sort of recontextualized and really symbolic in the second duel against Louis. This time, we're both at our full strength, no one is taken by surprise or anything, and neither party feels leagues ahead of the other, at least lore-wise. So it makes sense that this boss theme reflects that by giving both characters motifs, including their respective keys/tonalities, pretty ample weight. On that note, this final lead up to this resolution on a C tonality is actually a pretty compelling one. One that actually references the tracks that point to Louis and the protag's shared Elden heritage. Losing Patience and the Ancient Elden Sanctum are reserved for a few pivotal moments, but feature multiple motifs that perfectly showcase the foil nature of these two candidates. You see, Louis and the protag story are so intertwined, even before either of them ever met in person because of all the conflict going on with Forden and King Hythlodius V. They are both a truly inescapable part of each other's entire story, and Shoji Meguro and the entire Atlas sound team has done an incredible job reflecting that in the music. On this note, I'm probably pushing things too far with some connections, but I truly think key coloration is relevant to this soundtrack, so I'd like to start off by reminding us of the keys associated with either one of this foil pair. The protag and his coalition is largely represented by D and B flat major. Remember, D major was considered the key of glory and triumph, and the repertoire scored in this includes the fanfare part of Hero's Awakening, Call of Magic, Fond Memories, and the bittersweet and moving Fantasy's End. Then there's B-flat major, described as cheerful love and hope for a better world, as we can clearly hear in Ode to Heroes, the theme of the Akademeia and the archetypes. And as we just covered in You Face Louise Guiabern, B-flat major holds an important dichotomous relationship to G minor in the context of metaphor. And furthermore, G and F sharp minor are the only keys aside from the black key, B flat minor, to be described with words like discontent and resentment, which fits Louise's underlying attitude of grievance towards Forden, the Sanctus Church, and King Hythlodius. I mean, not only did Louis kill the latter himself, but the scene that plays with the ghost of the late king before Skybound Avatar is the first time we see him so visibly enraged. And so, Skyrunner Charadrius is in F sharp minor, and also there's more to talk about once we get to the final boss theme in F sharp Phrygian. Skybound Avatar's theme is in G Phrygian mode, and get this, even the bad ending theme of the entire game, Requiem for a Hero, is in G harmonic minor, meaning it has an F sharp instead of an F natural, which gives an additional sinister, spooky feeling to the peak moment 30 seconds in. That F sharp played together with the G really clashes with them being only a half step apart. It just feels very fittingly Louis-coded and themed. As you can hopefully see, I'm really trying to drive home the protags and Louise's tonalities because of another related motif shared amongst their tracks, and that's these larger interval jumps of 4 or 5 at a time between their respective notes. The leap between D to G and G to D in particular. Now, there's a significant reason for why I'm focusing on these tracks that contain / emphasize these larger interval leaps over the other leitmotif tracks that contain more adjacent note motion. But there's still some more groundwork to establish, including a quick clarification that these jumps can differ in how many intervals apart they are depending on what direction you're moving in. For example, going down from D to G is 5 intervals, but moving up to G from D is 4 intervals. With that, Determination's denouement, which plays before one of our party members awakens to their archetype, starts with and contains plenty of leaps between D and G throughout the entire track. Then there's Requiem for a Hero, a theme we've established is important to both Louise and the protag, that also starts with this D to G leap. Now, interestingly enough, Louise's Seeking the Curse theme does a variation of this interval leap. For one, there's this consistently repeating 4-note jump between F and C as the backbone of this track, but also there's a rather unsettling take on it within one of my favorite bassline licks in the entire soundtrack. And it's this jump from the C that has this E natural interspersed before ending on an F. Then there's also the closing 5-interval leap downwards from G to C to F. Now to return to Losing Patience, this plays only during the most decisive narrative moments of scheme implementing between these two Eldon candidates, which also features variations of this 4 and 5 interval jump. The first is with a C added between the otherwise D to G leap. The woodwinds at the start for 1. Then, when the tenor brass enter 21 seconds in, there's this line that starts from G now and moves up to D, again with that C added between. And so, regarding this C tonality, I may be looking too deeply into things, but this strikes me as the meeting in the middle for both Protag and Luis. Hear me out. Losing Patience is scored in C minor, and even takes on a C Phrygian flavor starting 39 seconds in with that flat second interval, the D flat. And it continues this 57 seconds in with this constant shift between C minor and D flat chords. This is in contrast to the other track that shares this C tonality, one that leans more hopeful. The Ancient Eldon Sanctum scored mostly in C Mixolydian mode. Reminder, this is C major but with a flat 7th, a B flat. Though to be fair, the opening fanfare in the first 18 seconds-ish sounds equal parts C Mixolydian and D minor. Both tonalities are very present, and I think it's this rather ambiguous sound that makes this intro sound so ethereal. The C add 9 harmony at 14 seconds adds this D an octave up to the C major triad, which makes this not as dissonant sounding as a side-by-side same octave D would. I'd also like to shout out how gorgeous the color of this fanfare is. Like, it was a very nice choice to stick with only horns for the backing harmony because it maintains this mellow warmth that, as much as I love trombones, would have come off as too bright and powerful if they were the backing harmony added to the trumpets instead. It just sounded less tender and sentimental. But back to the interval leaps, there's a 4-step jump down to A, back up to D, then a 5-interval jump up to A. There's a great significance to this all, especially these leaps from the root to the perfect 4th or 5th. The 4th and 5th remain the same when you invert them. So for example, remember I brought up earlier how going down from a D to G is 5 intervals apart, but going up from D to G is 4? So aside from octaves, the 4th and 5th are the only 2 intervals that remain the same when inverted. In other words, they remain perfect, thus lending to this sort of heroic sounding quality, especially when paired with brass instrumentation. Metaphor ReFantazio as a holistic work of art is very Romanticism inspired, with its own take on the myth of the hero and the importance of one's own personal narrative. You see, Luis and the protag both possess strong self-efficacy and belief in themselves, a resilience to keep persevering despite setbacks to their goals, a belief that I'm the main character, I'm the hero of my own story. Luis was forced to carve his own path from scratch, entering the military with essentially nothing to his name after Forden razed the Elda village, his family being one of those many that perished. The realization of his long-term vision, as twisted as it is something he spent over 10 years toiling over, all setbacks from Forden's sabotage be damned. As for the prince, he similarly endured immense hardship, still holding on to this radical mental fortitude that he can do something, anything, amidst his health challenges, even reading and taking inspiration and joy from the fantasy book. You see, the cutscenes early in the prologue get completely recontextualized here. It strikes me how alone the prince was, truly. Yes, he had older advisors like Russell and Lady Gruaday, but that's not quite the same as having peer support and friends from those similar in age. He can't even walk back to his own bed by himself and has to be carried there by the guards. Seriously, most people younger than, let's say, 60 can't even fathom what that's like. And it's something that is very isolating mentally. Beyond the physical isolation that's common for those of us living in a body that constantly prevents us from doing the most basic things. Long story short, I completely get it. The light transitioning to darkness depicted in these new scenes goes way beyond hypotheticals for me. But in comes the power of fantasy. A little after my initial recovery from transverse myelitis, I started to reconnect with a lot of my favorite stories. And in the many years it took to recover from full-body paralysis, to mostly getting around with a wheelchair, to walking the short distances I can with my trekking poles, I rediscovered the power of video games in particular. It's a medium that provides a level of immersion like nothing else. I can find some respite from my chronic pain and mobility problems and control my character, my body, in a way that I no longer can in real life. On this note, given the nature of Metaphor ReFantazio's meta-thematic of whether fantasy has real power or not, I have no problem with the reveal that the protag was the prince all along, okay? There are gonna be times in life when we just need to bring that big main character energy, not to be confused with the entitled main character syndrome and so much online discourse nowadays. It's like the positive version of that. Sometimes we just gotta believe we are the prince or princess, that we are that important of a character, because as hard as it can be, ultimately, no one can live your life for you. I just really love how Metaphor's story nails this balance between the power of friendship and collective and personal responsibility to oneself and others. This is all tied to magla, anxiety, and the in-game lore of music, actually, as I'll get to in the Melancholy Star dissection. But first, to round off the Ancient Elden Sanctum, 58 seconds in, there's an E half diminished chord that modulates up to A flat major, and interestingly enough, A flat major is the relative major to the single but very important F minor Louis track, the same one that reveals he was once inspired by the fantasy book too. You see, it's during this key change that the melody takes a bit of a melancholic dip, and even a slight variation / callback to Seeking the Curse. One is this repeated F. Then this generally descending line of adjacent interval movement. It's not exactly the same, but has a similar character to it. It's actually quite revealing that Charadrius is Louis's family name, since it shows Forden's atrocities hit closer to home than just the smearing of his reputation. Louis actively chose to name the very symbol of his power, this one thing that's allowed him to achieve all his goals. Hell, he fucking fuses with it in the end. He cares more about his family's demise than he lets on. I'll return to this idea in his final boss tracks, but to return to the A-flat major here, this has by far the darkest description for a major key. Quote, "Key of the grave, death, putrefaction, judgment, and eternity lies in its radius." Still, as for actual color and tone, even this Luis-tinged part of this track doesn't actually turn as dark as certain segments of Losing Patience, pretty quickly returning to the opening heroic-sounding fanfare. As for the protag, this visit to the sanctum has armed him with new hope, resources, and knowledge. His late mother, the Elden Queen, hasn't given up yet, just as he himself hasn't. Sure, you might call this naive, he's still young and all, but nevertheless, it's like it's now up to a younger predecessor to carry on the hope, the fantasy of a better future that Luis and King Hythlodaeus left to die in this village. Hence the slightly bittersweet C Mixolydian mode. And with that, let's move on to Melancholy Star, scored in B minor. Alright, here we are at the theme of anxiety, Melancholy Star. So many layers upon layers of symbolism in this single track. Remember, director Hoshino said the main theme of Metaphor, ReFantazio, is centered around our anxieties. And this track is essentially anxiety in its rawest form. It's the title screen theme for one, but more importantly, it plays whenever someone in our party tries a new archetype via the Akademeia system. So hopefully you recall way back in this video we discussed that whenever we open ourselves up to new experiences like this, we are also opening ourselves up to plenty of anxiety. That of failure, of being perceived by others, of embarrassing ourselves, of pain, loss, and uncertainty. Trying a new activity we've never done before, meeting new people we've never met before, learning new things that completely shake the foundational core of what we were taught growing up. Both the human monsters and archetypes draw from Magla. They are two sides of the same coin. When we allow our anxieties to overwhelm us and give in to our most primal fears and hatred, it can lead to the very worst atrocities ever committed by human society. But similarly, when people face their anxieties, band together, and courageously fight for what's right, they can achieve the very best possible outcomes for the most people. One of the ways this track symbolizes this dichotomous aspect of anxiety is this initial key of B minor, apparently one of, if not the most controversial key in the common practice period. So earlier on, B minor was viewed more positively. Remember Bach and his famous Mass in B minor? It was described as the key of patience, of awaiting one's fate and submission to divine dispensation. And given the power and widespread influence of organized religion in the Baroque period, this description was a favorable one. But by around the late classical and romantic period onwards, B minor seemed to have gained an opposite cultural reputation, thought of as being unsuitable for music in good taste. Beethoven even recorded it as a black key in his later notes. So, two opposing views of the same exact key. Melancholy Star then reaches this decisive section from 45 to 105 seconds, modulating to B major. Now prepare to be amazed, guys. So none of the tracks I've covered have been in this key. It's very rare in this OST, and I'm almost certain it's for this reason. Listen to how it was described. Strongly colored, composed from the most glaring colors. Anger, rage, jealousy, fury, despair, and every burden of the heart lies in its sphere. Isn't this like the most uncannily accurate description of anxiety and what horrors it's capable of? With all this said, Let's get into how we as humans encounter anxiety, and how even just the thought of experiencing it can paralyze us into inaction, bringing us to how stagnant this track sounds compared to plenty of the other themes we've dissected all video. For one, the vocals themselves are so dispassionate emotion-wise, right from the opening section. There's very little in what we call phrasing, the way in which any given performer manipulates the music to express emotion. Some notes will be louder, others softer. Overall, it's their personal interpretation of the piece. Phrasing contributes to good musicality, and so not only does Melancholy Star just kinda creepily not have much of this, there are also no sudden fluctuations in dynamics, no huge leaps or jumps, and of all the vocal and instrumental parts, the trumpet, woodwind, strings, they all remain in their mid-range the whole time. There are no soaring high notes nor deep low notes. Everything missing combined says a lot, since these are all elements used to symbolize the depth of human emotion in the rest of the soundtrack. And so on this note, it's utter perfection that this track only starts showing up in the main narrative when Luis first claims the royal scepter. You see, this moment is really unnerving actually, because he suddenly adopts this apathetic disposition similar to King Hythlodius in his final years. Luis has been anything but dispassionate all game, especially given all the really emotive, moving music that's accompanied him so far. His voice actor did such a great job portraying how unsettling this is, right when his speech just seconds ago was so animated.
Be silent.
I once had my own aspirations. Yes,
I had dreams. But what has the world ever done for us?
The royal scepter? But how?
so be it. There is still time until my magic settles upon this land. Until then, I will watch the world collapse from my perch at the top.
This initial apathy after claiming the scepter really drives home how no one, not even someone as mentally disciplined as Luis is, can use or be in the presence of this much collective anxiety without being tainted by it themselves eventually. Think about how draining it is to constantly have to be the responsible one out of everyone, the one who has to shoulder everyone's burdens for them. Or on the other hand, think about how susceptible people are on a fundamental level to doom scrolling and panicking while everyone else in society is also panicking. And when people don't want to deal with their anxieties and fears, it's common to just shut down. You know, numb or distract themselves so they don't have to feel, i.e., apathy. Oh, hey there, Persona 3. Similarly, when the protag is subjected to the huge Magla ray from Luis a second time, he rips out his heart and crushes it in a last-ditch effort to not go insane, literally shutting everything down. Likewise, I see this scene as Luis having to turn off all personal emotion so as to not experience his own Magla burst right then and there. Like, just look how still he is as he just floats off into the Magla void. Kinda creepy. Though it does eventually catch up to him in his final boss fights. In other words, it's like only after he's able to collect himself and get used to the scepter that he returns to a more emotionally expressive self that we've seen earlier in the game.
I confess, I did not believe you would actually survive the Gauntlet.
All that remains is for me to realize my truth by burying you beneath it. You are not the sole wielders of these lost archetypes. I am Luis, bearer of the royal scepter.
I'll return with much more on the topic of melancholia, the archetype resonant vessels, and the magic of music very soon. But to transition into the other big idea of this track, I need to comment specifically on the trumpet within this entire first minute. So it being present, yet missing most of the bold, resolute quality we've grown used to in all other tracks, especially something like Warriors and Valour, paints this glaring image that Melancholy Star only has this veneer of heroism. And this comes to a head starting at the 111 timestamp. You see, it's only in this final section where we get some actual emotive quality after all this monotonous singing and playing. But we also adopt this C-sharp minor tonality, and guess how C-sharp minor was described in key coloration theory? One specific word shows up over and over: despair. To me, this highlights how the only real outcome for anyone who tries to shoulder others' burdens alone is pure despair. I can't help but be reminded of one of my other favorite stories, where a compassionate god that took on the collective's burdens feared it would eventually go insane under the weight, so it self-deleted itself from existence before that could happen. On this note, I'd like to point out that Melancholy Star takes on the slightly darker shade because it uses the flat second interval of both B minor and C sharp minor in the melody often, the C and D natural respectively, giving this track a Phrygian flavor. And the truth of the royal scepter further contextualizes a lot about the hero kings of old. The game implies numerous times that they all met tragic, untimely ends. An example of this is the scenic stop at Peregrine Falls about the Mage King and how he possessed this great power that he used to protect the people, yet there's this carving of pure anguish etched into the waterfall here. So regarding King Hythlodaeus V, while I'm not justifying his inaction and failure to stop Fortin's crimes, it's sad to me that he really only found peace in a death. Only in a death, i.e. his required sacrifice, could he make full use of the royal magic and trigger something this powerful and novel for Euchronian standards, a democratic election. Now, ultimately, there's two main reasons I'll be focusing on that make this royal scepter system so unacceptable. One of these I'll return to in the upcoming final boss and epilogue section, but the first is why I pointed out that veneer of heroism part in this track. Metaphor ReFantazio is big in pushing solidarity and supporting each other, but it also makes sure to nail home how anyone who overly burdens themselves with others' anxieties, however good-intentioned, will face an unenviable end. Yufa was faced with a similar situation before she decided to fight for herself and for her people against the Homo Margo instead, role modeling for them how we should face and confront our anxieties. This is meant as an empowering message, that you are more powerful than you think you are. And this finally brings me to Rella and how the initial anxiety numbing spell she cast in Altabury would have never worked indefinitely. Now, to be fair, the following is going to be some speculation and headcanon on my part, but please bear with me. So, Rella does clarify after we defeat her that the spell wasn't meant as one of control, though what it did do is link the people's minds with hers. In other words, she likely exposed herself to all of the Sanctus overflowing magla, especially potent given Fortin's death. Now, in our own world, there's been a growing body of research looking into how emotional repression might manifest later as autoimmune disorders or dysregulation. Chronic stress physically impacts the body negatively via heightened cortisol levels, which can lead to higher rates of heart disease, high blood pressure, and even stroke. And for a gentle child by nature like Rella, it's no wonder why casting such a terrible curse on an innocent person ended up backfiring on her and draining her own life force over time. And Rella's situation is abnormally isolating. She'd never be able to share what she's done with anyone else at risk of her entire family's safety. Point being, she already had her own heavy burdens at the time she cast that massive spell on the Altabarian Sanctus. And so I headcanon that exposure to theirs as well hastened what little time her body already had left. Hyperic from Yufa's follower story is a twisted example of this. Unlike Rella, he was genuinely controlling of the Sanctus in his care, in large part because he probably couldn't deal with his own personal anxiety that there are things in life that are unfortunately out of our control, that prayer or belief may not be enough to fix things. So yes, he was completely misguided in his treatment of these sick people, yet it still felt like there was a genuine part of him that felt responsible for their suffering. Barden is just another example of someone who takes on other people's burdens. So in summation, this final section of Melancholy Star represents the inevitable despair of any leader who takes on the burdens of the masses all alone. Others will try to protect themselves from melancholia by completely numbing their emotions, like what the protag did by destroying his own heart. But the result is this sad paradox, because doing this closes you off to the sheer depth of life and the human experience. So back to the duality of Magla, the goal isn't to completely eliminate a person's anxiety, but to allow them to grow their own tolerance towards stress, not automatically whisking it away via the royal scepter, nor cruelly forcing it upon people all at once a la Luis's solution. Even though it was conceived for benevolent reasons, the result is very similar to the concept of helicopter parents. Most do it out of a desire to protect their children, though sadly it's often just as likely out of a desire to soothe their own anxieties, as in, the parents aren't taking responsibility for their own worries. This usually results in a detrimental outcome for everyone, since in always taking care of and confronting problems for them, the children never grow up able to regulate their own emotions, nor learn how to solve issues themselves. It's important to allow children and adolescents, age appropriate of course, opportunities to encounter their own setbacks and to learn how to navigate through those on their own. Similarly, a society that isn't allowed to / doesn't confront difficult, ugly truths will still eventually have to deal with that reality sooner or later. See Heisme's Village. I actually see the Dracodios as an excellent metaphor for how there will always be scenarios that pop up in life that even the most benevolent parental / god figure can't protect you from. So to round off this point, many children raised by helicopter parents sadly have a difficult time adjusting to adult life and practicing self-autonomy without severe anxiety issues. This topic of helicopter parenting is the perfect transition to the fight against Moore. His anxiety as Protag's dad is sad and understandable. Obviously, he doesn't want his son to die and thinks he's protecting him by convincing him to stay in the fantasy novel forever. It's such genius that Metaphor ReFantazio uses our real-world Tokyo as the setting of the fantasy utopia, because we obviously know how ugly our world can get. In doing this, metaphor really nails home how true perfection doesn't exist anywhere. That's part of living in a society. The cat plateau in Akademeia is an additional metaphor. Moore believes this romanticized view of modern-day Tokyo is the best society will ever get, the plateau of human civilization. With all that said, Traversing the Wastes is scored in A minor, the relative minor of C major. Now, I can't help but think of the ancient Elden Sanctum in C Mixolydian, and Moore's lover, the protagonist's mother here, also where everything started. And fittingly, A minor was described as pious womanliness and tenderness of character, making this one of the lighter descriptions of all the minor keys. It makes sense even in this battle now, where Moore isn't being outright malicious or evil, but an anguished and misguided parent, filled with anxiety considering how the original king already failed to protect his family when he was still alive. While we didn't know who he was early in the game, Moore as a follower encouraged us, his child, to venture forth and explore the world on our own. And similarly, the Elden Queen encourages not just the protag, but all the party members to lean into the journey of life, lean into their anxieties, and courageously awaken their archetype. Furthermore, this track is genius storytelling as a callback to the beginning of the game, or i.e. the start of our fantastical journey. There's that same intentionally placed silence aside from the environmental sound effects, but then this track kicks in, which represents the first magic the world has ever known, as well as the first track the protag heard diegetically in-game.
I can at least cast my usual spell for you. It's the small comforts, right?
Right.
Music was the first magic this world ever knew, after all.
So stay here in Utopia, in the place you loved reading about so much.
This place, it isn't a utopia.
You see, there's an entry in the memorandum on music which reads, quote, "As it is a modest form of magic with seemingly no utility on the battlefield, it is considered a meaningless, trifling skill in society and is thus rarely used." So, this entire fight is a culmination of one of Metaphor's main themes. Do you think something as supposedly trivial as fiction has real power in the real world? On one hand, you have Moore trying to convince us that fantasy is utterly useless. The characters and story of Metaphor ReFantazio ultimately signified nothing. But in reality, storytelling, crafting a narrative, is one of the greatest powers humanity possesses. There are so many things that can be done. You can write and or rewrite your own personal story within fantasy, or give a better ending to people who didn't get it before, to remind people they are not alone in their struggles and suffering, to help people imagine something bigger and better than what we currently have. Fantasy, fiction, art, all of it touches people. Remember music therapy's profound effect on patients with dementia and other brain injuries? Also, just think back to the Virga Island section, all those primitive societies that only had their voices and wooden flutes to make music, the first great magic. We were once just these small, tiny humans in these weak little tribes, and yet, when working together as a species, we eventually created entire civilizations and outcomes people of previous eras would have never believed possible. Creating art is bearing yourself to the world. Magla is anxiety, right? Whenever you willingly create and share with others, whether that be visual art, music, writings, and so much more, it opens yourself up to criticism and, in today's day and age, mean comments on social media, bringing us back to the dichotomous nature of Metaphor's fantasy magic. It requires us to rip out our heart. In regards to the game's human beasts, it's literally forgetting we have a heart, transforming us into mindless, destructive monsters. As for the archetypes, every party member has to literally rip out their heart and display it to the world. The memorandum further clarifies that to activate this power, the wielder must announce their determination and their hopes into their newly made heart. This resonant vessel is the heart becoming a metallic object of unknown origin, so it's like literally stealing your heart. The courage to take a stand, the courage to be disliked. There's this concept called the Yerkes-Dodson law that adds some credence to this idea. It finds that anxiety in moderate amounts can help us function even better. It's what athletes and performers describe as being in the zone. Too much stress decreases performance, sure, but too little also hinders it. So, the most optimal performance happens not when anxiety is completely absent, but when it's balanced. Which brings me back to the power of the royal scepter versus the archetypes. I was thinking about how the synthesis spells are more powerful and or cost less MP than a singular spell cast from a single person, right? The synthesis spells are sharing the burden of wielding/exposing yourself to anxieties or magla that powerful. It's ultimately impossible for someone to wield such powerful magic with no support, without eventually going crazy or completely burning oneself out. King Hythlodius could never wield the true archetypal magic because he had no one to help him in the way the protag does with his cabinet in the epilogue. In a kind of two sides of the same coin deal, it's fascinating that Luis is more powerful when you don't defeat the other humans on Tyrant Star. It's like there's nowhere else he can offload that sheer amount of magla/anxiety to, so he's just naturally weaker if he still wants to retain some semblance of sentience in this transformed human form. Okay, while we're on this topic, just wanted to point out an additional brilliant conflicting relationship to traversing the waste key of A minor. The human encounter theme, Human by Name, is a doubly dark counterpart in A Locrian, this being one of the only uses of this mode within the entire soundtrack, certainly of all the battle or location themes. Locrian is one shade darker than even Phrygian, meaning there's not just a flat second, but also flat fifth interval. In the case of A Locrian here, E flat and B flat. Accidental B naturals are included throughout this theme as well, giving an even more unsettling coloring. Overall, every anxiety/magla related track is fittingly scored somewhere on the minor key spectrum, so to return to traversing the weights, the inclusion of the Buddhist chanting is a callback to the two normal battle themes, Warriors in Valour and Warriors in Arms, as well as Skybound Avatar, and the different sides of anxiety these tracks explored as a collective. As for this theme, the monk carries a more firm and resolute emotion here. We will see this journey, this mission to its very end. At the beginning of the game, this was to save the prince, and now it's to go back to reality and face Luis. We run our races to the very end. It's not over until it's over. So despite Moore's attempts to break our resolve and keep us here, The final 15 seconds starting from the 1:16 timestamp brings back elements that gave so many other themes in this soundtrack their heroic quality, namely the return to large interval leaps, particularly of 6 and 5, and the brass instrumentation. This poignant call and response starting with the muted trumpets and horns first, then followed up by the soloist's trumpet, especially gets me because I can't help but be reminded of the heroic closer to one of my favorite tracks in the Lord of the Rings soundtrack, The Black Gate Opens. Having brushed up on a great breadth of history recently, I keep trying to remind myself that there are more possibilities open than we might think there are. So as bleak as things look, like, oh my god, have things gone further down the drain in real life over the entire 11-month period I've been working on this project? Ultimately, no one knows what the future holds. Here, the voices of the protag's friends reach him even after it seemed like all of them certainly perished. And as the world of the fantasy novel disintegrates for good, even Moore's final thoughts feel like they're clinging to even the slimmest slivers of hope. Well, if you can believe there is more to the story than the end I see, then it is yours to tell. Though the onus isn't on us alone. No, we accomplish this via solidarity, the very antithesis of the royal scepter system, a very flawed one where all of the power is concentrated in the hands of a single person, leading us to the final battle against Destroyer Charadrius. When it comes to tyranny, especially in real life in 2026, if we fight, we might lose. But if we don't fight, we've already lost. The royal scepter hinges so thoroughly on the wielder being good or kind-hearted in the first place, and the memorandum clarifies that it's been used to accomplish amazing things for the people just as much as it has been used to oppress them. It's unbalanced, much like how wealth inequality and concentration in real life is so antithetical to democracy. No single person, no tiny sliver of oligarchy should have access to this much power. And I'll return with more on this soon. A World Cold begins in B minor, the same key as Melancholy Star. I like this as a thematic setup. We are truly pitting one representation of anxiety against another. And so, the percussion sets the stage with a heavy focus on timpani rolls. Remember all the fife and drum corps stuff I talked about way back in the normal battle section? Kettle drums, the old name for timpani, were reserved for the cavalry and artillery units, which was associated with the preemptive/advantage warriors in Valour theme. So similarly, this first phase track is rallying our confidence. We are engaging Luis from an actual advantage on a morale level. I keep bringing this up, but please remember the context here. We've literally just come back from the dead. Thanks, Dad. Plus, our entire crew, despite all odds, made it out alive, a true display of the sheer power of fantasy and how it inspires miracles in all of us. Luis wasn't successful in killing anyone, and so, for the first time ever, he actually begins to succumb to his lingering anxiety. Is his power not enough? Is his resolve not strong enough? How did the prince possibly survive ripping out and crushing his own heart? Luis doesn't voice any of this out loud, but these are all pretty obvious responses to the miraculous table turn we just pulled. So not only does the percussion contain the choice timpani like in Warriors and Valour, but also includes a rousing steady pulse via the drumline like in Warriors and Arms' supportive latter half. It's the perfect culmination of both our normal battle percussion sections and feels fitting for this pivotal moment. Again, totalitarian strongmen project strength at all times to keep us feeling helpless and afraid. But in this moment, Luis displays weakness, that he's just as human as the rest of us. In fact, it was our doing that cornered him into this position. So as the main opposition, we need to keep the pressure on, not back down, just as we're meant to do today in 2026. Bringing us to the heroic melody. We get a full octave jump going from A to A 17 seconds in. Now, having played trombone for over 10 years, I love how epic these big leaps sound on brass, especially legato and connected like this, because I know firsthand what technical skill you need to do it well while maintaining a great tone. This is also a nice nod back to Verge of Life and Death's octave jump from B flat to B flat, since these leaps are quite rare within the entirety of Metaphor's soundtrack. Now, I mainly associate this track with all the archetype awakening battles. Though I do acknowledge in practice this track was vastly overused because it was also played for a ton of other dungeon bosses, mostly the bounties. I really wish we had just one more battle track in-game for those enemies, so that Verge of Life and Death could be reserved solely for the human and dragon enemies, and here's my main request why. Magla is born out of humanity's emotions, the entire spectrum of them, right? This duality serves as the thematic backdrop to all of these fights. The follower ones like Hyperic or Vinca particularly stand out to me as like this person's final struggle against melancholization, a final blaze of glory, so to speak, against anxiety, suffering, and despair, the human condition, literally the verge of life and death. Also, I really want to say my piece here regarding Vinca. I really empathize with his rage and am glad this game didn't shy away from such negative emotion. It's kind of cathartic, really. Let's just say I'm not surprised that the only relief he found was ending it all. Healthy people cannot fathom how draining it is to live every second of your life not feeling well, no matter what you do. Imagine how terrible it feels when you get the flu, but unlike how it is for the vast majority of cases, you never actually recover. In my case, it didn't matter how healthy I ate, it didn't matter how active I was, I still got idiopathic transverse myelitis. 10 years and over 330 million seconds of never-ending nerve pain later, I don't turn away from the bleak reality of it anymore. Nevertheless, I'm still here, and I'll do everything I can to make the most out of a shitty hand, and make things more tolerable for others who are suffering too. Just like Basilio, who is still chugging along. I said this a lot already, but truly, the fact that there are those of you out there in my audience who feel seen or heard when I talk about these otherwise completely off the radar, incredibly alienating health difficulties helps beyond what I can truly convey. It helps me feel like I'm not alone, and I'm also glad it helps those of you who are really suffering too, like know that you're not alone in feeling like just left behind, for lack of a better word. And on this note, A World Cold contains a very important and encouraging leitmotif at the 1 minute mark. A rare one that's only played one other time in the game, actually, aside from the opening credits song. Can you remember and or guess where? I'll give you a moment to think about it. It's when the protag and prince are finally reunified as a single body/entity. It's quite the distinct and triumphant melody, and since it's so rare, really says something when it's brought back right at this moment. The composition here just sounds additionally epic with the entire brass section in unison. Like, seriously guys, what I wouldn't give to see a talented marching band or even a drum corps incorporate this into their show. Now, I'm probably reading too much into this, but I find it super cool that instruments usually associated with Luis, so the low brass and tuba, are playing the protagonist's theme here. It feels like we're reclaiming them in a way Luis did way back in that pivotal final section in You Face Luis Guiabern, where he reclaimed B-flat major, a key associated with our coalition. Speaking of, this final brass chorale modulates to our key of D major, though this theme still reminds us not to relinquish due vigilance and/or become complacent via the tonal ambiguity between D and F sharp within the entire first segment. Luis is still absolutely dangerous, not trying to downplay the threat. Yet, the final section being solidly in D major and our leitmotif means ultimately think of this first phase theme as a much needed and rejuvenating morale boost for our crew. But then we get to the second phase. The opening notes are in complete unison, all instrumental sections playing the exact same rhythm, establishing this grand finality as well as this imposing, overwhelming weight. Historically, dictators do become more dangerous as their iron grip on power wanes. King of Destruction is scored in F sharp Phrygian. The G natural, or in other words what transforms F sharp minor into Phrygian, is featured a lot. And F, F sharp, and G represent, say it with me guys, Luis. So this mode not only establishes that we're back with the ball on his side of the court, but that we are facing an even darker, more menacing version of him. However, F sharp Phrygian contains the exact same notes as D Ionian or D major, and so perhaps you see where I'm heading with this. You see, this final boss theme contains elements of both Luis and the party's leitmotifs respectively. This track is the definition of a back and forth battle, even more so than what I dissected in You Face Luis Guiabern. Starting 15 seconds in, we get the opening melody in both Ode to Heroes and Call of Magic. Furthermore, our party's motifs are largely driven by strings and woodwinds, while Luis's motifs are always marked by the low register counter melody, a variation of that double bass riff from Seeking the Curse. As well as heavily accented brass, deliberately very powerful sounding, a callback to the domineering melody and style of the Skyrunner Charadrius theme. Then the 55-second mark is where we get this variation on the Call of Magic motif. Something that symbolizes the fantasy novel, something mostly associated with the protag, but was also technically an inspiration for Luis as well. So this 10-second segment is not fully representative of our side. We can't let our guards down. Yet it's still this kind of apprehensive breather compared to the overtly menacing Luis part when the low brass returns at 104. Now I'd like to point out how this is the longest looped battle track in the entire game. Our respective melodies clash against each other about 3 different times total. The resistance is long and requires a lot from us. There are no quick, easy fixes. The tonal center remains in F-sharp Phrygian here, symbolizing how Luis always has a bit of an upper hand. But at last, we get a big break. The 3rd time at 217 finally modulates to D major. The full choir kicks in with the anthem we've heard countless times in the Akademeia. We are truly beginning to overpower Luis. Notice the choice not to feature low brass in any dominating counter-melodic way here. What's been stylistically representative of Luis all game is conspicuously absent now in this final part of this song's loop. The bass is no longer this overbearing force, but provides the much-needed harmonic foundation for the rest of the orchestra. Solidarity in music terms. Lol guys, I had this whole tangent on how Metaphor's final boss tracks are the evolution and culmination of the Persona games. Spoilers were marked and timestamped and everything, but it got so long, like over 10 minutes, and I couldn't justify keeping it. So just know if I do ever talk about this subject, it'll be in a dedicated Luis video that will be linked up in the cards and down in the description. Anyway, back to solidarity in music terms, there are 2 mechanics unique to Destroyer Charadrius Luis that are metaphorical genius. The first is what he starts nearly every turn with, the cold world, which increases the chance of anxiety. Just listen to the accompanying voice line. So hopefully I've made it clear enough in this video that a main manipulation tactic of an authoritarian regime is to make you lose all hope and give up. This includes convincing any resistance group to fight amongst ourselves instead of against them, divide and conquer. So protect your hope, y'all. Their current tactic in the media is literally called Flood the Zone. So if you need a breather of the news cycle, take one. But make sure to swap back in once you are rested. We need everyone on board to pry back our civil liberties, bringing me to the second major tactic, Luis's willingness to sacrifice any one of the 8 tribes as a short-term power-up to himself. We firmly practice solidarity and so will not throw any group under the bus in our fight for a better world, because injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. So with these 2 things in mind, I'd like to share this unplanned and kind of amazing example from my own playthrough about how anxiety was actually the savior of the day. So I went into the fight against the final of the 3 dragons, the fire one, completely unprepared for a certain status ailment. And what ended up actually happening is it became a microcosm of that divide and conquer strategy. How the wealthy elites charm and convince average Joes like us to fight amongst each other for scraps, while they hoard all the wealth and capital. What Milo, the vapid nobleman, attempted to do in this very same arc, lying to and manipulating Loveless to go after the Elden candidate, who has a number of other marginalized peeps in his coalition as well, to keep us all distracted while the hoarding of wealth buys these guys completely outsized amounts of political power, and edit here with the latest batch of the files released in real life has the ultra-wealthy convinced they can get away with beyond cartoonishly vile crimes. So speaking of wealth and influence, dragons in metaphor are basically the peak symbol of all of this, being the strongest man-made weapons of the old world, creations of pure magla, an immense concentration of power. And this dragon was so close to having us kill each other! But thankfully, Heisme became anxious. Yes, it was utter perfection. His anxiety was what ended up saving everyone, since it meant I could finally control a character and use a team-wide charm cure. So yay, anxiety saved the day! Because it's only when we are afraid that we can be brave. Now, back to the fight against Luis. Again, we must remain vigilant. Even after our triumph in actual gameplay, there's still more. Our clash continues in the animated cutscene, except now the accompanying music, the Hero King, now deliberately incorporates our archetype / hero awakening leitmotif. So even though there's still this immense tonal ambiguity, this clash between our tonalities of D and F sharp because, well, this is Luis's final stand. Even though he's flooding us with anxiety, remember, flood the zone, we stand firm in our hope that we can build a better world. So I'd like to draw your attention to the 126 mark. Luis's motif shows up again, except now that heavily accented low brass counter melody is absent. This continues at 146, then again at 159. So yes, he's still tenacious, but it's like he's finally lost all power and weight. We've won the election. Like, remember this in the Akademeia? And so, the people's power delivers the final blow. From 211 onwards, there's no brass at all. Symbolic, since back in King of Destruction, it was the strings and woodwinds that were associated with the party's leitmotifs. But melodically, they're playing the final petering out of Luis's motifs here. There's also so much pathos in this scene, both visually and musically. We finally see the Charadrius disintegrating for good, the symbol and projection of Luis's power for so long. The Charadrius was to Luis what the Protag's party members are to him. It was the one thing that carried him over every obstacle and hurdle time and time again. How many times have we clashed with Luis? The back and forth felt endless. We were chasing him throughout this whole 80+ hour game to even get to that level of Skyrunner. But at long last, he has no cards left. Everything has failed. All he's worked for is crumbling, and he dies in the same manner he's despised within the masses for so long, as a human monster trapped in anxiety and fear. He thought he was so special, that he was an evolved species, but no. So yes, this final attempt of his leitmotif at 201 lacks any of its usual power. The Royal Scepter, too, is destroyed for good, and with that, this final boss track ends solidly on a D major chord. Though I want to end this segment by pointing out very clearly that Luis is a romanticized portrayal of a fascist and the fascist movement in two big ways. Firstly, don't get complacent that, like, if only we took down the most forward-facing, charismatic, strong man, that suddenly our work is done. There's still plenty of other people who carried out these heinous actions that we have to hold accountable to. And secondly, do not allow these people to convince you that they are so strong and mighty and powerful and completely out of our reach that there's no way we can ever win against them. Now, normally I really hate going after people's personal attributes, but it's really important to do that here as a reminder that they're not so impressive. What I'm getting at is, of Luis's followers, this guy is a Juna simp. This guy is a fat nerd. And this guy is a schoolyard bully who never grew up and had to be humbled. They're just as normal in all the embarrassingly human ways as any of us. Our human brains really hate the idea that such cruelty and evil can be done by such a normal and unimpressive and/or incompetent group of people, especially when it comes to high fantasy, right? We really like and want to believe the big bad is so much stronger and smarter than us. Now, please don't misunderstand me. I'm definitely not trying to downplay the dangers and horrors inflicted by this current fascist regime and ones that have existed in the past. I'm just reminding us that this kind of framing/imagery is what these people want us to believe they are, to keep us afraid, and therefore not fighting back. Okay guys, the end credits and the only theme scored in F-sharp major in this entire soundtrack is metaphorical genius, but I gotta touch on a few things from the epilogue first. And oh boy, I have a ton of things I'd like to dissect here. Honestly, this shouldn't surprise you at this point, but that will have to be another video since I don't want to bog down the final message of this 6-hour project. And the two things I want to focus on in the end here are 1. Fantasy lives on, and 2. Not to let perfection become the enemy of the good. We all need an idealist and an optimist like the Elden Queen on the team, and even King Hypolodius to a large extent. That one idealistic part of him more came in clutch with the Akademeia. See, we are all capable of magic in our own lives and in the lives of others, and speaking of, more people than ever in Euchronia will find it easier to access this inner source of Magla, because we've allowed the dissolution of the royal scepter. I get that it doesn't look like much has changed, but this is a tangible shakeup to Euchronia's system. You see, in the final post-credits scene, we see that the regular people can actually venture out past the major city gates now. The stagnant Magla that once warped the natural world, twisting animals and humans alike into dangerous beasts, is severely diminished. Greenery has returned to the desert wastelands around Grand Trad. A huge aspect of the underlying world-building all game was how the average person couldn't venture out and enjoy nature, nor travel, without the protection of a gauntlet runner, a massive investment only the wealthiest people could afford. There are NPCs like one on the road up to Altabury who died before he could reach the city, because he sadly fell out of the carriage and was attacked by monsters. And then there's the major mechanic throughout the game where we gift Maria sketches of the vistas we visited because it wasn't safe for civilians to travel. But now, in the post-credits scene, she can venture out past the city walls. So are things perfect now? Of course not. But the most practical human rights advocates use a yes and approach, meaning yes, we are taking wins where we can, and it doesn't mean there isn't much more to be done. Though that leads me to the sad fact that, unlike Euchronia 1 year later, we in the US are still deep in the throes of fighting a fascist movement. Hi, so it's January 31st as of the time I'm editing this part of the script, and people are being killed out here. And we still have this completely unchecked executive bypassing court orders and breaking laws, and it's very valid to worry about the midterms and how free and fair they'll be, but we'll cross those bridges when we get there. As for now, we need to prop up our, ideally local, communities as much as we can. There's a whole host of tangible actions you can be doing right now, whether you are old or young, poor or relatively well off, disabled, caring for young children or elderly parents, working multiple jobs, barely surviving. Like, I get it's hard, and so I want to try and make it as easy as possible and encourage any of you who disagree with the dismantling of civil liberties and the latest massive wealth transfer to billionaire pedophiles and corporations to please identify just one cause you care about. Just please pick one of these things from this document I've compiled of ideas, links, and resources, from volunteering, to donating, to protesting, to boycotting. The top link takes you to a site that filters causes by state/your location. Don't worry about trying to do everything or caring about all the causes. Don't burn yourselves out. But also don't let your apprehension about, is this the best thing I should be doing, or should I be doing something, stop you from doing anything at all. The important thing is to just start with something. And now we can get into the beautiful final credits theme. Fantasy Lives On begins in this D-sharp minor tonality, a very ethereal, sorta odd, fantastical sounding harmony for the entire first 50 seconds. Now remember that the Buddhist chanting in this game has a strong association with anxious thoughts. And well, I kid you not, this build-up perfectly fits with the description of a D-sharp minor. Feelings of anxiety, of the soul's deepest distress. Every fear, every hesitation of the shuddering heart. And yet, metaphor clearly shows us that anxiety isn't something we should shy away from. Hence, the harmony here deliberately leaves out the minor third and anything that would make this part particularly dark. In fact, the heroic trumpet joins in, and then we get to the epic choir's F-sharp, modulating us up to F-sharp major. F-sharp major is amazingly noteworthy here in so many ways. One is how we are reclaiming this note from Luis. We've been in his F-sharp minor and F-sharp Phrygian this entire game. Remember all the resentment and discontent descriptors? But now we're in the victorious F-sharp major, baby! And guys, I seriously can't make this up. F-sharp major was described as triumph over difficulty, free sigh of relief when hurdles are surmounted, echo of a soul which has fiercely struggled and finally conquered, lies in all uses of this key. Just let that sink in for a moment. How the hell did Shoji, Meguro, and the sound team get things to work out this way? Like, this couldn't have just been coincidence, right? And not only that, F-sharp major, much like the F-sharp minor I mentioned back in the Altabury section, is a very rare key for symphonies. So this truly feels like Hoshino team's grand magnum opus, Like, they're really going for something truly unique in so many ways, with so much heart. F-sharp major is very popular for piano pieces though, and even though this isn't scored in the exact same key, I do want to point out this piano solo in the opening theme and now in these end credits, which gives this similar dreamy character to me as Chopin's incredibly famous Nocturne Opus 9 No. 2. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if this 50-second build-up to this grand choir part was inspired by Zadok the Priest's opening structure, historically the most famous coronation song for British royalty. I'm no defender of monarchy, and I'm pretty sure Protag would have kept Euchronia in some kind of election system from then on. But I digress. Back to my main point here about all these music inspirations. It just fits Metaphor ReFantazio being this huge tribute to all sorts of art that came before it. Like, it doesn't intentionally go out of its way to subvert or deconstruct the genre. It's very much a love letter to classic high fantasy tropes while still feeling wholly unique. Metaphor ReFantazio. It's a remix of fantasy. Not sure how intentional all of these were, but I personally see many other inspirations from other Japanese fiction outside of other Atlas games. I mean, they brought on some help from a Neon Genesis Evangelion designer for the Gauntlet runners, right? A lot of the scenic spots, aside from this very obvious Nausicaa one, strike me as being very Studio Ghibli inspired too. Though, speaking of Nausicaa and other 80s and 90s media, this was probably the stuff the team like Sojima and Meguro and Hashino likely grew up with, right? Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Macross, Berserk. I actually had more to say about this stuff earlier in the video, but I had to cut it. Maybe another rant video idea someday. There's Sojima's Hieronymus Bosch and other modern art inspirations, then the political philosophy and ideas for the narrative. So in other words, Metaphor ReFantazio is a pure tribute to art, creativity, and imagination itself. The human spirit toiling over something that's slowly brought to life and then shared with the world. I think it's such a poignant and excellent choice to use the concept arts as the ending credit background while every person who contributed to this work of art is included on screen. Dozens and dozens of people involved in the making of this, all who were inspired by other artists, designers, writers, conceptualizers, developers, actors, musicians, and so on of their favorite past works. The full symphonic instrumentation here also required tons of people. Not every instrument is performed live, but the entire string section and choir is. And to pull up these credits again, it took over 80 people, including the composers, orchestrators, and sound engineers to make this soundtrack happen. That's the power of collaboration, the power of the collective. and Metaphor ReFantazio continuing to be the metaphors of metaphors. Plus this tribute to all kinds of art, i.e. human creativity throughout history, is a beyond appreciated message in this modern hellscape of exploitative generative AI. Bringing me to the second half of the end credits. The concept arts are followed up with all the illustrations from the fantasy novel. And so hear me out. This is the end of Metaphor's story for us, the player, right? Now, our own experience with this game is like a reflection of the prince's relationship with the book-turned-divine relic. He experienced this metaphorical out-of-body journey within Euchronia via the protag, but then the plot reaches the ancient Elden Sanctum, and Metaphor's stated narrative goal as we knew it was over. But he's not unchanged by the fictional journey. Art imitates life, and life imitates art. And so there's this unification between his real self and his fantasy self. On a similar note, it's now time for us to return to our home reality and all its imperfections as depicted by these illustrations. The music accompanying this second part of the credits is the opening of Metaphor, metaphorically ushering us into a new or renewed tale of our own here on Earth. But fantasy lives on, guys. Let's embrace the meaning we've derived from this story, from all our favorite stories, and do our best to nurture hope in this world, in the lives that we do have. I know, it's so easy to get sucked in by ultra-doomerism nowadays, especially when all these algorithm-based platforms thrive off negativity. I definitely don't blame anyone for feeling pessimistic right now. The future seems bleak from almost all angles for nearly the entire globe. On this note, I want to share a beautiful quote from J.R.R. Tolkien, he himself a veteran of World War I, and his view on fantasy's strength. The consolation of fairy stories is the joy of the happy ending. This joy, one of the things which fairy stories can produce supremely well, is not essentially escapist, nor fugitive. It does not deny the existence of discatastrophe, of sorrow and failure. The possibility of these is necessary to the joy of deliverance. It denies, in the face of much evidence if you will, universal final defeat, and insofar is evangelium, giving a fleeting glimpse of joy. Joy beyond the walls of the world, poignant as grief. So yes, there's definitely a space for these kinds of traditionally hopeful fantasies like Metaphor ReFantazio that give those of us experiencing agony in our own lives that briefest feeling of triumph, a rejuvenation that we can then carry into our own real lives. I honestly struggle to want to live most days because of my chronic pain and other neurological conditions and all the compounding loss I've suffered because of them. But I'm choosing one more day, one day at a time. So yeah, this is one of my favorite credits of any video game. Allow art, music, fantasy, and fiction to invigorate and inspire you to make change in your own life, in your own world. Remember radical optimism, radical empathy, and radical hope for the future. Right now, I'm encouraged by recent representatives who are delivering tangible benefits to their constituents. Meanwhile, the resistance to the tragedy in Minnesota is inspiring other parts of the country to truly step up and organize with much more urgency. I've been keeping up with this stuff for years, guys, and I think this is the most interest I've seen in a nationwide general strike. Point being, we don't know what the future is. Heroes often emerge in the moment. And hopefully this goes without saying, I'm not implying that we put all our hope in a single representative. I've bashed us over the head with this at this point, but I need to say it louder for those in the back. Metaphor ReFantazio is just as much about collective action as it is about supporting a candidate who truly cares about the people. We do not heap the burdens onto a singular leader with a singular scepter. All of the followers recognized their personal agency and got involved in a way that they could. The future is not yet written, and we will write it with our own two hands. Well, honestly, what choice do we have? It looks bleak now, but we together can change things. We can write the narrative. We together can fight for and create a better future for all of us. And thank you for joining me on this 6-hour journey. Metaphor ReFantazio totally deserved it though. My favorite video game ever, thematically. I don't know if anything will ever beat it. And if you liked my work here, I'd really appreciate the likes and hypes. Legit, this is my magnum opus on the platform. Also, I'm curious if you had a favorite out of any of the tracks I dissected in this video. Would love to hear about it down in the comments. Thank you especially to all my patrons and channel members for making this video possible. I've added a new private Discord and reading club and similar things since the last time I uploaded a video, so come join us if you feel so inclined. Finally, I'd like to thank my special Fusion supporters, Big Clingy, Sam Bezjak, M. Meownalin, Malcolm Lowry, Peter Shepard, Andrea Palace, Jimmy Tapiz, Frank Sasaki, Phoenix Black, Weeping Blade, Meek Massacre, Tactical Salmons, and Silverwind 847.